Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Members, just moving to Speaker's business and the condolences on the passing of Jimmy Spratt. Members, we do start our business today by expressing our condolences following the passing of our former colleague Jimmy Spratt. I know that we were all deeply saddened to hear the news of Jimmy's death on Thursday. Jimmy was well known for his long career of over 30 years in public service as a member of the RUC and as the chairman of the Police Federation. He then entered this assembly in 2007, and that's when I got to know Jimmy, as we both represented South Belfast at the time. As well as being constituency colleagues, he and I worked together in many different capacities, including as members of the Policing Board and on the then OFM-DFM committee, and indeed in some conflict resolution work in Asia. Jimmy, of course, chaired a number of committees in this Assembly also, including the Regional Development Committee for 3 years in the 2011 mandate. We obviously came from very different political backgrounds and different political perspectives, but I had great respect for Jimmy as we developed a strong working relationship and indeed what I would call a friendship. I enjoyed working with Jimmy very much as a straight talker with a good sense of humour. You were never in any doubt as to where Jimmy stood on any given issue, but you could always do business with him, and he was clearly committed to making this Assembly work during his time as a member. In recent years, Jimmy spoke openly about his long battle with cancer, In doing so, he demonstrated his strength of character, even when seriously ill, and many of us admired him for that. I express the condolences of the Assembly to his party colleagues in the Democratic Unionist Party. Most of us all will recognise today that a family is grieving, and I know I speak for all in this Assembly in recording our sincere sympathies to his wife Linda, his 4 sons, his daughters-in-law and grandchildren. Jimmy was a strong family man, and I hope his family can take some comfort from memories of happier times. And I call on First Minister Arlene Foster.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you for your kind words about our dear friend and colleague, Jimmy Spratt. The news of Jimmy's passing was expected, but still hit very hard when I was told last Thursday morning. He had fought cancer in such a stoic way, with his wife Linda always by his side. But the fight had come to an end on Thursday morning, and it was time to leave this earthly world. Jimmy and I were not what a lot of people expected from DUP MLAs. He was a Presbyterian, I was an Anglican. He used to joke about that with Dr. Paisley and laugh when Ian asked me how the Anglicans were, as if I could answer for the whole Anglican communion. We both joined the party around the same time, and Jimmy's service in the RUC was also something which brought us together, as my father had served in the police as well. Jimmy joined the Royal Ulster Constabulary in 1972 when the IRA campaign of violence was at its bloodiest, and he served in the police for 30 years. Towards the end of his time, he became the chairman of the Police Federation, as you have said, Mr Speaker, and after being involved there for a number of years in other functions. And he was a great advocate for his fellow officers. When he retired from the police, the desire to serve the community was still there, so he joined the DUP and was elected to Castlereagh Borough Council. He became group leader of the DUP team on the council after Peter Robinson left the council chamber, and he really enjoyed his role as a councillor and group leader. In 2007, he was elected to serve as MLA for South Belfast, and he held many positions in this place, as you have reflected, Mr Speaker, during his time here. He stepped down due to ill health in 2015, but he still kept a keen eye on what was going on up on the hill. When devolution returned to Northern Ireland in 2007 after the St Andrews Agreement, Jimmy and I sat behind Dr Paisley and Peter Robinson in that now famous photograph in the Long Gallery at Stormont, when the DUP leadership met the Sinn Féin leadership for the first time. Jimmy believed in devolution, and he knew the work and sacrifice that were needed to make it happen. He had lived and served through the Troubles and seen the death and destruction it had brought, and he wanted to make Northern Ireland a better place for all. There are many challenges in keeping Northern Ireland moving forward in the right direction, but he never shied away from that challenge. When I needed help, I rang Jimmy. I did not so long ago, and he was always willing to help, even when he himself was not well. He was an incredibly brave man, and he showed that bravery throughout his life, and not least in his final battle. I will miss his mischievous smile, the dry aside, the determined, clear counsel, but I am thankful to have had Jimmy as a friend and colleague, the kind of friend who thought nothing of jumping in a car and coming to Enniskillen to canvass for a day. To Linda and the family, I send my love and prayerful support. We all know that there will be difficult days ahead, but there will also be days of joyful remembrance as well. Jimmy had a strong faith in the risen Lord as his saviour, and I watched his funeral service online yesterday, and I smiled when his minister, the Reverend Mark Brown, said that Jimmy had instructed him to leave people in no doubt about the need for salvation. And Jimmy was given clear advice, even though he had passed. I want to finish with 2 verses, if I may, Mr Speaker. As the Bible says in Philippians 4:7, the peace of God, which passes all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. And Matthew 5, verse 4, blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd.
Gurmby Cancordia, and I rise to speak on behalf of Sinn Féin and pay our tribute to Jimmy Spratt. And Mr Speaker, I have to say my experience of Jimmy is mirrored by your own. I got to know him through the Assembly, and it's a classic example of peace building isn't simply something that happens between governments or political parties or communities. It has to be at a personal level. And Jimmy's background is much different than mine, and I never thought he would come to a stage where he'd be standing paying tribute to a former RUC man. But Jimmy was the sort of character who was firm in his own beliefs, could express his own beliefs, but he did it in a way which didn't antagonise or inflame the situation. And I never doubted for one moment that Jimmy was a unionist, but I always knew that he was here, as many are, with the greatest respect to everybody in the room. We're all here trying to do a job, but I always believed that he was here to try and make this place work for everyone. So I think it is, as I said at the start of my tribute to him, a classic example of how peace building is achieved. It's at a one-to-one level as much as it is at a government-to-government level. I always found him to be courteous but firm, as I said, a political figure who could give his point of view but without inflaming or antagonising the situation. And on behalf of Sinn Féin, I pass my deepest sympathies on to his wife Linda and to his 4 sons. Thank you.
I call Nichola Mallon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I begin by offering my condolences and those of my party to the members opposite who knew Jimmy Spratt as a close friend and a trusted colleague. Having recently experienced the loss of a colleague, we know how difficult that process is, particularly in the current circumstances. And I know the First Minister in particular is and will sorely feel Jimmy's loss. And can I send on behalf of the SDLP our heartfelt condolences to Linda, Jimmy's wife, and their 4 children. The loss of a family member has been made so much more difficult by this pandemic, and I hope when this is over, they have the time and space to remember Jimmy together. I didn't have the opportunity to serve in this House at the same time as Jimmy Spratt, but I did have the pleasure of meeting him on a number of occasions as a councillor, and he always found time to speak to me. At our most recent meeting, at the funeral of Councillor Rosaleen Hughes, who was a great friend of Jimmy's, he even found time to give me some very valuable words of encouragement. And I always found that Jimmy saw the person, not just the politician. The warm tributes paid by his colleagues today are a testament to a man who dedicated himself to making this place work and serving the needs of the people he represented. In the febrile political environment that we're experiencing today, I think we could all learn from someone who made his arguments directly, passionately and honestly, but also demonstrated respect and humility when listening to the experiences of others. It is clear that he has held in respect right across the political spectrum, and there is no doubt that Jimmy felt a lifelong call to public service. As a police officer, as a councillor, an MLA, and I have no doubt a source of advice and counsel to successive First Ministers, he has made an indelible impact on our shared community.
And I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's a privilege to rise and pay the condolences on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to Jimmy Spratt, his wider family and friends, and his colleagues in the Democratic Unionist Party. I didn't know Mr Spratt personally, but I've heard many of a testimony of Jimmy over the years since I entered into politics. And as Mr O'Dowd has said, every time he was described as straight and firm, proudly unionist but non-antagonistic, and someone who perhaps could be best described as a constituency politician, which is no greater tribute, I think, than we can pay to a politician. But as someone who has served 20 years, whether in the prison service or the fire service, I would like to pay a personal tribute to anybody that follows that public line of service throughout their working life, works for the betterment of the public, And those stories that emanate and were shared at his funeral and by the First Minister should give some comfort to his family that Jimmy's memory will be long held and held in high esteem right across Northern Ireland, right across the communities that we all represent. Jimmy had a long battle with cancer, and as the First Minister has said, his death wasn't unexpected. However, at every time, regardless of what house we come from, a death like that is hard to take. So our thoughts and prayers are with Linda and her 4 sons. And my final tribute will be, again, that it is incredibly comforting if you have a faith to know that when someone passes, they have a future in Jesus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Stewart Dickson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I knew Jimmy Spratt from many years ago in my work in the Labour Relations Agency when he was chair of the Police Federation for Northern Ireland, representing that body in very difficult and challenging employment negotiations. That's where I first came across Jimmy Spratt in his professional role doing that. I also was very well aware of him as a local councillor, and we met at various council events through NILGA and other council organisations. When I came here to the Assembly, he had already completed 1 term, and he was the chair of the Regional Development Committee. That was the first committee that I joined in this Assembly, and I have to say that he was open and generous in the way in which he allowed members to participate in all of the work of this Assembly, and he encouraged us. We didn't always agree, we didn't always meet eye to eye on the various issues that were in front of us. But, Speaker, he was always excellent in the way in which he engaged with members, no matter which party they came from. But for me, in a very personal way, it was the bravery in which Jimmy spoke up about his battle with cancer. It is a very difficult thing to talk about in public, and he stepped forward and did that. He sent me a very personal note at the time I received my diagnosis, and I will always remember that. To Linda and his family, on behalf of the Alliance Party, I wish to extend our condolences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, in the second epistle of Paul to Timothy, we read, "The time of my departure is at hand. I've fought the good fight. I've finished the race. I've kept the faith. From now on, there is laid up for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award me on that day, and not only to me, but to all who crave his appearing." I rise, sir, to pay tribute to a life of public service. Mr Jimmy Spratt faithfully served his constituents as a member of this Assembly, but also he served in the police during some of the darkest days of the Troubles. I recall Jimmy telling me some of the stories of a time that came before I was born, but a dark, dark time for this country. And he served to protect the community in those dark days and during that very difficult time. Jimmy was a firm unionist, and there was no disguising that. He joined the Young Unionists in Monterey as a young man, but went on to serve as a Democratic Unionist councillor, as the Mayor of Castlereagh, as an Assembly member, and as the chair of the Regional Development Committee, as has been said. He was blessed in life to have a loving family, 4 sons, and his wife Linda, and his grandchildren, who would have been such a comfort during the final days of his life. I wish, sir, to place on record my deepest sympathy to them at this very sad time. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to join in the tributes to Jimmy Spratt. He clearly had a very enviable full life of service, and as has been commented, some of that in the police during the darkest of times. And anyone who does that is deserving of the gratitude of us all. And then when it came to his final months and years of life, he showed great stoicism and courage in the manner in which he fought that dreadful disease of cancer, and I think his conduct in that fight was exemplary. And now that he's passed, of course, though his colleagues in this House will miss him, where he will be missed most is with his family and his wife and sons and extended family. And so to them, I wish to extend my sincere condolences, and to his political party, where he was held in high regard and will be deeply missed. But above all, it is his family who will miss him. And so I join in the condolences and expressions of sympathy to them. Thank you.
Call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I just wanted to say a few words, having had the privilege of serving on the policing board with Jimmy Spratt, and I can relate to the First Minister's comments about his mischievous sense of humour, because many's the time he would have tipped me a wink before he started to wind up some senior police officers at the board in terms of his questioning and probing. But I just wanted to pass on my sincere condolences to his wife Linda and his sons. Funerals are a very difficult time at the moment when people are ill, family members and friends can't go to give comfort the way that we would have hoped. So my sincere condolences to his family and to his friends and colleagues in the DUP. I always found Jimmy to be a gentleman, and he was quite dapper in his dress, and his sense of humour always appealed to me, and I know that he will be missed by many.
Thank you, and that concludes the tributes. Sorry, bear with me. Sorry, Robin Newton. I call Robin Newton. Apologies for that.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Tributes have rightly been paid to Jimmy Spratt today for his service. It was a privilege to know Jimmy, to be with Jimmy in his political life, and indeed to be with him in the Assembly. We shared membership of the same Democratic Unionist Party branch, and indeed Jimmy was always in attendance before his illness. The funeral service encapsulated, I think, many things about Jimmy, and indeed the speakers today from the First Minister down have encapsulated many of Jimmy's attributes. First of all, I think he was a man of faith. He believed in God, he believed in the Lord Jesus Christ. He believed very much, and it was extremely important to him, his family. And there's no greater pleasure that Jimmy enjoyed than to have his family around him, and in particular his grandchildren. Members have mentioned his service in the RUC. I suppose his life could be summed up in many ways by just that one word, service. Service to his family, service to his employer, the RUC, and more latterly, service to the people of his constituency, and indeed not just his own constituency as an elected representative in the council, but indeed wider afield when he became an MLA in terms of legislation and so on. He served and was proud to serve as the Mayor of Castlereagh Borough Council, as it was then, and indeed, as has been said, took over the leadership role of the City Council of Castlereagh group, DUP group, when Peter Robinson stood down. And my goodness, what a burden that would have been to follow in the footsteps of Peter Robinson. Jimmy did fight a long illness with cancer. He made and was willing to make his points of view known regarding his illness and regarding this pandemic, and appeared on television on a number of occasions to make his points. To Linda, to his 4 sons, and indeed to the wider family. I extend my condolences. And I suppose to Jimmy's life can be summed up in a life well lived.
Thank you, members, and that concludes the tributes to Jimmy Spratt. Members, Karen Mullan has sought leave to present a public petition. Sorry. Karen Mullan has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Karen Mullan.
For tabling this petition. Today, I bring forward an online petition for a detox centre and centre of excellence for addiction in Derry and Strabane District Council area, signed by over 9,000 people. On this International Women's Day, I present this petition on behalf of a very brave and inspirational young woman, Tamsin White, who recently lost her mother, Louise, to a long battle against alcohol addiction. Louise was only 40 years of age. She was a mother to 3 beautiful daughters, Tamsin, 18, and 2 younger girls, Farah and Lola May. Louise was also a much-loved daughter, sister, aunt and friend. Ciancola, yet again, because of addiction in all her family, has lost a loved one with what should have been her whole life in front of her. This has been a campaign and a clearly identified need in Derry for many years. I, along with many citizens of Derry, are calling on the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to listen and make plans for the delivery of these much-needed services for many suffering families and individuals. New Decade, New Approach clearly states additional funding to support an addiction centre in Derry. This is a clear commitment that all parties in the Executive signed up to in January 2020. I and other MLAs for Foyle have raised this issue in this Assembly and will continue to do so. I am sure that every member sitting in this Assembly today knows of a relative, friend or colleague who is or has battled with addiction. Addiction is no longer an affliction that brings shame on a family or a community. It is a disease, like many others, that we as a society battle with every day of the week. So we need to ensure that we as legislators and government provide the services and treatments that our citizens need and deserve. It may be too late for Louise, but it's not too late for many others, and I would appeal on behalf of Tamsin, let this commitment that we all made last January not be another false dawn. Derry and the people of the North West region needs this service, and we need it now. Finally, I appeal to Minister Swan to give this issue his immediate and serious attention and deliver the Detox Centre of Excellence that was promised in New Decade, New Approach, and to keep his offer to meet with Tamsin. Thank you.
In light of social distancing, I would ask the member to remain in their place and make arrangements to submit the petition to my office later. I thank the member for bringing this motion and this petition to the attention of the Assembly. Once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister of Health and send a copy along to the committee also. So I thank the member. Moving on to matter of the day, Mr Declan McAleer has been given leave to make a statement on withdrawal agreement grace periods, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continue to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I would remind members that I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Declan McAleer.
Thank you, Concordia, for this opportunity to raise this matter, this very important matter of the day here this morning. I want to just pick up in terms of effectively the sole run by the Minister here to order the stopping of the construction of the ports, and indeed the decision by the British Government to unpick aspects of the withdrawal agreement, doing it unilaterally and outside the partnership and the agreed intergovernmental arrangements that they have with the EU. That is bad business. It's contravention of an international agreement, and I do believe that it will have a bad impact on our businesses here and on our international reputation as a region to do business with. Unfortunately, the need for checks has arisen as a result of Brexit and the divergence of the UK from the EU. If we didn't have any divergence, we wouldn't have any checks. You know, the majority of people of the North recognised that and wanted to remain. This party wanted to remain. The majority of this House wanted to remain, but that didn't happen. The backstop was also rubbish as well, which could have prevented checks happening. So we've ended up now with this, the protocol, the withdrawal agreement, and now we have the situation whereby the British want to unpick parts of that international agreement, and indeed the Minister here, Gordon Lyons, the Derry Minister, going on a solar run and ordering the stopping of the construction of the port facilities, a decision which he did not run by the committee nor by his senior officials who are now seeking legal advice on the matter. In terms of the economic impact, the economic importance of our ports here is absolutely huge. In Belfast alone, there's 550,000 freight trips across the Irish Sea last year. 70% of trade with Britain from the north goes through Belfast. But to make the decision around the ports and indeed around tweaking aspects of the protocol outside this agreed intergovernmental arrangement, again, I say, is very bad business and represents bad faith. I will say, turning again to the ports point, that Derry have been preparing the ports from the command paper began last year. The contracts were awarded in October. Contractors have been awarded this contract. Derry is now negotiating with CBD to see what the status of those are now, because those contracts are now in place. I do accept that there was implementation issues at the outset in January, but the message that we're certainly getting through the committee that things are improving, the Trader Support Service is improving, businesses are they're getting used to the common health entry documents. There's still some issues to deal with. There's 57,000 units passed through the ports there since began. So what businesses are calling for is calm heads. They're calling for a clear plan. The revocation of Article 16, they don't want the prospects for World Trade Organization rules going on. So just the decision by the Minister here and by the British Government has potential to have a huge impact on our local businesses.
Time's up.
It's important we raise that here this morning.
Call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think it's important to start from first principles. We do not, have not, will not and never will consent to the provisions contained within the withdrawal agreement. Extending grace periods is, insofar as it goes, perhaps positive, but it's not enough. The protocol should be abolished and consigned to the waste paper bin where it belongs. Frankly, I find it bizarre to have elected members of this House taking to their feet to demand that their constituents be punished, to demand the provisions that make it harder to establish a business, that make it harder to trade, should be, what was the phrase, rigorously implemented. Now, it is for those parties who argued in favour of the protocol to justify that to their constituents, to justify why they are in favour of barriers to the biggest market that we have, which is the UK domestic market. And I think that the only conclusion that people will come to in relation to that issue is that the pro-protocol parties place a higher fealty and allegiance to the European Union than they do to serving the interests of their own constituents. The idea of the European Union is more important to those parties who argue in favour of this protocol than actually making life better for their constituents. Having spent 4 years demanding these provisions and demanding their rigorous implementation, some, at least, had the political nous to try and backpedal from some of it in terms of, oh, these are just teething problems. That was the argument that was being used. But when when issues like this are raised, it's quite apparent that rigorous implementation is the position of the pro-protocol parties. And what does that mean? It means it's more difficult to start a business, it's more difficult to trade, it's more difficult to engage in economic activity that would benefit the community. So for members opposite to argue that this is a good thing for Northern Ireland, I just think that that doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all, and people can see that. The member who spoke prior to me mentioned the need for cool heads. Could I suggest to him that he visit Ivey House and suggest cool heads to the Foreign Minister of the Irish Republic. Mr Coveney's contribution in the media over the course of the last week does not demonstrate a cool head approach. Quite the contrary, in fact. Some could say he is deliberately inflaming the situation. I want to finish by congratulating my executive colleague Gordon Lyons on the action that he has taken. It is reflective of the fact that the Unionist community in Northern Ireland will never, ever consent to live under this protocol.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm glad this matter has been brought to the Assembly today. Just to answer the previous point that was made, the people of Northern Ireland did not vote for Brexit in the first place. What we have is a set of arrangements which reflects our unique status. People can constantly bang the table, constantly gin up anger about the protocol, but if they don't address the basic reality, the basic starting principle that hard Brexit, leaving the single market and customs union, creates the need for a threshold between the European single market of £500 million and the UK market, then we won't get anywhere. Those realities exist. They've been created by the UK government, by successive UK governments, and I'm afraid I have to say it since the member opposite decided to turn it in to a political slanging match enabled by the Democratic Unionist Party, who held the balance of power at Westminster for 2.5 years. Let me also say, in relation to the grace periods, Mr Speaker, no one would oppose the fact of businesses having more time to prepare, except two things. One, we on this side of the chamber, indeed others who voted for the motion, put down a motion, multiple motions in this Assembly last year to give businesses more time to prepare, to call for the transition period to be extended. That's exactly what we asked for. And I'm afraid both the UUP, the DUP and the TUV voted against that. They literally voted against more time for businesses to prepare. On the specific extension of the grace periods that's happened, as I said, businesses are struggling, have been struggling to deal with changes that were forced through at very short notice. But, as the previous speaker said, it's, I'm afraid, exaggeration and distortion to claim that the world is falling down around us. These are very difficult changes, some of them, both in terms of north-south and also east-west trade, but businesses are coming to terms with them. The way to go about securing easements, the way to go about making the protocol work is not through constant provocation and threat, as the new UK Minister seeks to want to do. That will only put Northern Ireland in the middle of a very difficult relationship between the UK and EU. That's not in anyone's interests. I heard the First Minister over the weekend say that she'd heard business groups welcoming the extension of the grace periods. That's true. Several business groups have welcomed it. They've also said they didn't want it to happen like this because they know the damage it will do to UK-EU relationships. And if you can find a single business group who wants the protocol to be junked, to be walked away from, then bring them here. I'd love to hear from them. What I hear from businesses, what I hear from people is that they want certainty and stability, and I'm afraid the constant ramping up of tension, whether in London or in Belfast, isn't doing anyone any good. We need to make this work, and it can work for the benefit of all our citizens. We are a unique place and a unique society, and there's no getting away from that. We have to make this work and make it work properly.
Thank you. And I call Roy Beggs.
Mr Speaker, the Northern Ireland Protocol is adversely affecting many businesses, particularly smaller businesses who are being overloaded by the bureaucracy, and many of their suppliers in GB are no longer supplying them. That's the reality of what's happening. Prices are increasing. There's been a total ban on many goods coming into Northern Ireland. Our garden centres can't even order plants. British soil is not deemed to be acceptable here. And on the 1st of April, new restrictions on parcels coming into Northern Ireland. Virtually every online retailer would be adversely affected going forward. The Permanent Secretary of Derry just last week indicated that 20% of all the documentary inspections in the entire EU were happening because of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and that this was about to increase significantly on the 1st of April when this so-called grace period was due to come to an end. So Northern Ireland would face a similar amount of checks as the entire rest of the EU. This is a bureaucratic nightmare that the EU has introduced affecting Northern Ireland, and they need to get real and stop trying to impose such ridiculous conditions. And why some other parties want to have barriers to trade, I do not know. The grace period, the first so-called grace period was due to end the 1st of April. There's another one on the 1st of July and another one on the 1st of December. Huge problems for businesses and trade. And the EU has been dithering in recognising these. Let's remember, if a company wants something delivered in 3 weeks' time, they need to order it sometimes with several weeks lead time, and then there's the distribution beyond it. So the EU has been too slow to get rid of their ridiculous procedures, and I fully understand and I'm pleased that the United Kingdom's government has acted. The EU has introduced disproportionate procedures that they need to protect their single market. Where's the unfettered access that's been granted to Northern Ireland? They have certainly not introduced a light touch system. It must be one of the most bureaucratic systems that's ever been thought about. And they have actually absolutely no regard for the joint nature of the Belfast Agreement and the impact that their proposal is having on the Unionist opinion. They say they've introduced what they've done to protect the agreement. What they've done is disrupting the Northern Ireland economy, disrupting trade. It is actually making Unionists very, very concerned about the current political status, which they have changed without their permission. And so I fully understand why the British government has done it. But what we don't want is just a removal of the grace period. The Northern Ireland Protocol has to go, and let something be introduced which can give a degree of protection to Europe that, as it says it needs, but without this bureaucratic nightmare that's been introduced.
Thank you. And I call Stewart Dickson.
Mr Speaker. The Alliance Party supports the extension of the current grace periods for Irish sea border checks. But very serious concern remains over the way in which the UK government has unilaterally acted to extend them rather than to achieve to work with the EU. This is a matter of serious concern. It's even sadder here today to hear that there are those voices who welcome the breach of an international agreement. They need to stop and think what they've just said. They're welcoming a breach of the law by a government whose international reputation will undoubtedly be damaged by their actions. That has already been highlighted from the United States of America and others. What the government should be doing is taking this time to achieve sustainable long-term solutions and mitigations in relation to the operation of the protocol. So for my party, the priority should be the conclusion of bespoke UK-EU agreements, veterinary agreements in this particular case, something along the style of the Swiss model, and indeed extending upon that. So while this announcement of an extension of grace periods might superficially be attractive in the short term, it has very serious long-term consequences. Breaking the law, and particularly international law, always has. It will bring further disruption to the United Kingdom. Businesses in Northern Ireland want and require stability and legal certainty. The actions of the government and the actions of those who rail against the protocol are doing the very opposite. They're destabilising business, and they're bringing legal uncertainty to the situation. But Northern Ireland is not alone in this, because the damage will also happen to the rest of the United Kingdom. We too often look at ports like Larne and Belfast and Warren Point and jump up and down when ministers make decisions about what they want to do here. But we should also be looking to ports in England and how they relate to across the continent, because they're suffering equal and similar problems, all brought about by the pig-headedness of the United Kingdom government when it came to its negotiations. Any punishment of businesses, Mr Speaker, sits entirely at the feet of those that sold Brexit and defeated the backstop when it came to parliamentary decision. Thank you.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker. And here we go yet again, discussing the impact of Brexit, when many of us knew that it was, I would say all of us knew, that it was going to bring no benefits and certainly no settlement for Northern Ireland. When we hear that businesses are adversely impacted by the protocol, the question needs to be asked, businesses were going to be impacted no matter what the arrangement. So this isn't about where the border is, if you want to stand up for businesses, because if it was a land or a sea border, businesses are still going to be affected. So we need to acknowledge that that argument is a party political one and not one that is set up for helping any businesses. Brexit is bad for Northern Ireland, and the protocol is the minimum standards to protect us against the harshest outcome of Boris Johnson's hard Brexit that he sought. And any solution for issues arising because of the protocol need to be sorted out with the Joint Committee. And nobody in this House should be fooled that either the EU or the UK government are looking to the best outcomes of Northern Ireland when they're rolling out the programme for Brexit. That's just not the reality, because every which way Northern Ireland is set to be harmed. Boris Johnson has even told in a letter, should we be reminded, to Donald Tusk that the UK supports a backstop that applies unless and until something better is found. Now, those opposing Brexit, those opposing the protocol, those opposing where we are today, those bringing judicial reviews to our courts, need to step up and start telling us what is better. Because I want to hear it, businesses want to hear it, and people want to hear it. And when I listened to my colleague from South Belfast, Christopher Stalford, who's unfortunately left the chamber, saying that we need to step up and represent businesses and people, does he need to be reminded that South Belfast unanimously, over 70%, rejected Brexit? Where was his representation then? This needs to be solved within the Joint Committee. We need to absolutely acknowledge that there is no good outcome for Northern Ireland, and that in mitigating what we have and what we will continue to see, that it needs to be firmly put within the joint committees, and that the EU and the UK government need to step up and start looking after the interests of Northern Ireland rather than their own agendas.
Thank you. And I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Northern Ireland unionism is a broad church, both communal and political. It has many opinions, differing on many issues. But one thing that it stands in absolute unison on, that this Northern Ireland Protocol must go. It's in conflict with the economic, political and peace settlement in Northern Ireland. Extended grace periods are to be welcomed by the simple fact that they give some certainty immediately to businesses who indeed called for them. It allows the government to pursue urgently the replacement of the Northern Ireland Protocol. But let's be clear, tinkering and small fixes and grace periods which will kick a can down the road simply won't be good enough. Real solutions are needed, and that starts with the heart of the issue, which is the replacement of the Northern Ireland Protocol. It has caused political and economic instability in Northern Ireland. Let's look at economic. It is bad for business. It has placed trade impediments with our largest market, that being the internal market of the United Kingdom. When I hear members in this House asking for businesses to come forward that don't agree with this protocol, they obviously don't want to listen, because concerns have been placed on record from dead dot on this protocol. They are worried about their business and their ability to trade with their own internal market of the United Kingdom. Political. Well, I have heard many members in this House, notably the proponents of the protocol, talk about the Belfast Good Friday Agreement being the peace settlement upon which the current Northern Ireland operates today. But they were silent when, via the means of the protocol, the government used the very agreement in which they champion in this House. They removed the very safeguard for the unionist community, that being the principle of consent, and they didn't even bat an eyelid. They don't want to listen to unionist concerns. It's an anathema to them. But I can tell you very clearly here today, Mr Speaker, that there's a great deal of unease in our community today because of the violation that the protocol has caused to the Northern Ireland peace settlement. The EU threatening legal action against Her Majesty's Government when it is in fact they who have altered the terms in which many members in this House claim is the settlement upon Northern Ireland in which it is governed today. But all of this seems to be irrelevant to the very pawns of the European Union that sit in this House pontificating about how Europe have our best interests at heart. They don't recognise the fact that there is two communities in Northern Ireland and another, and one, that being the Unionist community, sees this as a direct violation of their rights as equal members of the United Kingdom, and that has to be addressed. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Jim Allister.
Mr Speaker, when even grace periods which are designed to ameliorate some of the harsher edges for some time of the protocol, when even those grace periods provoke the fury of Sinn Féin and other protocol parties, then it is abundantly clear to many in our community that those parties care nothing about the people of Northern Ireland or the businesses of Northern Ireland. Not only do they demand rigorous implementation of the protocol, but they demand more rigorous pain for the people of Northern Ireland, more rigorous pain for our consumers, more rigorous destruction of our businesses. And that, I think, tells us a great deal about the protocol parties and where their sympathies and their priorities lie. But let's be very clear. Derogations, easements, grace periods in their own place may contribute something, but they do nothing to address the core issue. The core issue of the protocol is a constitutional issue. It is the fact that Northern Ireland has been abandoned to a foreign customs union code, to a foreign single market for goods, to a foreign VAT regime, all overseen by foreign laws and administered ultimately by a foreign court. That is a transfer of sovereignty. And I am staggered that in this House, those who proclaim themselves as Democrats, Sinn Féin, Alliance, SDLP, the Greens, that they're totally complacent with the fact that now 2/3 almost of the laws that govern our economy are not made in Belfast, are not made in London, but are made in Brussels. Laws into which we have no contribution, over which we can have no say, laws which we do not pass, and yet those who call themselves Democrats are silent. That is the essence, that is the nub of the obscenity of the protocol, that constitutional change that denies the people of Northern Ireland, through their elected representatives, any say over all those laws that govern our daily lives. And if people are Democrats at all, then they should be up in arms about the denial of human rights involved in that, the denial of political rights involved in that, in the fact that we are now governed by foreigners.
Members, time's up.
Our laws are not made here, are not made in London, but are made in Brussels, and yet those who sit here cheer that on. Shame on them.
And that concludes the discussion on the matter of the day. Members, next item of business. The next item on the order paper is a motion on Standing Order 34. As this is only the second time that the Assembly has considered such a motion, I will explain the procedure. Standing Order 34(5) restricts the debate to 2 speakers. Only the mover of the motion and a member who opposes it may make brief statements. I have ruled that the time limit for these statements will be 5 minutes each, as was the case on the first occasion. Standing Order 34 also states that after both statements have been made, the question must be put without further debate. Members should not try to make interventions, and I will not take any points of order until this item is concluded. The motion does not require cross-community support. Clerk, please read the motion.
that the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission be asked to advise whether the Severe Fetal Impairment Abortion Amendment Bill is compatible with human rights.
And I call Ms Paula Bradshaw to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. You will have 5 minutes to propose the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm particularly grateful on International Women's Day to those women who have campaigned so courageously for women's rights. The proposer of the bill argues fundamentally that the current regulations are discriminatory and therefore a breach of human rights under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disability 2006 and the Disability Discrimination Act 1995. Since it is entirely right to establish what these rights are and to legislate accordingly, it is essential before proceeding with the legislation to explore the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission's view on whether the bill is compatible with human rights obligations and if Northern Ireland may currently be in breach of the Convention with regard to the rights of the unborn child. All human rights are balanced, Mr Speaker, and it should be noted that the chair of the Convention, Theresa Dickson, herself in 2008 said, "Disability rights and gender equality are two components of the same human rights standard and they should not be construed as conflicting." She also noted that using the Convention in any effort to restrict or prohibit access to safe abortion, and I quote, "constitutes a misinterpretation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability." The question arises as to how the Convention should be interpreted in this regard. One further UN Convention is of relevance to this bill, as it specifically seeks to amend regulations arising from the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1979 and applied in the United Kingdom since 1986. With reference to the report of the inquiry concerning the United Kingdom under Article 8 of the Optional Protocol to CEDAW, the CEDAW report, in 2018. To be compatible with international human rights standards, therefore, members will want to be assured that the amendments to the relevant regulations proposed in this bill are compatible with the recommendations to the CEDAW report as contained in paragraphs 85 and 86 and as explicitly required in Westminster legislation. Mr Speaker, could you ask the gentleman to stop speaking behind my back? Thank you. The Northern Ireland Executive Formations etc. Act 2019 is specific at sections 9(1) in requiring the Secretary of State to ensure the implementations of paragraphs 85 and 86. Paragraph 85(3) directly addresses the balance of rights in this legislation. It requires legislation to allow access to abortion in the case of severe fetal impairment, including fetal abnormality, without perpetuating stereotypes towards persons with disabilities and ensuring appropriate ongoing support, social and financial, for women who decide to carry such pregnancies to term. As such, it needs to be noted this piece of legislation does not distinguish between severe and fatal, but they do require the ending of stereotypes and ongoing social and financial support for women who decide to carry such pregnancies to term. It is right to seek advice on exactly how this is to be understood in terms of the international human rights obligations arising from it. Members may also welcome advice on the human rights implications of the Supreme Court judgment of 7th of June 2018, even though it was at the time obiter dicta, as this was endorsed by the High Court in Belfast in October 2019, and it clarified that incompatibility of the then existing law on abortion in Northern Ireland with human rights obligations. Moreover, members may welcome advice on any potential implications for economic and social rights arising as an unintended consequence of this bill. This motion is not a commentary on the intention of the bill, which provides for a welcome discussion on how best to ensure the ongoing support for women to take babies to term if available, as well as around the urgent need to stop the perpetuation of stigma around conditions such as Down syndrome. Rather, it is a request for clarity on the best way to ensure that disability rights and gender equality are treated and advanced in legislation and public policy as part of the same internationally recognised human rights standards. In closing, Mr Speaker, it is appropriate on this day to note that women's rights are central to this issue. This question is how they are to be interpreted. We should never underestimate how important that is. In addition to the lack of support for women throughout their lives who do choose to carry pregnancies to term in the event of a diagnosis of severe impairment, there is clear evidence that the impact of female-specific health conditions such as heavy menstrual bleeding, endometriosis and pregnancy-related issues on women's life, including on workforce participation, productivity and years lived in good health, is overlooked. Furthermore, since the bill is predicated on disability rights, it is to be hoped that this motion will have the full support of the Assembly.
Time's up.
And that the advice of the Human Rights Commission can be provided promptly. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. Now, could I just clarify, Mr Allister, are you seeking to oppose the motion? I call Jim Allister. The member has 5 minutes to oppose.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There is such a compelling irony in someone rising in this House to invoke the cause of human rights in order to protect the bringing of death to the womb. The unborn should be in the safest possible place when they're in the womb. And yet abortion, of course, makes it the most dangerous place for some. And then to suggest that it's somehow one should invoke the issue of human rights in order to protect the bringing of death to the womb is not just absurd, but an irony beyond description. And an irony which is added to by the very bringing of this motion in circumstances where it makes no difference. A motion under Standing Order 34 will not stop the second stage of this debate, will not, if the House approves the second stage of this debate, cause it to be stopped from proceeding to committee stage, will not bring into play views which otherwise would not be heard, because every bill that comes to this House, and particularly one of this nature, as of right and of necessity, will go to the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission for their views as a consultee. So here we have a motion demanding that something that will inevitably have to happen anyway should be done. It really is such empty grandstanding to bring a motion such as this. Human Rights Commission will be consulted. They will have their say. It doesn't take Ms Bradshaw to bring a motion to cause them to have their say. So it really is grandstanding of a particular nature to bring this motion on this occasion. And I think when you add to that the invocation of the very notion of human rights in the context of bringing death to human beings, it is quite out of place.
Thank you, members. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And again, I share the concerns of the previous member regarding the grandstanding nature of this. The Speaker will know that the Health Committee has already requested the views of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, which my party supported, and it does beg the question why the member felt it necessary to bring the motion to the House today. But can the Speaker confirm the Human Rights Commission automatically receives all legislation introduced to this Assembly as a statutory consultee, and furthermore, the passing of this motion has no impact on the bill proceeding to second stage debate?
I thank the member for his point of order. I mean, I've already made it very clear that the Human Rights Commission are advised of every bill which comes to this chamber immediately after its tabling. So the Human Rights Commission was advised of this bill on the afternoon that was had first reading in the chamber. Okay.
Further to that point of order, could you also clarify that it will have no effect on moving to the second stage debate?
It won't have any effect on the timing of the bill coming to the second stage. That's correct. what it, I suppose, does do in one sense is that whereas the Human Rights Commission are a formal statutory consultee, and I've no doubt that they will make their contribution to this particular debate in the Chamber in due course, under the Standing Order 34 action, then once the Human Rights Commission provide a document, they provide it to the Speaker, and then the Speaker will make sure that that's delivered to every member of the Assembly. Thank you. I just ask members to take a read for a few moments, please. Point of order, Jim Allister.
Just in case, Mr Speaker, you're about to vacate the chair, this is a matter I think I should raise while you're in the chair. Maybe you're not vacating the chair, but could I ask you, Mr Speaker, to convey to the Assembly Commission, which you chair, the very great hurt and anxiety caused to innocent victims by the refusal of the Commission, the callous refusal of the Commission, because of the Sinn Féin veto, to allow the illumination of Parliament buildings on Thursday night, when we have an international day that marks the sufferings of innocent victims of terrorism. Could you please convey that to the Commission?
Well, the member will know that as you have drawn attention to the fact that I do chair the Assembly Commission, but I have no vote on the Assembly Commission. As the member also was aware, I take no part in the decision making. I will say that, and I put this on the record, that even though I have not put a single proposal to the Commission over this past period of time in respect of any particular request, the Assembly Commission has considered these matters quite intensively, in fact, for quite a while, and I am quite pleased that my own office, my own advisor, has been key to discussing with the members of the Commission around these issues. So I don't accept that the Commission acted callously. The member has made a point on the record. It's not a point of order, as the member will know. Nevertheless, you have made your point in the Chamber, and I'm sure those who may wish to listen to that will do so if they so desire. Thank you. Further to that point of order, Mr O'Dowd.
Mr Speaker, there's a growing trend within the Chamber to abuse standing orders and raising a point of order. And this is a classic example of it. But could the Speaker undertake to look at how members use points of order in the Chamber?
I mean, I try to give latitude to people when they're raising matters of importance to all members. But I do think that on occasions that has been abused and misused. So, I mean, if I have to restrict the points of order or cut them off at an earlier point, I will not hesitate to do that. And there are one or two members who want to make sure they get their voice on the record, and that's fine, but you can do it outside of the Chamber if it's not a point of order. So I do try to give people as much latitude as at all possible, but my patience does be tried occasionally. I've asked members just to take a raise for another moment. Thank you. The next item of business on the order paper is the first stage of a health and social care bill. I call the Minister of Health.
Mr Speaker, I beg to introduce the health and social care bill.
Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to dissolve the Regional Health and Social Care Board to make provision for and in connection with the exercise by the Department of Health and Health and Social Care Trusts of the functions of the board and for connected purposes.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Thank you. Members, take your ease, please. Point of order, Jim Allister.
As we approach the consideration stage of the bill, the budget bill, could I ask you, Mr Speaker, to confirm that a budget bill is no different from any other bill in terms of it being subject to amendment, and that pursuant to Standing Order 38, if a bill can be amended, provided the amendment is relevant to the provisions of the bill and not in conflict with the principle of the bill as agreed at the second stage. Could I therefore express disappointment that amendments I tabled to bring into the budget bill some provision to allow some grants in respect of the Northern Ireland centenary, which amazingly was totally absent from the bill, that such amendments are not to be debated? Did they offend Standing Order 38?
The member is straying into well beyond what is supposed to be a point of order, and I would remind the member that it's not an order to challenge rulings of the Speaker, who in this case has determined, following appropriate advice from officials, that there have been no amendments selected. Thank you. The next item of business is a motion from the... Consideration stage of the budget bill, and I call the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to move the bill.
Concordia, I move that the consideration stage of the Budget Bill 2021 is now taken.
And no amendments have been selected for debate. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group the 8 clauses of the bill for the question on stand part, followed by the 4 schedules and the long title. And the question is that clauses 1 to 8 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do the ayes have it? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that schedules 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes consideration stage of the budget bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. Members, take your ease for a moment, please.
Thank you, members. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Justice to extend the committee stage of a bill. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33(4), the period referred to in Standing Order 33(2) be extended to 10th of December 2021 in relation to the committee stage of the Protection from Stalking Bill, NIA Bill 14/17-22.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice to move the motion.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Mr Paul Given, to open the debate on this motion.
The committee stage of the Protection from Stalking Bill began on the 9th of February 2021. The bill contains 20 clauses divided into 3 parts, and its primary objective is to improve the operation of the justice system by creating a specific new offence of stalking that recognises the experience of victims and the behaviour associated with stalking. It also creates an offence of threatening and abusive behaviour which can be triggered by a single incident. Both these offences have stronger and more appropriate penalties that will provide better protection than under the current harassment legislation and reflect the seriousness of the crimes. There is also important provision within the bill for special measures for all victims of stalking when giving evidence together with stalking protection orders. Critically, the onus will be on the police rather than the victim to apply for these orders, and they will enable the police to proactively intervene, disrupt stalking behaviours before they escalate, and protect victims when there is immediate risk to them. To assist its scrutiny of the bill, the committee has issued a call for evidence through media notices in the main newspapers and the Assembly website, and has also written to a wide range of key stakeholders and organisations seeking views and comments, and we expect significant interest. Despite the current COVID-19 restrictions impacting on Assembly business and the continued need to adhere to social distancing, the committee intends to undertake detailed scrutiny of the bill and will take oral evidence on the key issues brought to our attention to ensure the legislation is as robust and effective as possible and any current legislative gaps are fully addressed. The committee is particularly keen to hear from victims of stalking behaviour on their experiences and their views of the bill. Stalking is a fixated, obsessive, unwanted and repeated behaviour which often escalates quickly and can be terrifying for victims. The effect of such crimes is clear, can have a profound and lasting impact on victims and cannot be minimised in any way. It is essential they have a voice in shaping this legislation. At the committee meeting on the 25th of February, the committee discussed the timetable for this bill and agreed to seek an extension to the committee stage until the 10th of December 2021. This timeframe is necessary to provide the committee with the time to undertake the scrutiny in relation to the stalking bill that I have just outlined, and to also provide maximum flexibility to complete the committee stage of the other bills that are already with the Justice Committee or will be referred to it in the near future. This bill and the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill are both with the committee at present. In addition, the second stage of the Damages Return on Investment Bill is scheduled for tomorrow and therefore could be with the committee by Wednesday. According to the legislative timetable previously provided by the Department of Justice, the Justice Miscellaneous Provisions Bill is also due to be introduced this month. This will be a large bill covering a disparate range of policy areas into which the Department has already indicated further provisions will be added by way of amendments during its passage through the Assembly. The committee will therefore have 4 bills to manage over coming months. Given the limited time until the end of this Assembly mandate, it will not be possible for the committee to undertake work on each bill sequentially. Work on the bills will also have to be balanced with other work that the committee is required to complete and issues that arise unexpectedly. When I spoke during the second stage debate, I highlighted the pressing need for this legislation to provide the necessary tools for the criminal justice agencies to tackle stalking behaviour, take into account patterns of such behaviour over time and bring the perpetrators to justice. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, I can assure the House that the committee will endeavour to finish the committee stage of the Protection from Stalking Bill earlier if that is possible. However, the extension until the 10th of December provides us with the required maximum flexibility to manage the heavy legislative programme that we have to complete and to prioritise work on particular bills at certain times if that is necessary. So I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. I call Ms Linda Dillon.
And just to concur with the remarks of the Chair of the Committee, we support the extension. However, I would like to add in that, and it is prudent of the committee to ask for the extension. We will need it, there's no doubt, because this is a very important bill. There are quite a number of clauses in it, and if the domestic abuse bill is anything to go by, the committee will have some suggestions, and hopefully good and positive suggestions in relation to the bill. But I would like to point out that the committee will endeavour to complete the committee process of this bill with as great urgency as we possibly can, because we want to see this in place. It's important. We've already, and I'm quite sure the Chair and others in the committee and other MLAs across this House are in the same position, where we've been lobbied within our constituency offices because people are currently suffering as a result of stalking behaviour, and we don't have the correct legislation in order to be able to protect those people. So it is important that we get this through the committee stage and through this House as quickly as possible. However, it has to be right. It's extremely important that what legislation we do put in place, that we get it right and that we ensure it is given the optimum opportunity for scrutiny, but also the optimum opportunity for those stakeholders to ensure that they have their say and they get the opportunity to come to the committee and make sure that what we're putting in place is right for those that are at the centre of this, and that is the victims. So it's important that the legislation is right, but also as speedy as is humanly possible.
Thank you. I call Ms Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And just to also concur and support the Chair and the Deputy Chair's words on this matter, it is the SDLP are supportive of this extension, and whilst we quite rightly have very stringent process in terms of building up of legislation, members of this House will know that the consultation with stakeholders begins almost prior to any suggestion of a bill coming forward, and I know that work is ongoing across with different stakeholders and different committee members. And I too would agree with the words that we do need to bring this obviously as quickly to the table and bring it to the stage where it is an act. But we must do that responsibly, and we must do that in a way that we know will have absolute effect for those people who are really struggling with this terrible and really difficult to live with act that is stalking. And the more I learn about it, the more disturbing it is to see how people try to function through a daily life while stalkers are in their midst, and maybe some not even aware of it for some time. So I just want to concur with the words that have been spoken in the House today, and put on record that I will be working with members to try and make a swift work of this piece of legislation. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. No other members indicated to me that they wish to speak, so I ask the Chair of the Justice Committee to wind on the motion.
Concur with the comments from Sinead and from Linda. The committee will expedite its role as quickly and efficiently as possible. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee on Procedures to amend the standing orders. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That the motion to amend standing orders of the Assembly as agreed on the order paper be agreed.
Thank you. I call Ms Carol Nichola to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call Ms Carol Nichola to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Committee of Procedures, I am pleased to bring this motion to the House today, which proposes amending Standing Order 112. Standing Order 112 is part of the current temporary measures in place to facilitate Assembly business during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. It relates to the deadline for notice for a member wishing to proxy their vote on a particular sitting day. Currently, Standing Order 12(8) states, notice under paragraph 3 must be given to the Speaker's office not later than 9:30 a.m. on the sitting day, or as the case may be the first sitting day on which M intends P to vote on M's behalf. When the committee agreed a range of new and temporary standing orders to facilitate a continuation of Assembly business in March 2020, one of the most important considerations in agreeing the temporary provisions around voting was the need to maintain social distancing in the chamber and lobbies. Standing Order 112, which introduces proxy voting arrangements, was designed with this consideration in mind and to stop a large number of members passing through the confined space of one of the lobbies during a division. At the end of last year, the committee discussed the continuing pressures on plenary business, including the need and subsequent legal requirement to self-isolate in certain circumstances. During the discussions at committee, concerns were raised that, under the current arrangements, a member in attendance in Parliament buildings who had chosen not to nominate a proxy to vote on their behalf and who then received notification to self-isolate after 9:30 a.m. would be compelled to leave the building and would be unable to vote on that day. Subsequently, the committee agreed that no member or party should be disadvantaged in that way. The committee agreed that this particular set of circumstances, where current COVID-19 related health regulations compel a member to self-isolate and leave Parliament buildings on a sitting day after the deadline, had not been envisaged, or indeed was not a consideration when Standing Order 112(8) was drafted, agreed by the committee and then introduced by the Assembly. With this in mind, the committee at its meeting on the 16th of December 2020 agreed to consider an amendment to Standing Order 112(8) and sought legal advice on this matter. At its meeting on the 17th of February, the committee received legal advice on the draft amendment and were content that the amendment addressed the committee's concerns and subsequently agreed a draft motion to amend standing orders. The amendment provides that the deadline of 9:30 a.m. to nominate a proxy no longer applies to a member who becomes aware in the course of a sitting day that he or she is required to self-isolate in order to comply with public health regulations or guidance. In these circumstances, a member may give notice to nominate a proxy after 9:30 a.m. However, I think it's important to emphasise that such notice must still be given as soon as possible and, in any event, a reasonable time before any vote on the item or items of business which the notice applies. It will also be necessary in these circumstances for members to inform the Speaker when they became aware that they were required to self-isolate. Members should therefore be in no doubt if they had not given notice in a reasonable time before a vote, it will not be possible for their proxy vote on their behalf on the matter. The position is unavoidable as a period of time is required to carry out necessary administration to enable a proxy vote. So, just for the purposes of clarity, the deadline that is being amended today applies to a member nominating a proxy. Standing orders do not set out a deadline for members who hold proxy votes nominating another member to carry out these functions. However, it is necessary to nominate another if it is ever necessary to nominate another member to carry out these functions, this too will need to happen in a reasonable time before any vote. Should the Assembly agree to amend Standing Order 112(8) today, it is clear that renewed guidance may need to be issued in relation to this change, and I have to that effect written to the Speaker to offer any further information on the committee's deliberations on this matter if it's required. Finally, as I said before in this House, the committee will carry out its role and continue to keep standing orders under review and make amendments when or indeed if required. So therefore, pre Las Concolia, I commend this motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Just to also put on record the SDLP's support for this, in the hope that no member has to use it, and that we are hopefully facing brighter and more positive times, but it is prudent to have it there. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And now to wind on that exhaustive debate, I call Mr Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. As already outlined, this amendment has come to the House today following concerns raised by the committee in relation to Standing Order 112. I'm not going to go over the technical aspects of the proposal, as this has already been covered in the Chair's introduction. However, as a summary, this proposed amendment will allow for a member to nominate a proxy to vote on their behalf after the deadline of 9:30 in specific circumstances of self-isolation after 9:30. and therefore being compelled to leave the building. Where this happens, a member will give notice as soon as possible, and in any event, a reasonable time before the vote on the item of business which the notice applies. The member must also state when they become aware that they are required to self-isolate. The temporary provisions are to ensure that the Assembly and Committee business can continue during the pandemic, and these were agreed by the Assembly in March 2020. This work was necessarily undertaken at pace. The Committee acknowledged at that time that there may be further amendments required in order to enhance the provisions as we take the pathway out of the pandemic. This proposal before the House today is an example of the Committee reviewing the temporary provisions, reacting to the ongoing circumstances and offering proposals where necessary. As explained by the Chairperson, the Committee was concerned that should the situation occur where a member intending to be in the building on a particular sitting day and who then received notification of to self-isolate after 9:30, that member would consequently be compelled to leave the building but would not be able to nominate a proxy to vote on their behalf on that particular day. Today's amendment seeks to address that situation. The other temporary provisions remain as originally introduced, and that there is no specific deadline and standing orders if a member holding proxy votes needs to pass authority to another member. And I do note that Sinead Bradley, the only other person of the committee to speak on this, gave the full support of her party to it, and of course look forward to brighter days as we move out of the pandemic. And I think we would all reiterate those sentiments, that we're all looking for brighter days as we come out of the pandemic. But I wish to remind members that today's proposed amendment is in relation to the temporary provisions and standing orders. However, and as mentioned before the House, the committee is continuing to consider the instances in which proxy votes could be retained on a more permanent basis and how this might be reflected in standing orders. But for today, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. As there are ayes from all sides of the House and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. We will now proceed to the Committee for the Economy Skills Strategy. If members could just take their ease for just a few seconds to allow change at the table. Thank you.
Board of Members, the next item of business is a motion from the Committee for the Economy. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the Committee for the Economy's special report providing evidence from stakeholders to inform the forthcoming skills strategy, supports the development of a cross-departmental and inclusive approach to skills development, recognises the need for collaboration between the public sector, employers, industry and all levels of education to ensure that our people have the right skills and access to lifelong learning, and calls on the Minister for the Economy and her executive colleagues to use this evidence in planning for the new skills strategy.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy to formally move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow 1.5 hours for this debate. You will have 10 minutes to propose and a further 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I now invite you to open the debate on the motion.
And I'm glad to rise to speak as Chair of the Committee for the Economy and move this motion. The Committee has undertaken this mini-inquiry to seek views from a range of stakeholders on what the framework for the new skills strategy should cover both strategically and practically, and has produced this special report highlighting a range of themes. We've met with 50 stakeholders ranging from industry bodies, employers, recruitment specialists, universities and colleges, student reps, the third sector representing people with disabilities, older people and women, social enterprise, trade unions, qualification awarding bodies and government departments. This has afforded us an excellent insight into what the framework for a new skills strategy should be to help rebuild our economy both on a local and global platform. And I'd like to put on record my thanks to those who participated for their time and effort, and the committee staff for their work in organising it and compiling this report. The Department's new skills strategy will be a key driver for economic growth, particularly as we emerge from the COVID-19 crisis, and has the potential to make a vital contribution to the economic recovery and enable us to build resilience into the economy going forward. The strategy's design must support individuals, communities and industries to adapt to the demands of the global economy, as well as meet the changing needs of the local economy. Recent research has highlighted that over a third of adults here say they have not taken part in learning since leaving full-time education, which is much higher than the percentage in England, Scotland or Wales. Stakeholders have spoken passionately to us about building a culture of lifelong learning, where there are lifelong learning opportunities for all. This may or may not involve formal qualifications, but will certainly benefit workers in terms of confidence, resilience, setting personal goals and contributing both to their employer but also to their families and local communities. There is no doubt that this will require further investment and a range of delivery channels, including within the community, at universities, further education colleges, and also driven by employers who can co-design this learning to improve both profitability and employee well-being. We have been urged to ensure that there is a focus on delivering a skills-for-all approach. To do this, the strategy must be inclusive and provide support mechanism to help people of all abilities have access to rewarding work where they continually build their resilience, confidence and deliver great benefits for employers. We should push forward a targeted plan to help families who face intergenerational low educational attainment and worklessness to help build confidence. We need to give them the financial and emotional support required to get into the kind of work which is rewarding but also provides opportunities for training and advancement in their chosen field. Our workforce needs to be offered flexibility in how they jointly with employers develop responsive and productive businesses. For a long time, people with disabilities, older people, women, carers and other disadvantaged groups have struggled to participate to their full potential in the labour market. Therefore, conditions need to be flexible and we need sectoral agreement between government, employers and unions for the likes of childcare and payment of benefits while learning. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted skills areas where there are gaps, particularly in digital skills and STEM qualifications. We need to turn our attention to providing an incentive to bridge the gaps by making sure people know about the opportunities out there. This is where enhanced career services fits in, giving advice to people of all ages about what they could become involved in. There are many citizens with excellent transferable skills who could easily move into new sectors and have lots to offer employers. We have heard particularly about older people who by necessity continue to work and those who have been made redundant in certain sectors heavily affected by the pandemic. Employers tell us they are looking for particular soft skills such as communication, creativity and problem solving. They may be able to train people who have these skills to become successful employees, making very valuable contributions in a global market. We want to see these people having the opportunity to reskill and upskill to achieve their potential. A vital ingredient will be ensuring government investment in helping particularly SMEs to establish learning and development programmes for staff to develop and upskill. We need greater investment in training to develop junior members of staff into middle managers and future leaders, and this will require access to courses in management, leadership and enterprise skills. There are many different issues connected with closing the skills deficits identified, as well as ensuring that our people and communities are equipped with the skills and capabilities that will bring them satisfying, well-paid, worthwhile work with support and pathways for continued professional and other development throughout their working lives. The committee has heard calls from many stakeholders for the delivery of a skills strategy to address skills gaps, promote entrepreneurship, increase productivity and reduce unemployment. As industry has alerted us to a shortage of skills in STEM subjects, we need to address this and promote them to potential employees, particularly women who remain underrepresented in many STEM subjects and careers. In terms of what government can do better, stakeholders have asked us to ensure the skills strategy, the upcoming 14 to 19 review and the 20 to 24 strategy are well connected and that they don't operate in silos. They must be part of a broader goal to encourage higher productivity for the economy, build confidence and resilience in communities and grasp the opportunity now to set a strategy that caters for people to learn from 70 to 70 years. Our young people in particular need to be given better understanding of the context of the working world with which they will engage. This could include a greater degree of knowledge about sustainability, both in terms of workplaces and careers and the wider community. When we look at the modern role of universities, it is important for them to provide civic leadership and to work with the wider public sector to ensure that higher learning is engaged with local communities and the workplace. Universities and indeed schools and colleges can and should be hubs for co-design and co-creation of public policy alongside government at all levels, local communities and groups as well as individuals. There is a pressing need to look for ways to fund education that is sustainable and inclusive and where attendance is determined by ability and not just the ability to pay. Universities here are well placed to take a bigger role in the development of our communities and the creation of societal wealth, in addition to generating job opportunities. When we look at how government delivery currently works between the public and private sectors, the pace needs to be quicker and more agile to limit the disconnect between the two. The committee has recognised the Minister's recently published Economic Recovery Action Plan focuses on the subject of skills as one of its 4 key pillars. In keeping with this, our micro-inquiry has also highlighted that investment in skills will help businesses to rebuild and grow their markets, protect and strengthen their supply chains and maximise new opportunities for job creation. It would also help people avail of new and better employment opportunities and accelerate the growth of sectors of strategic significance. We must deliver on the policies needed to help stabilise the economy right now and make it grow in the future in a way that improves its responsiveness to the needs of our communities and businesses. The skills strategy is an important bedrock to achieving this outcome and must fit the needs of citizens now and in the future. And last Concordia, I'd like to just now make some very brief remarks as Sinn Féin economy spokesperson. The new skills strategy has to find a way to bring together priorities, objectives and strands of delivery in a coherent way, remembering there is no one-size-fits-all in delivering skills. For me, one of the key things from the inquiry report is the need for inclusivity and the skills for all approach. We need to remove barriers to learning and training, ensure those far from education and work have pathways to achieving. It's really important that young people who face additional challenges have the type of support they need, and that goes beyond just training and teaching to mentoring and wellbeing support. And where there are models of best practice, these should be mainstreamed and adapted. Community education has a really important role to play in this and needs to be supported appropriately. Removing barriers also means ensuring the additional challenges faced by women are recognised and addressed. As is highlighted in the report, to support sustainable economic development, it's very important that people have the opportunity to access flexible, agile, motivating, satisfying and properly rewarding work. Strengthening workers' rights is the other pillar to helping achieve this, and delivering on the commitments in New Decade, New Approach would be a good start in that regard. Coming out of the pandemic, I think it's widely recognised that ensuring skills development opportunities will be very important in supporting those who've lost jobs to find new work opportunities, to help those in roles that have irreversibly changed because of the new ways of working adopted, and to support new business development and work opportunities. A particular focus needs to be on opportunities for young people who have been among the demographic most badly impacted. And Sinn Féin wants every young person to have the opportunity to be in work, training or education.
Remarks to close.
Skills underpin so much, and the new skills strategy will be key in helping to drive our economic recovery. So I very much look forward to its publication, and I commend the motion to the Assembly.
I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I want to associate myself with almost everything that the Chair of the Committee said. I think that this is a good piece of work, and it highlights some of the serious issues that we are going to have to tackle going forward. I welcome the fact that the wording of the motion is such that it recognises that the solutions to these problems cannot come from one government department alone, but that actually what is required in terms of getting to grip with the economic situation that confronts us is a cross-governmental approach, embracing not only the Department for the Economy but also finance, education, almost every facet of government and the administration here. Sir, at the start of the COVID crisis, we were told that we were facing into the very real possibility of 15,000 deaths in Northern Ireland. Mercifully, that figure has not been realised. But what we are facing into is the very real possibility of up to 100,000 job losses as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the committee rightly highlighted the response to COVID-19 and the economic recovery that we hope will follow as an area of work in this report. There is no getting around the fact that serious economic damage has been sustained by the Northern Ireland economy because of the strictures that we all have to live under in order to beat COVID, and it will require flexibility, imagination and innovation coming out of the other side of that in order to rebuild the economy. But if I could share with the House just one figure which I think should give us a glimmer of hope. Even during this crisis, there have been more than 1,000 new jobs created in tech. Northern Ireland is a leader in that area, and that's something that I think we need to be building on and expanding going forward and approaching new areas. One of the things as well that I think is really important is the need to improve the careers advice given to young people in our schools. It is particularly the case, I think, almost the school that you go to will determine the careers advice that you're given, and I think that's wrong. So, you know, kids in grammar schools, there's an automatic assumption that they're going to be going and pursuing some sort of an academic route, when in actual fact, and actually the whole culture has been created now where everyone is almost being encouraged to pursue an academic route, the consequence of which is that we now have a massive deficit in this country in trades and vocational occupations, and that skills gap is going to need to be filled as we develop our economy going forward. I am aware, Chair made reference to it in terms of the Economic Recovery Action Plan. It is my understanding that the Department for the Economy has bid for £290 million in order to finance the Economic Recovery Action Plan. And as I said at the start about the need for a cross-governmental approach, it is my hope that the Department for Finance will approve that. Although I have to put on the record my disappointment, and I'm sure the Minister will talk to this. I think over the course of the period of the last 12 months, the Minister has been armed with less than a third of that which she asked for from the centre. So it is important, if we're serious about investing in our economy and trying to rebuild the economy going forward, it is important that the resources are provided to the Department in that regard. I think the committee was right to labour on the theme. The third theme in the report was right to labour on the theme of the response to COVID-19. And if I could just read from the report, I think this is a key point. Investment in education and upskilling is essential, and this must be as accessible to all as possible. And I absolutely agree with that observation. The days of leaving school at 18, maybe going to university, starting a job and being in that job forever, short of the civil service, I think those days are over for almost every occupation. So it is important that we create an environment in which our people are constantly arming themselves with new skills, exposed to new areas of training, in order to allow them to work full and productive, and indeed, as was said, satisfactory jobs, and to contribute to the economy. So I am happy to support the motion and commend the clerk of the committee as well for the work that was done on pulling this report together. Thank you.
I call John Stewart.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And like the previous speaker, can I also say that I agree entirely, or for the most part, with the chair of the committee, and recognise the work that's been done by this report in pulling it together. And I want to pay tribute as well to Peter Hall and the entire team at in the Economy Committee for putting this together. I think it is very detailed, very informative, and will play a very important role in the forthcoming skills strategy. I think key to it is not only the questions that it asked, but the people that it asked them of, and the answers that came back from over 80 stakeholders listed in Appendix A just show the level of engagement that took place. I think that is key to making it the report that has become. Just on a point that's not mentioned in my remarks, but I want to agree with the previous speaker as well in terms of the aspect around careers and maybe changing age-old opinions and assumptions about where people go. There's often been an assumption made, perhaps, that depending on what school you took or what courses you took, dictated the path that you took, whether that was university or vocational studies. And I think that we need to change those mindsets in order to try and adapt to the modern world that we are now living in. So, like I say, we eagerly await the skills strategy, both the consultation and the final publication. Given not only the underinvestment potentially over many years in skills, but also the impact of COVID-19, that strategy will never be more important, and it is needed as quickly as possible. And I do hope that the work that's gone into this micro-inquiry will certainly ease the passage of the production, both the consultation and final publication of the skills strategy, to get it out as quickly as possible. It does say within the report that the skills strategy must support individuals, communities and industries to adapt to the demands of the global market as well as the local economy. And key to this will be to ensure the strategy is a live document and adapts over time with collaboration and cooperation across all government departments as well as local government. It must be given time and supported by successive mandates. And I think too often in the past what we've seen here is bright ideas come along, key strategies, publications, and 2 years later they're on a shelf gathering dust. Everything that we do now, economic recovery, skills, a reformation of our health service, will take years, potentially decades. So we need to formulate policy, stick to them, yes, adapt them and work them through, but that is the key. I would be really annoyed and upset, and I think it would be just regrettable if in another mandate's time we were looking at a new skills strategy because the previous one hadn't worked. This needs to be live and it needs to be able to adapt, and I think there is enough recommendations in that to make it, and I know the Minister wants to see that as well. What also mentioned in the report, rightly so, is the need for an inclusive learning for people with disabilities and mental health problems, and I welcome the call within it for a Skills for All strategy that is completely inclusive. And I think we'll all acknowledge that our social enterprise sector has done amazing work in giving disadvantaged people both employment and training opportunities, and it is essential that within the skills strategy we engage with the sector and look to avail of the skills and knowledge that they have in developing the Skills for All strategy within. The economic impact of COVID-19 as well, as has been alluded to, has not been fully realised yet, and regrettably there will be job losses and there will be an even greater need than before for both retraining and new skills opportunities. And I would like to see our own bespoke version of the UK Government Life Skills Guarantee, a scheme designed to help adults gain in-demand skills and open up further job opportunities. I think we could well take that scheme and adapt it here to make it Northern Ireland specific. One key scheme I think that would be worth mentioning as well, I know it's Department of Communities, Mr Deputy Speaker, but that is the Job Start scheme, and I've spoken of that before and how important it is to keep that scheme going. That scheme was designed to provide internship places for people coming out of education and give businesses that maybe didn't have the means at that stage to provide those paid internships, and I do still think it is regrettable that that scheme, even though it only cost £16 million, has currently been put on ice despite many months of delays following it being adapted to be Northern Ireland specific. I've been contacted by many young people that want to avail of the skills and on-the-job learning that scheme would have provided, and are now not able to. Worse still, they're talking about going to GB or further afield to avail of schemes there that will be supported. And I know we often talk about the brain drain here and the impacts of losing our young people and the people we most need to keep. That is a scheme that was designed purely to keep them here, and I think it would be very important to get that back off the ground and to make that public plea, and also to yourself, Minister, if you could speak to the Minister for Communities, just to stress, if we're talking about that cross-community nature, of how important that is. Finally, in the last 15 seconds, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll just talk about the need to see SMEs supported within this. Too often support measures go particularly to big business, missing out the 90% of our economy that it should be focused on. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Members, question time is due to commence at 2 p.m. I therefore suggest that the House takes these until then, and advise you that this debate will continue after question time, when the next speaker scheduled to speak is Stewart Dickson.
Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Executive Office, and I call Orlia Flynn to ask the first question. Orlia Flynn.
Question 1, please. The Minority Ethnic Development Fund is a key element of our policy for racial equality and good race relations. It remains the flagship funding stream supporting voluntary and community organisations to address the needs of people from minority ethnic backgrounds. During its existence, it has supported hundreds of groups and projects. In line with recommendations from a recent review of the fund, the 2021-22 application process opened earlier than normal on the 18th of December 2020 and closed on the 25th of January. The Department has received 58 applications, 32 were successful, and all applicants were informed of the outcome on the 2nd of March 2021.
Supplementary, Orlia Flynn.
I thank the First Minister for her answer, and as we've heard, the Minority Ethnic Development Fund is supporting crucial work, but I would like to ask the First Minister if she would agree that this work is undermined when political representatives such as her own party colleague Gregory Campbell makes unrepentant and unapologetic racist remarks.
Well, as I understand it, Gregory has had a very good meeting with the North West Migrants Forum, and of course I think that conversation continues, and I think that's absolutely positive and the right thing to happen.
I call Colin McGrath.
Speaker, can I welcome the new timescales that the First Minister has announced today, and ask that maybe in preparation for next year if it could be brought forward even a little bit more, because I think the groups are concerned if they only find out on the 2nd of March about their funding and people's contracts are up by the 1st of April, it only gives them a couple of weeks to be able to prepare for what needs to happen in the future. So if there's any way of just getting that cycle of applications brought forward, just even by a month or two, to give groups the opportunity to prepare.
I thank the Chairman for his question. I think one of the issues that has been raised with us is the need to have longer-term funding, and I think that's probably what he's referring to as well. It is our desire that we would enter into multi-year budgets for these groups rather than having to apply every single year, because we know the pressure that puts on organisations, having to spend so much time getting ready for applications, having the uncertainty of, because it's a competitive fund, actually knowing if they're going to be funded. So we're currently working within annual budgets. I hope we can move to multi-year budgets next year in the new mandate, and officials are working out the details on how we can achieve this, but it's certainly our intention that that's what we would move to in the next mandate.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you very much, First Minister. First Minister, from the figures that you've given today, it appears that 45% of those who applied were not successful. I'm just wondering if you're considering taking forward some sort of a programme for capacity building for the sector, given that so many have been turned down at this stage, and what other support will be provided for the BAME community?
To thank the member for her question. Unfortunately, like most funding streams, the MEDF is very much oversubscribed, and she's right to point that out. So to ensure the projects that best support what's going on in the community, there is an application process with proposals being addressed by a selection panel, which is convened by our office, and that panel comprises 5 members, including our own officials who have knowledge of the minority ethnic sector or issues affecting minority ethnic people who have had experience in administering grants. As I say, it is a competitive process, but I have to say, if anyone hasn't been successful in this process, they should look for feedback. We have made that available, because there have been some people who obviously are disappointed by the fact that they haven't been successful. So feedback is available, and we hope by getting that feedback that will help in terms of their applications for another time. She will be very well aware that we have a number of programmes going on within TEO and indeed across government in relation to hate crimes. We have our Peace 4 Building Positive Relation programme, our own Central Good Relations Fund. Of course, our councils are providing funding as well. We have been doing a lot of work through our Shared Future Fund. As she may be aware, that is a fund that currently is not in the draft budget, but we're fighting very hard to get it into the final budget, because we do believe that there is a lot of work to be done
But as I say, those groups who haven't been successful on this occasion should certainly seek feedback, and then that may give them the knowledge to apply in a more hopefully positive way in the next round.
Thank you. And questions 4 and 9 have been withdrawn. Can we please bring John Blair to the screen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I invite John Blair to ask his question? Can I invite John Blair?
Speaker, question number 2.
The Equality Commission and the Human Rights Commission are working jointly to discharge their functions as the dedicated mechanism. As TEO sponsors the Equality Commission, I can provide some general information in respect of the steps it has taken to recruit staff to its dedicated mechanism unit. A director and a number of permanent staff have been appointed, and work is underway to fill the remaining vacancies. Both commissions have engaged with a range of stakeholders to raise awareness of the role and remit of the dedicated mechanism and Article 2 commitments. This has included engagement with the Northern Ireland Office, our own office, the Independent Monitoring Authority and the Executive Office Assembly Committee.
John Blair, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the First Minister for that answer. Can I ask further to that if the First Minister can clarify if the joint commissions are or will be given access required to departmental information so that they can determine the current and possible future challenges and issues which may arise across departments out of EU exit?
Well, as I've said, we sponsor the Equality Commission. The NIO looks after the Human Rights Commission, so they're obviously in charge of the governance in and around that. The protocol, including the dedicated mechanism, is the commitment of the UK Government, and consequently it is responsible for looking after the funding of the Commission. So I would imagine there will be no difficulties with either Commission, given that they're independent organisations engaging right across government to get any information that they need to deal with the matters that the member has raised.
Councillor Stalford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 2 of the protocol reflects the commitment made to uphold the Belfast Agreement. Given that the agreement's principle of consent is being turned upon its head, is the First Minister aware of any indication the Human Rights Commission or the Equality Commission are considering the impact upon the human rights of members of the pro-union community in Northern Ireland?
Well, yes, the member is correct. Article 2 of the protocol says that the United Kingdom shall continue to facilitate the related work of the institutions and bodies set up pursuant to the 1998 agreement, including the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland. So it will be very interesting to see whether either of those commissions will have been looking at the diminution of rights under the implementation of the protocol, and in particular the change in the principle of consent that was effected by the Secretary of State in the House of Commons under a statutory instrument. I think it was the 9th of December, changing the consent from cross-community consent to a simple majority. So I will await with interest whether either of those organisations have any comment in relation to those matters.
Emma Sheeran, I call Emma Sheeran.
I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Can the First Minister provide an update on the funding for the dedicated mechanism and outline the financial position for 2021?
The Equality Commission have agreed funding with the UK Government to discharge the new role of the dedicated mechanism, and the initial funding agreement is for 3 years, running until 2022-23. The Northern Ireland Office have advised that, in common with all UK Government and Northern Ireland departments and arm's-length bodies, future funding for the dedicated mechanism beyond 2023 will be subject to the normal spending review processes. But funding has been agreed between the Equality Commission and the Northern Ireland Office, totalling $1,898,000 for 3 years until March 2023.
I call John Stewart.
Mr Speaker, does the First Minister agree with me that equality of opportunity has been undermined in respect of goods and services as a direct outworking of the Northern Ireland Protocol?
I absolutely agree with that. We are in a situation where consumer choice is being threatened in relation to the operation of the protocol, and indeed, were it not for the actions taken by our own government, supply lines, we were told at a meeting of the Business Engagement Forum on Friday, would have been severely curtailed because people would have been taking action to get ready for the end of the grace period. So there are severe difficulties in relation to the operation of the protocol, and as he says, in relation to equality of opportunity.
Allister.
Given that under the protocol, huge swathes of the law as it affects our economy will now be made by a foreign power with obvious detriment to local political and equality rights, would the First Minister expect those who go by the name of Human Rights Commission and Equality Commission to show an interest in and report on such matters?
Well, as indicated to my friend, the member for South Belfast, I would have thought that that would have been something that both commissions would have been interested in, given the fact that Article 2 is there supposedly to protect the Belfast Agreement, and of course the operation of the protocol and the way the architecture has been set up has changed the Belfast Agreement. So therefore there should be a real and meaningful look at the protocol and its operation by the Equality Commission and the Human Rights Commission.
They call Karen Mullan.
Question number 3.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, Junior Minister Middleton will answer this question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for her question. Completed capital projects totalling an investment of £915,000 in the Bogside Fountain Bishop Street Urban Village include Destined Learning Disability Centre, Fountain Play Park and Abercorn Road Environmental Improvement Scheme as well. The refurbishment of Cathedral Youth Club is nearing completion. The planning application has been approved for the Newgate Cultural Centre. The project will involve the redevelopment of the existing centre with the addition of a new performance space. Design work has commenced for a new build extension to the Gasyard Centre, and the business case for the Meanan Square development project is with the Department for Finance. Work is ongoing to acquire the site, subject to business case approval.
Karen Mullan, supplementary.
The Minister for his answer. I welcome this progress, in particular the progress at Meanan Square, as will the residents of Dove Gardens and Abbott's Walk, who have had to endure this eyesight for far too many years. And it is important that we continue to invest in our communities and neighbourhoods alongside the bigger strategic projects within the City Deal. Minister, I notice the Realm project is in the early development stage. This will put the finishing touches. Can you give us a timescale on when this project is likely to go ahead?
Can I thank the member for her question and her comments, and I completely agree that this is something which is very much of good benefit to the area, and I welcome the support of all of the elected representatives on the ground and working with urban villages. In terms of a timescale, I don't have a timescale to hand in terms of the public realm work. I do know that the member has been proactive in lobbying for that. It's something which we very much want to see, alongside, of course, the investment in the derelict buildings and the wider area. So I'm happy to write to the member and come back to the member in terms of a timescale for the public realm.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, can you outline the background to the Urban Villages programme to myself and the House?
I thank the member for the question. Urban Villages Initiative is a headline action of the executives together building the United Community Strategy. It is a good relations programme led by the Executive Office and spans across 4 areas in Belfast and 1 in Londonderry, with each of the areas having a history of deprivation and social tension. The combined population of these areas is in excess of 100,000 people. A capital programme estimated at £47 million has been approved, subject to funding up until March 2023, and that's to support development of up to 76 capital projects right across the 5 urban village areas. This investment by the Urban Villages Initiative builds and transforms community facilities and spaces into catalysts and beacons for shared space and good relations. These are designed to equip and empower communities to increase, enhance and sustain the extent and nature of connections and relationships between people within each space. They are physical anchors providing a long-term legacy and enabling a people and a place-based infrastructure to realise the ambition of the Urban Villages Initiative as a long-term driver of good relations. Categorisation of the capital projects reflects the amount of financial investment in each, but also, crucially, the planned impact on the lives of people living in the urban village areas and contribution to promoting good relations. There are three broad project categories which have been developed to support the capital planning model. Transformational projects, which generally are £2 million or above, which will have a major impact in terms of the urban village areas. There's landmark projects estimated between £500,000 and £2 million, and the local projects, of course, which will focus on the use of and mainly localised impact. So I thank the member for the question. Obviously, this is a good news project for all of those areas, and we look forward to seeing the rollout over the coming months. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Mark Durgan. Mark Durgan.
I thank the Junior Minister for his responses and very much welcome his update on all these schemes. I, like Ms Mullan, have a particular interest in the Meanan Square scheme, and I'd like to commend officials who've been working very diligently on this and working hard to seal the deal with landowners, albeit for a price less than that originally agreed. This will be much more than a simple physical regeneration scheme. Can the Minister outline any of the detail of what this scheme will consist of and how it will be sustained going forward?
Can I thank the member for his question? I do share his comments in relation to officials. I think that they've done a tremendous job in getting the project to this stage. And again, I reiterate the fact that the support of political members is very much important in terms of all of those projects within those areas. The Urban Villages Initiative Transformation Project in London Derry is, of course, the Meanan Square project. This project will have a truly transformational impact on the space and for the people of the area. Urban Villages Initiative has developed a business case for this major mixed-use regeneration project, which aims to reinvent the site as a shared space for fostering positive community identities, building good relations, but also harnessing the wider economic and social benefits, thus reclaiming and repurposing what was a dilapidated site and which has far too long been a catalyst for antisocial behaviour as well. The business case has been submitted to the Department for Finance for consideration. Work is ongoing, obviously, to secure the purchase of the site subject to the business case approval. Due to the site's history of antisocial behaviour, it is important that fencing is installed immediately to mitigate this risk. In preparation for this, APEX submitted a planning application on the 7th of October 2020, which will allow for fencing to be erected to secure the site immediately on purpose. I hope and would expect that the Urban Villages officials will keep all political representatives up to date in the course of the next coming weeks, but I would agree with the member that it's very much a priority for the Urban Villages Initiative.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Mr Speaker, question 5, First Minister.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 5, 6, 10 and 13 together. Let me first of all say that the Deputy First Minister and I remain entirely committed to delivering this scheme, which aims to go some way to acknowledging the suffering and trauma of victims and survivors who are living with significant disabilities. The recent court judge ruling has made it clear that there is a legal duty for victims' payments to be made, and it is important that we emphasise that to victims and survivors and the organisations indeed that represent them. However, the important issue of the funding pressure on the block grant arising from the scheme remains to be resolved. It remains our view that the scheme should be funded by the Westminster Government as an addition to the block grant. The Deputy First Minister and I, along with the Justice Minister and the Finance Minister, met the Secretary of State on the 23rd of February to discuss funding to the block. Discussions focused on a flexible approach to finding and accommodation on funding issues. We committed to work together to achieve a positive resolution as quickly as possible for victims in line with the recent Court of Appeal judgment. It was agreed that further work would be taken forward by officials and that we would meet again in the near future. The Executive has committed significant funding this year to establish the administrative arrangements for the scheme. Progress to date includes ongoing development of an online system to receive applications, the appointment of an interim victims payment board, the appointment by the Department of Justice of an assessment service provider, and accommodation secured for staff who will be delivering the scheme. The Lord Chief Justice also recently announced Mr Justice McAleer as President of the Victims Payment Board. The draft budget for 2021-22 provides £6.7 million for administrative costs In particular, this will allow victims' organisations to recruit additional staff to support applicants to the scheme.
Dolores Kelly, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for a response. I'm sure she'll agree with me. It's pretty appalling that victims have had to go for legal redress. And what's the next step? I mean, are we going to force victims back into court to try to get a political fix? And I don't know whether or not the First Minister can give us any insight into how the figure of £800 million has been arrived at as a potential cost, because many people are surprised at that amount.
I do want to thank the member for her question. I think it is pretty appalling. Absolutely agree with the member that this ended up in court. But I do want to say very clearly and put on the record that those victims and survivors who will be recipients of the payment should not be distressed or concerned, because the payment is an entitlement, regardless of where it comes from, whether it's from Westminster or from our block grant, and it will be paid when it is due. And I also reflect the words of Alan McBride recently when he said people should not be made to feel guilty about applying for this application. I want to say to him, absolutely not. Far from it. These people are entitled to this money, and discussions on funding source will not prevent us from paying out money that is due to these victims and survivors. In terms of the figures that have been spoken about, I do say to the member that that work is ongoing. Government actuarials from Westminster have been working with our officials to try and look at the range of expenditure that can be predicted, but it's demand-led. So it's very, very difficult to assess, particularly in relation to psychological permanent disablement, how many people are going to come forward, and therein lies a difficulty. So we have to try and find a way through that difficulty and to find certainty. But just to reiterate, recipients of these payments who are due this payment should not be distressed, should not be concerned. They will be paid.
I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that those who devised the scheme should be reasonably expected to finance it, and the continuing foot-dragging by the Secretary of State on this issue does a gross disservice to many victims?
Well, I think it is important that we recognise that this scheme was set up in Westminster. Normally, under policy, the place that designs the scheme is then responsible for the funding of the scheme. We do recognise that the Assembly wasn't sitting at the time, and that's why the Government took action. However, we do feel that the way forward is collaboration between ourselves and the Northern Ireland Office to find a way through all of this. I think that's really important, so that we end this uncertainty that has been going on for far too long. I think we all acknowledge that, and the need for us to work with victims groups and directly with victims themselves so that they can get due recompense for the suffering that they have had.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The costs of the Troubles-related permanent disabled payment have rocketed, as has been alluded to. Can the Minister outline the assumptions her office made to lead the Government Actuary Department to put an upper figure of £1.2 billion on the lifetime costs of the scheme?
Well, as I've indicated, initially work was carried out by our own officials here, and then the Government Actuarial Department in Whitehall has now been involved with us to try and establish the scheme. The scheme is quite, and I'm not making any apology for this. I think the scheme is a good scheme, and it's a wide-ranging scheme, and because of that, there are huge costs that are there. So we need to find a way to cover those costs. The permanent disability is 14%. So in the scheme, that's not at the highest range, so there will be quite a few people that will come forward who will meet that 14%, and therefore we need to try and assess how we can cover all of those payments. And of course, the early payments will be more, because those over 60 can actually take a lump sum, so they may decide to take a lump sum instead of an annual payment, and that being the case, there will be a higher level of money needed at the start of this scheme. So we'll continue to do the work with the Government Actuarial Department. It is a very technical piece of work. There's a lot of unknowns there as well, but it's trying to get an estimate that we can then move forward from.
Call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, and thank the First Minister for answers so far. First Minister, obviously there's families across Northern Ireland, the bereaved, that have an empty chair that's never ever going to be filled. What communication have you had with them or groups that represent them after the recent court case or most recent correspondence with them?
Well, of course, the office and I in particular have very aware of the issues affecting bereaved victims and survivors, and we're keen to address as many of their needs and acknowledge their ongoing loss, which of course is still very keenly felt. Currently, the Victims Fund provides self-directed assistance payments and health and wellbeing support to bereaved individuals who had registered with them before the 31st of March. Our officials have been working with the Commission for Victims and Survivors and the Victims and Survivors Service to consider options to meet the needs of bereaved victims and survivors, and we have now agreed that we will allow a scheme to open shortly with payments made from April 2021 for those people who weren't captured before the 31st of March 2017. I very much welcome this, and I want to acknowledge the work of, in particular, South East Fermanagh Foundation. They have been lobbying for a long time to have this scheme reopened, and I'm very pleased that we have been able to reopen the scheme so that we can take forward the needs of the bereaved.
I call Linda Dillon. Linda Dillon.
And thank the Minister for answers thus far, and would like to welcome the announcement that the scheme will be reopened, Minister, in relation to those who have been bereaved. Could I just clarify in terms of the policy that has been developed around the permanent disablement scheme? It was developed in Westminster, and according to their own statement of funding policy, that means they have to fund it. So I think we're agreed across this House, and I just want to establish that we are agreed across this House that the British Government have a responsibility to fund this scheme, to fund our block grant so that we can meet the payments of this scheme, particularly given the comments that have already been made around the fact that we can no longer afford to allow these victims to wait and to have that fear, that constant fear that they have that the scheme is going to fall at the last hurdle and that they're going to end up back in the courts. We don't want to see that.
Member for her question. She's right that the policy funding statement says that where the scheme is developed. Of course, the government argue that they only developed the scheme because there was no administration here at that time, and that's where there is some discussion going on in relation to these matters. I think there is very much a need for us to collaborate together to find a way forward that's acceptable to all of us. And I hope that both the NIO and the Finance Minister here, and the Justice Minister for that matter, will work with the Deputy First Minister and I to find a solution to what is at the moment quite a big funding gap, it has to be said, Mr Speaker, but it's vitally important that we deal with those matters together.
I call Jim Allister.
The Court of Appeal was very emphatic that the legal duty is on the Executive Office to fund the scheme. On Friday in the court, according to press reports, counsel representing the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister said this: "The position has always been that the Executive Office will fund the scheme when it has the money. It doesn't have the money." Could the First Minister reconcile that conditional statement with the assurance today that no one will go short and the money will be paid once it is due?
Well, I think, to be fair to the Executive Office, we're acting under a court judgment at present, so we will have to pay the money out. I mean, the Court of Appeal have been very clear in relation to this issue. They have now joined, as the member is probably aware, the Department of Finance to the proceedings. I think that's a helpful move because, of course, the TEO does not have money in and of itself, but, of course, the Department of Finance does. So it is important that I send out that very clear message today that when the applications come in, when the money is due to victims, they will get their money.
That ends the period for listed questions, and we'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And I call Claire Sugden, whose question has been withdrawn, so I call Sinead Bradley.
Speaker, and happy International Women's Day, First Minister. My question seeks to support those women who were victims and survivors of the notorious mother and baby homes. While I welcome the expert panel who will work with victims to set the terms of reference for an independent investigation, I do note and am disappointed that it's not a full public inquiry. And on that basis, I ask the Minister what assurances she can give us that the inquiry will have sufficient powers to gather all the information required to seek absolute truth and justice.
Well, thank the member and happy International Women's Day to her as well. Can I say that the group that has been set up is not the final destination. They are working with the victims under the leadership of Judith Gillespie in trying to co-design what will be the final outcome in relation to whether it is a public inquiry or whether it's another sort of inquiry. I think that the names that we have been able to secure in that expert panel are very heavyweight people and I think will give a lot of confidence to the victims of this terrible time in our history. And I very much hope that they can work collaboratively to come back then to find out what sort of an inquiry it is that they want us to take forward.
Supplementary, Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answer so far. Given that the Irish Government have already realise that there is a requirement for legislative change around this issue, and without wanting to preempt any outcome of that panel that you referred to, I would ask, have the Executive Office carried out any initial scoping exercise work to establish if there will be any legislative requirements? And I do look at the Irish Government in terms of they're looking at legislation around GDPR and also a law focused on providing dignified burials. Has any consideration been given to that regard?
Well, of course, the member will know that we're at a slightly different point in our process and the Republic of Ireland. They had a commission of inquiry for quite some time. That report came out in January. They have now decided that they need to take a number of steps in relation to that. I can't prejudge what it is the inquiry will first of all look like, but also what the outcomes of that will be. But I would assume, and maybe it's wrong of me to assume that there will be very similar outcomes in terms of parts of what you're seeing now in the Republic of Ireland around memorialisation, around apologies, around all of the things, recompense that are going on there. But as I say, this has been set up in a way that we get the largest amount of buy-in from the victims who frankly lost their voice in the past, and we want them to have a voice in this process, and that's why co-design and co-production is so important to us for this process.
Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker. Could I ask the First Minister if she could please outline the specific, detailed and unambiguous regulations applying to students who are residing at a term-time address in relation to COVID-19 restrictions in terms of their bubbling and travelling in the lead up to St Patrick's Day and the Easter period?
Well, obviously that's more of a matter for the Minister for the Economy, who looks after students' rights and everything connected with that. But first of all, let me say this to the member. It is very important that everybody abides by the public health regulations at the moment. And unfortunately, we've seen yesterday in parts of Belfast people who were rightly jubilant about Rangers' success in the SPL, and I send them my absolute good wishes. It's wonderful to see Stephen Gerrard and our own Stephen Davis at the top of the SPL. But as Ali McCoist rightly said, we have to abide by the public health regulations. They're there for a reason. They're there to protect our communities. And I would make the same plea in relation to students coming up to St Patrick's Day. I'm hoping that because a lot of students are studying from home, remotely at this present moment in time, that there won't be the same crowds in and around Belfast, but we will be sending out very specific messages about St Patrick's Day next week before the date takes place.
Claire Bailey, supplementary.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. And I asked the question in relation to the PSNI response in the Holy Land area last week, where there were £11,000 worth of COVID fines handed out. So there's a hamster wheel that goes on every year. I've been dealing with this long before I was elected, but you know, the problems within the Holy Lands extend beyond the COVID pandemic. But I'm aware that the Executive have set up a task force to try and deal with this back in August, September, when we were seeing the influx over freshers. Can the Minister give us an update on what has taken place with the Executive in relation to the Holy Lands task force?
Yes, so it's a subgroup, if you like, of our overall task force, and I know that the Health Minister has been engaging with it, because of course he has concerns coming up to St Patrick's Day, and I'm more than happy to write to the member about and give her an update in relation to the work that is ongoing. But I do know that that work is ongoing, and as I say, we will be communicating generally about St Patrick's Day and indeed about Easter as well in the coming days.
Trevor Lunn.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Minister will be aware that this is Irish Language Week. I hope she is anyway. And can I ask her, would she join with me in acknowledging and welcoming this annual event and congratulate the Irish language movement on their ongoing work to promote their cause?
I thank them. This is a very busy week this week, I have to say, to the member, between International Women's Day and Commonwealth Day and now Irish Language Week as well. It's becoming a very congested part of the year. Look, I absolutely acknowledge the work that goes on to promote the Irish language across Northern Ireland, and indeed those from the Ulster Scots community who wish to promote the Ulster Scots language and identity. And of course, if they desire to have a week to celebrate Irish Language Week, I wish them well for their week of celebration.
Supplementary, Trevor Lunn. Yes, I thank the First Minister for that. It was well said, and it's actually a 2-week period, it's not even 1 week anymore. Can I ask the First Minister if she can confirm the promise made by herself and her deputy colleague at the Executive Committee recently that the Irish language legislation will be introduced enabling the appointment of an Irish language commissioner in time for it to be completed and enacted before the end of this mandate?
Well, as the member will know, that's part of a package of identity and cultural pieces that we'll be bringing forward, as we said, under the NDNA agreement, and it is our intention that that will come forward so that it will be completed by the end of this mandate. I'm almost tempted now to say Sinead, but maybe not.
Sinead, Foster. So I call William Humphrey.
Question number 5.
You're asking me a question?
Can I take this opportunity to wish the First Minister a very happy Commonwealth Day as Chair of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association here at Stormont. Can I ask the First Minister to update the House on what action she's taken to rid Northern Ireland of this obnoxious Northern Ireland protocol?
Well, a happy Commonwealth Day to the member as well. As I say, it's a busy day today, and it's good to see the Commonwealth flag flying over Stormont Parliament buildings today. In terms of the protocol, as the member will know, it is causing untold damage to relations in Northern Ireland, east-west, in terms of the trade and indeed in terms of the identity of those of us who are unionists. And there's a need not just to tinker at the edges with the protocol, there is a need to have a replacement of the protocol. That is the position, obviously not of TEO, but of myself, and there's a need to deal with that urgently because there is damage happening to the economy here in Northern Ireland, and therefore, under its own terms, there needs to be a recalibration.
Supplementary, William Humphrey.
Thank you very much, and I thank the First Minister for her answer. And I too join with her and congratulating Stephen Davis and the Rangers football team on securing the fastest ever Scottish Premier League. Only a few days ago, First Minister, I was contacted by a scout leader in my constituency who was working with the Woodland Trust and planting trees. That's had to be put on hold because they haven't been able to bring the trees in from the mainland. The synagogue is in my constituency. The Jewish community has been unable to get kosher meat, and as we reach Passover, this is something that's becoming particularly acute. Is Her Majesty's Government aware of the scale and depth of the problems that this protocol is causing to people in Northern Ireland, that this isn't some sort of hiccup or teething problem, as the Prime Minister might suggest?
Well, I thank the member for those very real and tangible examples of the impact on the protocol, and I note his remarks about the Jewish community, something which is very concerning. I have to say, we have a very small Jewish community here in Northern Ireland, and the fact that they can't access kosher meat is something that would cause me a great deal of concern. I attended the Secretary of State's Business Engagement Forum on Friday last, and I have to say, universally, the business community there welcomed the fact that the Secretary of State had put this variation in place, albeit only for another number of months, because they said that the need to make variation had to happen at the beginning of March, because if it hadn't happened at the beginning of March, then some product lines would have ceased within the next week or so. They raised concerns about cost, about delay, about technical difficulties, about the diversion of trade. And sometimes I listen to people in this House, Mr Speaker, speak about what business wants. I listened very clearly what businesses want, and they don't want the continuation of what we've seen in this protocol. And I've also listened to people say that the action taken by Her Majesty's Government was illegal. The Attorney-General of the United Kingdom will say otherwise, and frankly, that's good enough for me in terms of the protocol.
I call John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers thus far. Minister, I want to touch on another aspect of your campaign against the protocol. You'll be aware that the Executive is actively engaged in attempts to eradicate paramilitarism through its paramilitary task force and associated campaigns. Do you not think the fact that you met with representatives of these gangs that are actively now involved in criminality, drug dealing and murder undermines the message from the Executive?
No, not at all, because the members that we met are committed to peaceful and democratic means. And I have to find it astounding to hear criticism from Sinn Féin when the Army Council is still in existence. And that's not my assessment, that's the assessment of the Chief Constable of the PSNI. So it's very hard to take criticism from sources that should know better. What we want to do is to encourage everybody to engage in peaceful politics, in constitutional politics. If they have a concern, that they can raise that concern, that they're not alienated, that they don't feel as if nobody's listening to them. I think that's the important point about the engagement with the LCC, and it really, really is astounding to hear members of Sinn Féin come out and criticise this party, which has always condemned violence of any source, for us meeting the LCC. Quite incredible.
Supplementary, John O'Dowd.
The First Minister will be aware this is not the first occasion that political unionism has sought common cause with armed loyalist groups. In relation to the point I'm making is this: these groups are actively involved today in crimes largely against the communities which the DUP represent and unionism represents. You sat down with them not seeking them to go away. You sat down with them seeking common cause in your opposition against the protocol. Do you not believe that that was a mistake?
I'm very interested to know how the member knows what I said to the LCC, Mr Speaker. Was he there? No, he wasn't there. I've always been very clear with members of paramilitary organisations, from whenever they come from, that they should cease and desist from their criminality. Always. And I will always do that. Because what they need to do is to move away from that. That's what our Communities in Transition programme is all about, is it not? Which sits in the TEO. Is he suggesting that we move away from Communities in Transition? Which is doing, by the way, Mr Speaker, very good work in communities right across Republican areas and Loyalist areas. So let's have less of the cant and hypocrisy in this House, and let's have some realism.
Call Tom McCannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, 19th of August 1998 is a date that no doubt is etched in all of our memories. When 3:10 that afternoon, 29 innocent people, plus 2 unborn children, lost their lives, and the car bomb in Omagh, which is described as the single worst atrocity of the murderous campaign in Northern Ireland. Since then, you will know that the victims and their families have been seeking justice, and in 2013 they issued a judicial proceedings which concluded 6 years later in 2019. Yet to date, a verdict has not been forthcoming from the Lord Chief Justice. Can I ask you for your assessment of this appalling delay in this process?
I want to thank the member for facilitating a meeting with some of the UMA victims recently, where again I was struck by their determination and their desire to seek justice for their families and for their loved ones. And he's right, we all remember back to that really dreadful day when that horrific bombing took place. And the delay is quite incredible. The delay has been going on now. I think it was, they said, 4 judges have been involved in this particular judicial review, and the final hearing was in July of 2019, and yet there's still no judgment in relation to this matter. So I do think that there needs to be closure brought in relation to the judicial review so that the families can move on in their campaign to find justice.
And time's up. Apologies. We now move on to questions to the Minister for Communities, and questions 4 and 13 have been withdrawn. Members, take your ease for a moment, please. All right, members. I call on Paula Bradshaw to ask the first question.
Shimon, please.
Minister.
Thanks very much. The HMO Act 2016 came into operation in April 2019. My department commenced a review of the implementation of the HMO licensing scheme in 2020. The operation of the licensing for HMOs is led by Belfast City Council on behalf of all councils, and my department provides support and assistance to councils in the development and the licensing scheme, and has provided detailed guidance for local government in the exercise of their regulatory functions. We have also provided a statutory code of practice for landlords to manage their properties to the required standards. I propose that the review is to look at the impact of the regulatory scheme on councils in terms of resource guidance and legislation, with a view to identifying any changes necessary to ensure the legislation achieves its policy intent. We have directly sought views from councils and landlords. The Department does not have information on tenants who are living in HMO properties, therefore sought the views of those tenants through tenant advocacy groups. The online survey on NI Direct website has been open since December 2020 for tenants or anyone with an interest in the regulation of HMOs to provide their views on the implementation of the licensing scheme. The Department will analyse the responses of the survey and take forward work on any changes required to ensure the scheme functions as intended.
Paula Bradshaw, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Happy International Women's Day. Obviously, we both represent the Holy Land area of South Belfast, Minister, and you'll know that there's ongoing problems there escalating as we get closer to St Patrick's Day. So, first of all, in relation to the consultation that closed on Friday, are you going to try to meet with the actual residents in the Holy Land area, either through Zoom or some socially distanced meeting, to hear first-hand from them a more qualitative response to the consultation about how their lives are impacted? And will you join with me in calling for people to stay away from the Holy Land on St Patrick's Day? Thank you. No, thanks very much to the member, and I suppose the question is timely because of the week that we are going to be approaching. And obviously, as I say, I mean, the primary of this, I suppose this consultation again was to look at how the scheme is running in terms of how it's functioning within Belfast City Council primarily, but how that impacts across all 11 councils. So it is very much to look at the resource, the guidance and the legislation itself. As I have said, it will also engage with residents and those who come forward, which will include, I'm assuming, the Holy Land residents as well. Obviously, I'm acutely aware as a local representative for the area and having served on Belfast City Council of the issues that have been going on. I mean, I know the previous MLA for the area, who's now the Speaker, had done a report on this some 10 years ago as well. We have obviously had the Buchanan report from Louise Buchanan also. There has been the group that's been set up within Belfast City Council as well, looking at the issue. So obviously I want to continue to engage, yes, with residents who live there, with students and representatives and also landlords, and also the statutory agencies in terms of the longer term solution. I mean, we recognise that the HMO legislation in itself won't deal with the issue because the area is already over the capacity or the threshold that would be set if you were looking at HMOs freshly today. So we do need to look at what we can do to rebalance that community in terms of the needs of all of those who reside within it. I would echo the call, and indeed I've done it as well, in terms of telling people we are still in the midst of a public health pandemic. I know the Health Minister has been out on this also, and people need to adhere to the guidance and the regulations. I'm asking any person who thinks that they want to go to the Holy Lands next week not to do so, to use their common sense and to ensure that they stay away, not just for the peace of mind of residents and students who live there, but also for the wider public in terms of the pandemic that we're trying to deal with, and for the Health Trust, who are trying to reduce cases at the moment. So again, I would echo the calls for calm and for people not to go near the area.
I call Karen Mullan. Karen
Mullan. Minister, I thank you for your answers so far. I know that you are committed to improving protections for tenants in the private rented sector, and I have written to you in the Housing Executive in relation to unlicensed HMOs in Derry. Minister, what is your department's oversight role regarding the licensing of HMOs, and what is your department doing to address the unlicensed HMOs?
Thanks very much for your question. I suppose my department has responsibility for the policy and legislation of HMOs. And obviously, HMOs in some ways meet the housing needs of singles, those in temporary employment, and students, those on low incomes, and also migrant workers as well. And it's important they're considered as part of an overarching housing mix. Obviously, councils have been responsible for the implementation and the licensing of that from 2019, and that requires landlords to meet important quality and safety standards before a HMO is let. I would advise that obviously Belfast City Council, through the HMO unit that's been set up to cover all of the councils, if you do have concerns about specific addresses, that they should be raised with that unit as soon as possible, and further action can be taken.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Question number 2, please.
Thanks very much. I suppose I want to answer questions 2 and 9 together as they refer to the revitalisation of the Housing Executive. And the plans of my colleague, previously Carol Nichola, set out to members in November's statement on housing reflects a much-needed revitalisation programme aimed at securing the long-term future of our biggest social landlord, ensuring the maintenance and investment in our social homes. One of these measures, which I have been urgently pursuing, is exempting the Housing Executive from paying corporation tax, and I am happy to report that this exemption will now apply and will result in millions of pounds of additional investment in the Housing Executive homes. Whilst this is welcome news, the change alone will not alleviate the investment challenges faced by the Housing Executive, which in 2018 was estimated in excess of £7 billion needed over the next 30 years. This level of investment is simply not affordable, particularly as one of the biggest constituents of the Housing Executive faces is its inability to borrow. And borrowing in its current form scores against the Executive's block grant. Borrowing to maintain homes would be the cost of other capital priorities, such as investing in hospitals and schools. Work has commenced to update the investment financial analysis, which now needs to reflect the recommendations following the Grenfell Tower fire and also carbon neutralisation. I've asked officials through co-design to consider and access options which will realise my vision for the housing executive, whereby we have a sustainable social landlord that can maintain and provide good quality and affordable social homes for those who need them. As Carl set out, consideration of options will focus on those that promise to retain its valuable, retain what is valuable about the housing executive model. And indeed, I've asked officials to ensure they exhaust all options which limit change as far as possible. I intend to bring recommendations before the end of this mandate, which will include details on timescales and budgets for implementation.
Sinead McLaughlin, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your comprehensive answer. Has the Minister and the Finance Minister considered making a costed proposal to the Treasury on a housing revenue account for the housing executive, enabling it to borrow?
All options are being explored at the moment in terms of looking at that. As I said, I want to keep the good qualities of the housing executive as it is at the moment. If there's a way that the housing executive can borrow without any change, then I'm exploring that as the primary option. But we have to look at all options because the financial challenges, the impact that this is having on the existing housing stock just can no longer be ignored, and therefore all of those options are being being considered at the moment. Once that's done, then proposals will be brought forward for decision.
Can we please bring the member Pat Catney on screen, please?
Minister, thank you
Pat Catney to ask the supplementary
so far, and may I also take this opportunity to wish all the women there a great day for International Women's Day. Minister, what steps will the Minister take to ensure that any reclassification does not lead to insecure tenure, higher rents and less accountability for housing executive tenants, as we have seen with the transfer of public housing in Britain? Thank you.
Well, obviously, as part of the British Irish Council meeting, we're looking at practices of what has happened elsewhere across these islands. For me, the key is to ensure that we have a social housing landlord that is fit for purpose, that we have homes that are up to date. And obviously, we know that if we don't look at the investment challenges faced by the executive, it will lose over half of its stock over the next period of time. And therefore, that jeopardises the future in terms of social house building, and particularly with the biggest landlord going forward. In terms of looking at options going forward, I have given a commitment previously that we want to co-design options with tenants themselves. We want to make sure that they're involved, but also those who are on the housing waiting list, those who have been waiting years in order to find a social home to call their own. And we want to also design those options with the trade unions and also with the workers within the executive as well. Primarily, I want to look at options where the housing executive can borrow, as I've said earlier. We have also given a commitment to look at a sustainable rent trajectory for housing executive tenants, whilst also giving a commitment that they should remain some of the lowest rents as they are across these islands at the moment. So I'm committing to look at all of that in terms of the overarching plan that I will be bringing forward to the executive within this mandate.
Thank you,
Member Cathal Boylan. Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister and welcome her commitment and determination to build better and newer homes for the people. But could I ask the Minister, will the removal of the historical debt on corporation tax enable the housing executive to begin to build much needed homes again?
I suppose the removal of the historic debt and exempting the executive from paying corporation tax will only give a minor alleviation of the overarching investment challenge. Obviously, it is welcome, the announcement in last week's budget. There's still a long way to go. And I suppose we have to look at this comprehensively in terms of a review of the housing executive rent, making sure that we have a long-term sustainability model going forward. So all of these things will be taken in the round. Just dealing with corporation tax in itself and the debt won't overcome the challenges that are there. The housing executive has to have the ability to borrow. in terms of looking at future house builds, but then also retaining the existing and future stock that it will have. So work is ongoing to cost up those options, and again they will be presented to the Executive when the time is right.
I call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Minister, for her answers thus far. Minister, the revitalisation statement made mention of reclassifying the Housing Executive as either a mutual or a cooperative type body. Minister, are you able to point to a similar body in another jurisdiction which has the same vision as what you're creating for the Housing Executive?
I suppose we're assessing all options at the moment. Primarily, I would like to do this with retaining its current classification, and we're obviously exploring all of those options at the moment. But I think everybody recognises that just standing still, I mean, there's other questions here within question time that look at the standards and the conditions in which residents are living in at the moment. And we clearly know what the investment challenge is when you look at almost £7 billion that is going to be needed. The money is clearly not there. I mean, that would nearly be my full budget over the next 8 or 9 years. I mean, that's the reality of the challenge that we're dealing with. So obviously, looking at the classification, the big focus is trying to get the Housing Executive to borrow, that they can look at a long-term investment over many years and use that borrowing function to be able to do that. We want to look at other options, as I said. We're continually engaging across the islands to look at what options work well. I know the new Chief Executive coming into the Housing Executive obviously has extensive experience sitting on housing associations in England, but obviously also worked for a housing charity in the south of Ireland, so obviously we'll be engaging with them also. So all of this will be part of that process that we're going to be looking at over the coming months. They will be costed up in terms of looking at the pros and cons, and as I said, I want to remain committed to the good values of the Housing Executive, what it has been in its 50 years of formation, and I want to make sure that we carry that on to the next 50 years going forward. But I want to make sure that we can retain the stock that we have and that we can build even more stock in the time ahead.
Call Rachel Woods. Okay, thank you. I'll call Kelly Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, I will stand up for the next question.
Okay, I call Andy Allen.
Mr Speaker.
Was that the next question? Sorry. In 2019, the Housing Executive published a research report on cavity wall installation. The findings for the Housing Executive stock were based on a sample survey of 825 properties. The research found that 63% of those properties had cavity wall installations that were non-compliant with modern industry standards. Although the Housing Executive's data on the construction of all the stock is not comprehensive, it estimates that if the 63% is exacerbated, it would represent some 40,600 of the Housing Executive's cavity wall constructed properties. So it is an issue at the moment, obviously, that we're looking at.
Andy Allen, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as the Minister has pointed out, there is a significant problem within the Housing Executive stock in relation to cavity wall installation. The recommendation did point out that 63% of the stock, as the Minister mentioned. However, the Housing Executive had indicated that they do not intend to take this recommendation forward in their current financial circumstances. Has the situation with the corporation tax had any bearing on that, Minister? And also, can you advise, in respect of the 1% of properties, how many of those there has been action taken?
Well, obviously, we're looking at the action plan in terms of the cavity wall action plan. It's out for consultation at the moment. It's due back at the end of March. So we're going to be looking at all of these and the proposals contained within it. Part of this is obviously part of the wider revitalisation programme, looking at the funding, looking at the sustainability of the Housing Executive. And there are critical issues. I mean, in real life, this is what this means. The investment challenges that are there mean that people are sitting in substandard homes. They're not sitting above the standard that is required that if you were building a new property today, and that's not good enough. You know, we need to deal and overcome those challenges. So I will be looking at the action plan, the consultation, and listening to what tenants and what housing professionals are saying, and I will be considering that as part of that action plan at the end of March. We do want to look at this in terms of the longer term set against the financial plan around what can we do to make sure that the existing stock of over 80,000 homes under the Housing Executive's ownership, how do we make sure that we bring those up to a standard for today, but also looking forward in terms of the retrofitting issues that are going to need to be looked at by way of fuel poverty and the carbon emissions targets. This will be part of that revitalisation, and there will be costings done as part of that and will be presented to the Executive before the end of this mandate to be taken forward.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I'm glad to hear you using the term retrofitting, as some of us have been working on environmental options moving forward. Could I ask then, the cavity wall review that's happening at the moment, given the fact that many people in the building industry say that actually cavity wall insulation currently used, that's the polystyrene balls, is actually causing so much of the damp, is it not time to set that aside and to start looking at our retrofitting from now?
The retrofitting issue is being looked at. Obviously, we're at the start of that. There's been a cross-departmental working group obviously established just to look at the green commitments that we have made, and obviously looking at the target by 2050 in terms of having carbon neutral options coming forward. We're looking at an assessment of properties in the time ahead. There obviously is a huge issue around dampness and around cavity wall installation and just how these homes were constructed to begin with. So there are issues that we need to look at the building standards, and particularly for new builds going forward. But then all of this in terms of being costed up, prioritising what it is we need to move on, we're considering that at the moment as part of the wider revitalisation agenda. Those will be costed up in the time ahead. And then we will publish a plan going forward. Obviously, the action plan around the cavity wall installation, as I say, I'll be reviewing that once the consultation is finished, and then proposals for implementation of that as well. Some of that may be superseded by this longer-term work that we're going to be looking at, but obviously we're not at a point of readiness in terms of giving an update as to where we are. We're just really at the start of that process.
Philip McGuigan.
Minister, just given the answers to the questions today and previous work that you've been involved in, it's clear that improving housing quality in private and public sectors for tenants is something that you're clearly committed to. You have alluded to the cavity wall insulation plan, and you've given a time frame for March. Can I just ask, over and above the consultation period, what progress has been made and if there are implementation timeframes agreed?
Yeah, I suppose on the 22nd of December last year, the Housing Executive issued the draft cavity wall insulation action plan for public and industry consultation. This set out proposals for addressing research finding and recommendations. Response to that consultee will be due on the 31st of March of this year, and then we intend to publish the final action plan later in the year. So once we have a more definitive date, once we've obviously assessed the consultation responses, I'll be coming back and updating members in due course.
Call Robin Newton.
I thank the Minister for her answers so far, and I have to say I welcome the work that the Minister has outlined in terms of energy conservation within public sector homes, long overdue. Can I ask the Minister, though, you've frequently referred to the modern standard or the standard for public sector homes in energy conservation. Could you be quite specific, Minister, and tell us what that standard is, and how does that standard compare with the standard set for private sector homes?
So I suppose what I refer to is building regulation standards need updated. It's an issue that has been long running at the moment. So in terms of looking at new builds going forward to ensure that we are future-proofing, we need to be updating those regulations as soon as possible, taking into account in terms of looking at the issues around climate change, around fuel poverty, around the need to retrofit, what needs to be retrofitted, but how we future-proof those homes going forward. So it's those regulations I refer to that need to be updated, need to be engaged upon, and I would be hopeful that we start to look at that as a matter of urgency, because if we are going to reach the targets that we want to reach by 2050, then the regulations need to be updated as soon as possible.
And moving on to the next question, Rachel Woods.
5.
Thank you. My department is leading on the development of the Executive's anti-poverty strategy using a co-design approach. Consultation on the emergent strategy is planned for later this year, and it's anticipated that, subject to Executive agreement, the new strategy will be published this December. It was recently announced that the 2016-19 child poverty strategy was extended until May 2022. The purpose of this strategy is to ensure that government works collectively to tackle the issues faced by children and families, and the reason it was extended to allow this poverty work to continue through a co-design approach. The extension, obviously, work progresses on the anti-poverty strategy. There are a number of opportunities for children and young people to be engaged with the development process. And I would also note that my department has invested, obviously, in the region of over £304 million in a range of support programmes and projects responding to the hardships faced as part of the pandemic. I suppose, the expert panel on the anti-poverty strategy was obviously reported. It was launched on Friday. We now move in. The co-design groups have been established. They obviously have access to that report now, and they're going to start now the important work on co-design and the actual strategy, obviously taking into account what the expert panel has said, but then also taking into account maybe other experiences, and particularly engaging children and young people, children rights advocates, and also the cross-departmental work. So the role with education and health is going to be critical over the next couple of months, and then for a draft strategy then to go out for consultation later in the year.
Rachel Wood, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. The official figures are showing that 1 in 5 children here live in absolute poverty, and worryingly there's been an upward trend in child poverty levels since 2018, which is set to continue as a result of the pandemic. And in answer to previous written questions, the Minister had indicated that child poverty strategy has never been allocated funding specifically. Can I ask why this is the case, and whether the Minister is minded to support fully funded delivery models or mechanisms to accompany the development of the next strategy, including cross-departmental budgets, given the Children's Services Cooperation Act would surely facilitate this?
Well, I think one of the issues coming forward, obviously we're developing the anti-poverty strategy and also looking at children's poverty. One of the early considerations for the co-design group is whether those two strategies merge into one. And there's some consideration. I know the expert panel looked at this issue as well. We're obviously engaging the Children's Commissioner and others. So that will be one of the first areas around, does that become one strategy? The next phase, obviously, is part of having the co-design group working with the sector, in which children and young people's, professionals and advocates are part of that co-design group, will be engaging with children and young people themselves. The other important strand is obviously the cross-departmental work. So that's where there has to be representation from all of the government departments, recognising that this is a cross-cutting issue. It has to be people then who can make decisions, who can align budgets in order to meet the needs. And it is about costing up the proposals that are going to be contained within the anti-poverty and children's poverty strategy going forward. So I would like to see proposals when they're presented to the Executive that they will be costed, that they will be time-bound, and then it will be for the Executive, when they receive this at the end of next year, to look at that as part of the budget setting process going into 2022.
Call Mark Durgan.
Thank the Minister for her answers till now. Child poverty figures, as Ms Woods has alluded to, have not improved here in 5 years, and there are now 122,000 children living in relative poverty. Will the Minister mitigate against the 2-child tax credit rule and benefit cap to ease the immense pressure on families with children, and if so, when?
This is a crucial issue which has obviously been raised as well in the expert panel when I engaged the Human Rights Commission as part of their work, looking at future mitigations. That was also looked at. Of course, I would be supportive of bringing forward proposals that end that, along with other mitigations. As you will know, the issue will be the budget and the block grant. We have been trying to get into a cycle to have multi-annual budgets, that you don't come to a cliff edge each and every year around grants programmes right across the board. That has not happened this year, unfortunately. The member will also know that we have got a flat budget this year, which in real terms means a cut, And that impacts on the executive as a whole. So whether that's children and young people through education, through health, through the Department of Communities. So I will be bringing forward proposals in terms of looking at future mitigations, of which this will be one of the issues that will be considered in the time ahead. I will be bringing forward costings, and then it will be down to the executive as a whole then to look at the financing around that. And I do also think that this needs to be raised within the British Government. I mean, we have said that we should be building back better, we should be building back social, that when you look at this pandemic, it impacts on low-income families, on women and on children the most. And so therefore, are the budgets or the block grant in which we're given, is that going to reflect it? It hasn't. There's been no reflection of that. We've been given an increase around COVID monies, but that's in your cash, and you know that we can't then build that into our revenue base. So there's a job of work of convincing the British Government of the value of looking at this within the block grant. And of course, I will be bringing cost of proposals to that effect. And I would encourage all parties within this executive to work with me and across the executive to ensure that we can implement that in the time ahead.
Robbie Butler, very briefly, please.
Mr Speaker, can the Minister advise what collaboration she has had with the Minister for Education on efforts to address child poverty?
Well, as I say, we're at the early stages, obviously, of developing the child poverty and anti-poverty strategy. The expert panel was established. Their report was launched last week. Before it went public, I've obviously communicated that with the Minister, with all executive ministers, including the Minister of Education. We have been working more closely in terms of COVID, looking at issues of child poverty and obviously looking at the free schools meal issue and other issues as well. The cross-departmental working group includes representatives from the Department of Education, and obviously there will be a big role of work for ministers and also officials to look at these plans in detail, to work with the co-design group, to actually do things differently in government. And I think that's going to be the key thing, that what we have been doing up until now, things need to change. We need to be more joined up. We need to break down the silos. And there's a real opportunity to now do this with these strategies, working with communities and with young people out on the ground in the time ahead. I will be convening a meeting with the executive ministers in April. It's due to take place in terms of looking at these issues, giving an update on the expert panel reports, and then importantly making sure that I have executive buy-in to the strategies as we move forward before the final documents are presented to them in December. So it's an ongoing engagement at the moment, and I think it will be important that all executive ministers, this isn't just an issue for me in the Department of Communities. I've given a commitment that I will start to devise and put the work into the strategies. Government across the board and all departments then now need to be working more collectively together and aligning our budgets to what these strategies will be recommending. So we'll be doing that in the time ahead.
Time's up for a list of questions, and we move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And I call Alex Easton.
Speaker, Minister, there are more than 6,039 people waiting for PIP appeals. How are you planning to deal with this unacceptable backlog in PIP appeals?
Yeah, there's been a huge issue, and obviously the member will understand the reason has been obviously the public health pandemic, where there was suspension of face-to-face assessments in terms of looking at this. Obviously, we've been working with the appeals service in terms of looking at all of these appeals and issues, and you are right, there is a backlog at the moment that has been created. We have tried to look at telephone interviews to take place. We're also looking at virtually doing that through Zoom. I think the important thing is to recognise is that the appeal has to suit the appellant in terms of the nature and the type of appeal, particularly when you're looking at issues such as PIP, when it's looking at someone's either physical disability or looking at their mental health and well-being. When we have done some of the, like a satisfaction survey looking at this issue, over 60% of those appellants are saying that they want a face-to-face assessment and appeal to take place. The difficulty at the moment is we're still within COVID regulations, which doesn't allow for that. The appeal service themselves have obviously suspended face-to-face. That has been extended to the first week in April, taking into account the current health regulations. So we're keeping it under review at the moment, whilst we're still trying to look at other options and present more options for people, as I say, to look at online, Zoom, to look at telephone appeals. If people are looking face-to-face, then we'll have to look at how we can accommodate that once the restrictions begin to ease. And again, we'll be working with the appeal service to see if we can create a timeline as to how quickly we can reduce that waiting list as much as possible. So again, I can't give you all of the answers now until we know where the regulations are being reviewed on the 16th. But as we move forward, I'm hopeful that it can supply more information to the committee and to the chamber in the time ahead.
Alex Easton, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for answers so far. Could the Minister give me a guarantee for those people who finally get their appeals and could have been waiting for well over a year, that those payments that possibly are awarded to them are backdated from the date that they've actually applied or from the date that they've actually had their PIP taken off them?
The awards are looked at in terms of backdated from the date of appeal, yes, so that is one of the issues that are considered. Obviously, our focus now is to make sure that we can get appeals looked at as soon as possible, and we'll be working through that with the appeals service and also with the independent advice sector who are supporting many of these individuals.
I call Robin Newton.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers so far. Would the Minister agree with me that the allocation of £36.2 million for the development of the sub-regional stadiums for soccer is indeed a very positive move, not just for sporting reasons, but for mental and physical health reasons?
Yes, I think definitely the sub-regional stadia will be doing a lot of good in terms of grassroots football, in terms of the impact that it's going to have on the ground. Obviously, I'm keen to see this progressed as soon as possible. We're obviously working through the advisory group, looking at the sub-regional stadia, working with the sporting governing body and with those organisations that are involved. And I want to bring forward proposals in terms of taking that forward as soon as possible and getting that money that's been allocated out as quickly as we can.
Supplementary, Robin Newton.
Mr Speaker, Minister, 10 years ago the £36.2 million was allocated. There have been 2 consultative exercises on the appeal, on the programme. What possibly can be the problems that are not allowing you to allocate the money to the successful applicants?
The first report's 10 years out of date, and when I come into office, the second report is 4 years out of date. The last consultation that was done will be getting published as soon as possible, and I think when you read that consultation, you will see that how the previous scheme brought forward that not everybody is in agreement. I wanted to take a fresh look at that as the Minister responsible, and that's why I've engaged in this short review process. And my aim is to bring forward that scheme within this mandate to ensure that the money finally does reach those who need it.
Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Professor Eileen Evison envisaged that the independent advice services were a vital part of the mitigations package aiming at protecting the most vulnerable from the harshest impacts of welfare reform. So can I ask the Minister to provide any further update on discussions she is having with the Department of Finance and the Executive in relation to securing the £1.5 million allocation for vital independent advice services to people?
Yeah, no. Well, I see the value of the independent advice sector as someone who works as a community worker past. I'm working with people who avail of the advice service just even in the area that I live in. And obviously, I mean, as I said earlier, we've been given a flat budget. It didn't include the 1.5 million, but I have given a commitment that I value the role that the independent advice sector does. I acutely see the need to continue independent advice, particularly for those that are going through the welfare changes that we're facing, and that I will find that within the budget coming into the new financial year.
Supplementary, Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for her answer. On the 16th of February, the Minister previously stated regarding the bedroom tax, I have draft legislation and regulations to close the loopholes to ensure that families, just over 220 of them, do not fall through them. I will soon bring these forward for executive approval to be introduced in the new financial year. So can the Minister provide an update in relation to this legislation being brought forward to the Assembly?
Yeah, the regulations or the changes that are needed are ready at the moment. I done a meeting on this with officials last week in terms of some that needs to just go through the committee, and then obviously the legislative changes that need to be made. I will be making a further submission to the Executive shortly in terms of bringing that forward before the end of this financial year.
Paul McGrath.
Mr Speaker, the Minister will, like all MLAs, have received significant correspondence in the past period encouraging us all to move towards banning conversion therapy. Could we get an update from the Minister on the progress of that?
Yeah, thanks very much for this, and it's an important issue. I obviously met with a group of doctors just over a week ago, some of whom were involved in the Spotlight programme last September on this issue. I've also met with some political parties to give an update as well. The important thing when we were looking at this, obviously the Executive agreed a new decade, new approach to the sexual orientation strategy. That draft strategy, the expert panel report on that strategy was published on Friday. Part of that, the issue of conversion therapy is one of the things. So firstly, I want to give a commitment that I want to bring forward legislation. I want to draft legislation which bans it. I think, though, when the expert panel were looking at this issue, rather than rushing in to bring forward legislation now, there is a need that we need to do an assessment of how widespread this practice is. We need to look at the levels and the different names that this practice is called, because even though Britain had made announcements over 2 years ago, we know that legislation was going through in the south of Ireland. Part of the way that they tripped up on their legislation was the assessment of how wide-scale this issue was. We are going to be looking at that, working with the co-design group on the sexual orientation strategy to ensure that we have up-to-date data and information looking at this practice, because I don't want to leave any loophole in the legislation that this practice then could continue, and therefore the legislation would be meaningless. So I'm going to be bringing that forward. At the meantime, I will be looking at drafting legislation at the same time, so as we're doing that assessment of need, that we're not waiting on that being completed before drafting legislation. So hopefully over the coming months then we'll start to have it more formulated. We'll establish how widespread this practice is. We'll be able to include that as part of the drafting of the legislation, and then by the end of this mandate that we will have legislation there to go in front of the House.
Supplementary, Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. This is a harsh and cruel practice, and it does seriously impact the mental health of members of our community. And as I say, I welcome the announcement of strategies and impending legislation, but sometimes the Executive is good at announcing strategies and legislation, but not just so good on delivering them. And could I take this opportunity to encourage the Minister to move as quickly as possible to deliver this, whilst at the same time undertaking all of the loopholes that she has mentioned. But we are the last place in these islands to deliver this, so there should be plenty of experience out there on what to do and get it right.
When you look at other jurisdictions and what they've brought forward, it hasn't been good enough, and the expert panel has recognised that there have been huge gaps. And what they've been telling me as the Minister, I would bring this legislation in tomorrow and ban the practice if I could, but I have to listen to those who are impacted on this on a daily basis. And I agree with you, in meeting with people both privately and openly on this issue over the last couple of months, people have been completely affected by this. It has completely changed their life, their family dynamics as well. And obviously it is a cruel treatment that has to be banned and ended as soon as possible. But I have to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes as other jurisdictions, which has actually held up the implementation of the ban. And obviously you'll be aware of the campaign that has been done. The British government announced that they were going to ban it 2 years ago, and nothing has been done for these exact reasons. So I want to make sure that I want to work with the community in assessing what the need and what the breadth of this problem is. But also, I'm not going to wait on that end, and I want to draft legislation as we're moving through that process to ensure that once that assessment is done, we can then move with legislation. So I do give a commitment that I won't be waiting about. I want to do this as soon as possible. And indeed, if you want to sit down with me at any time, I'm more than willing to do that.
Call Keith Archibald.
I'd like to congratulate the Minister on her success in ensuring the exemption of the Housing Executive from corporation tax. Can she detail how much additional funding will now be available for social and affordable housing as a result?
Yeah,
Yeah, if you give me 1 second, I think over the last 6 years, there's been over 56 million that has been paid to the British Treasury by way of corporation tax duty. And it's a huge amount, obviously, in that 6-year period that could then be going into housing and the provision and obviously updating of the existing housing. So obviously it's been a really good news story. I suppose I want to thank the Minister of Finance and others, the officials who have been working on this issue, and finally that we've got it over the line with the Chancellor's announcement last week. And I want to continue. Obviously we're looking to see if anything can be backdated in terms of the payments that have already been made, and then looking at the wider issues of the historic debt which is there as well. So those conversations will continue, but obviously this is a huge help in the Housing Executive in terms of dealing with their existing stock and then looking to invest in future stock.
Keith Archibald, supplementary. Could I have a brief question and brief response, please?
Margaret, for that answer. Can I just ask the Minister to provide an update on her overall plans to increase the stock of social and affordable housing?
Yeah, well, as I said, as part of the housing statement that was done last November, part of that is looking at a supply strategy. It's obviously dealing with the financial restrictions around the Housing Executive being able to borrow, not just to upgrade existing properties, but also to look at the construction of new properties. Those plans are being costed at the moment, and obviously the supply strategy is being developed at the moment. I will be bringing forward before the end of this mandate, obviously timelines and costings in terms of how we take that work forward, and I'll be committing to do that, so I can update members on the specifics of that in the time ahead.
And the time is up. Members, please take your ease for a moment.
Order members, we now return to the Committee for Economy's report into skills strategy, and I call Stewart Dickson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. This last year has been perhaps one of the most challenging that many of us, and certainly the world of business and employment, has ever faced. However, we hopefully are increasingly facing perhaps a brighter glimmer of hope on the horizon. With every day we are making progress on finding our way out of this pandemic. Nonetheless, it does appear that higher unemployment in the near future is likely, and a skills strategy the Department for the Economy produces will be key to tackling structural issues in our labour market, such as underemployment, low pay, as well as driving our recovery from the pandemic. Time is very short, so I just want to take a few moments to speak on some of the issues highlighted by our report. As you will know, skills requirements are dynamic and continually changing, so government strategies need to keep up. Unfortunately, there are widespread mismatches leading to underemployment, unemployment and lower productivity. The report notes that there are particular areas where focusing efforts could provide considerable results change. So, for example, if we highlight the area of digital skills, which is fast becoming the linchpin of any skill set, then this has to be central to skills strategy. It seems very likely that the pandemic will accelerate digitalisation trends, and so this will become more acute. Employers are highlighting a mismatch of skills, and they've been saying this for some time. Vocational courses not meeting the needs for manufacturing business, which requires additional training to be provided. SMEs also feel that skills training support is not necessarily aimed at them. And indeed, as chair of the All-Party Committee on Social Enterprise, we shouldn't lose sight of the support that they require. I certainly believe that employers have a duty to develop the skills of their workforce, but government must also ensure that the right skills are there to attract businesses and to help business and to help them expand. Other structural issues are that of intergenerational underachievement, and reference has already been made in this debate today as to how we should be improving and investing in our education system. Local communities need to have the tools to tackle underachievement, and including careers advice. This also demonstrates the need for stronger cross-departmental working, and I have criticised before what I have described as the silo mentality between ministers in this executive and also between departments. Departments and agencies have a role in tackling deprivation, and they need to be working together. There's considerable work to do to provide more comprehensive careers advice in schools, to tackle the cultural mindset that a career path usually goes through university. Others have made reference to this. It's simply not the case for so many careers. Contrast places in Europe like Germany, where university is just one of a multiple of equal career paths for people to follow. Our further education colleges are key for the future. You must ensure that they are sustainable, resourced, and considerable duplication, however, does exist, particularly with sixth form colleges. Mr. Speaker, I think we're all here in agreement that we must establish a culture of lifelong learning. But that's something that we haven't seen embedded here in Northern Ireland, and I hope that the Department will be looking for examples of best practice, perhaps in the Nordic countries. Speaker, over a third of adults in Northern Ireland say they've not taken part in learning since they left full-time education. It's very much to our detriment that people can access. How can people access new skills if the support and advice is not there? Reference has already been made earlier in this debate today with regards to a life skills guarantee, offering a range of fully funded courses to those without level 3 qualification. It's definitely something that we should be seeking to recreate here, and I'd be interested in what the Minister has to say in respect of that. A number of actions in the Minister's recently published Recovery Action Plan would help towards lifelong learning environment. I know the Minister has also rolled out other programmes for apprenticeships, but unfortunately many employers have found that the time is not right to bring back apprentices. So we need to encourage ongoing support as the restrictions ease. This is a key area for work. Mr. Speaker, we must make sure that skills are accessible to all. We need to break down the barriers of unemployment. We need to ensure that we match our skills with the needs of business. This requires a serious intervention and funding for skills opportunities as we emerge from this pandemic. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Gary Middleton.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank first of all the Clerk and the Committee for bringing forward this motion, a very important motion, a very important piece of work which I was part of it at the time. Obviously, in terms of the stakeholders, there was a wide range of groups which were involved. We again used the technology that's available to us in terms of bringing those stakeholders together and to collate their views. That was a useful exercise, and I think it is important that with those views that we now take that forward and ensure that we can address some of the issues in which they have raised, many of which, of course, I share. In terms of the position, the Minister has taken particular steps supporting learners during COVID-19. Skills policies, of course, will be an essential component for Northern Ireland as we exit from COVID and as we put together an exit strategy from COVID. In recent years, Northern Ireland has made significant progress in strengthening its skills base and improving economic output. Skills of our young people are now seen to be above the OECD average in areas like reading, mathematics and science as well. However, COVID has represented a greater threat to further progress. In response to those worrying statistics, the Minister has taken a range of steps to ensure continuity for learning for our young people and indeed towards allowing those of all ages affected by the disruption of the pandemic to upskill and reskill as well. To that end, I also welcome the fact that the Minister has included the Apprenticeship Recovery Package, support for some of the most vulnerable learners in accessing digital learning, adjusting the Skills Focus programme and delivering a range of free online qualifications as well. Retaining this focus on building a resilient and adaptive skills base will be a very much crucial element of the Executive's recovery from COVID-19. The Economic Action Recovery Plan, which was recently announced, sets out a wide range of actions and initiatives. The Minister has also included launching a wide-range skills strategy for Northern Ireland, which of course can provide a longer-term and more strategic approach to the challenges facing our workforce. Of course, the motion does go on and refers to ensuring that Northern Ireland has the right mix of skills, which of course should be cross-cutting in nature and cross-cutting in terms of the Executive as well. This of course needs to be recognised through practical action, but most importantly through adequate funding. And to that end, I think it is important that the Finance Minister ensures that appropriate funding is put towards addressing the many issues that is raised within the report brought forward to the Economy Committee. New Decade New Approach itself has committed that the Executive collectively will invest strategically in ensuring that Northern Ireland has the right mix of skills for a thriving economy. At times during this pandemic, however, I think it is important to point out that that collegiate spirit towards supporting our economy has not always been evident and has not always been displayed. For example, the Sinn Féin Communities Minister has failed utterly to deliver on the Northern Ireland Parallel Scheme to the Kickstart Initiative. The Kickstart Initiative in GB, of course, created job opportunities for over 120,000 young people between the ages of 16 to 24. So I think that's a real shame that that has happened. Of course, that collegiate spirit didn't happen also in terms of the SDLP's Infrastructure Minister, who had to be cajoled and persuaded for months before commencing a scheme to support our hauliers, coaches and taxi drivers. So, of course, when we talk about enhancing skills and building a resilient and agile workforce capable of responding to future crises and challenges, it is vital that there is a cross-departmental, cross-cutting willingness to own these issues and ensure they are sufficiently funded. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Sinn Féin welcomes the micro-inquiry on skills and its findings. With unemployment rising, it is essential that we have a skills-based recovery that can help support and train our people for new jobs and industries. While we welcome the Department's various initiatives such as the Skills Academies and apprenticeship programmes, there needs to be a conscious effort to help underrepresented groups access skills. The Department's new skills strategy will be a key driver of economic output, particularly as we emerge from COVID-19. The strategy's design must support individuals, communities and industries to adapt to the demands of the global economy, as well as meet the changing needs of the local economy. One of the primary aims of the Minister's Economic Advisory Group will be to assess future skills, reskilling and upskilling needs in the context of a new skills strategy. We need a skills delivery framework that can help workers of all ages, employers and communities to adapt, and one that helps build an economy that delivers for everyone. The points in the micro-inquiry are well made around needing to look at skills matches. The needs of the workplace are changing at such a fast pace and has probably been accelerated by COVID-19. Digital skills are becoming more important, with the majority of jobs requiring a certain level of expertise. The Department's Skills Barometer has been useful identifying skills gaps and it is important that local councils continue to look at skills gaps and work with local colleges and training providers to help resolve this, and so that people can find work close to home. In my own constituency, we have the top-class South West College, which has the state-of-the-art Erin campus ready to open to match the existing and innovative South West College Skills Centre. Facilities like this not only help to reskill and to upskill our workforce, but also has the potential to fight back against brain drain. One point linking to this in the report is the requirement to change the cultural mindset here that leans towards a university degree as the only or a superior option on the pathway to employment. And after doing a degree myself and knowing what I know now, having engaged with South West College on several occasions, I would reconsider my educational pathway if I was to do it again. On the topic of reskilling, and on this International Women's Day, the Department for Economy should look at skills programmes that will specifically assist women to reskill and re-enter the workforce. Women in Business recently launched a Women's Returners programme designed at getting females who have been out of work back into skills programmes and job opportunities. The most recent programme was oversubscribed, and it is clear that if the Department provides specific schemes for women, women will avail of these and re-enter the labour market. To allow more women to return to work, stakeholders also urged revisiting the childcare strategy, as it plays an important role in giving parents the opportunity to work or to avail of training. The points are well made in the inquiry that we cannot look at skills in isolation and need to look at affordable childcare, guaranteed financial reward, providing appropriate training and progression plans, and the option for flexible working to meet the demands of caring responsibilities. While not covered in the report, it is also important that the Department continue to address issues of rural broadband and digital hardship, as these are barriers to upskilling for rural residents like the people that I represent. To this end, the Department must ensure that the Digital Hardship Fund is accessible for students who need it. We need sectoral agreement between government, employers and unions to update and agree standards so that employees are continually reskilled and maximise their personal development while ensuring that workers' rights are at the forefront. Gurmayagat.
I now call John O'Dowd.
And welcome today's debate on the publication of the committee's micro-inquiry into skills strategy and economic output. I think it's worth asking the question at the start in terms of what the economy means for many within our society and how they relate to it. And while there's obviously the macroeconomic questions which we and policymakers have to tackle, the relationship between the economy and the consumer or the worker is much different. I suppose the basics of it is that the relationship with the economy is that they require a job to either pay the mortgage or pay the rent, to put food on the table, put clothes on their children's back, and that's the basics. But we want much more than that, obviously, for our citizens. We want them to be able to have a high quality of life, an ability to have time and space and the finances to be able to have hobbies, luxuries, and enjoy their time as well. But what I suspect sometimes when workers and others hear us discussing the economy in this building and elsewhere, it's an abstract theory rather than a reality that the decisions we make here will affect them and their children's lives moving forward, and perhaps no more than now because of the changing circumstances which COVID-19 will bring to a changing world. And I think it's interesting to note that the three major elements that are facing the world today are obviously COVID, and the changes, well, maybe two major changes, COVID and the major changes they're going to bring in terms of purchasing and of goods and where those goods are going to be manufactured. Well, three, Brexit, how goods are going to be purchased and made, and etc. And also the greening of the economy, because more and more businesses are now looking at how they source their materials for the products they either sell or make. So there's huge opportunities in that for our citizens, and we need to give them the proper skill sets to do that. I think, and I want to concentrate on terms of the learning, universities and schools element of this report, and one particular element of it caught my eye, which I'll come on to in a moment. But we have to and one of the questions at the start of this is how we achieve the goals. We have to change the mindset about career pathways, and my colleague Gemma Dolan touched on this in terms of universities are not the best option for everyone. So let's promote other career pathways that are not associated necessarily with universities. We should value our electricians as much as we value our teachers, or value our bricklayers as much as we value our IT experts, because not everybody will be able to work in IT. Not everybody will want to work in IT, or not everybody will have the skill sets to work in IT. So yes, of course, we should be attracting international businesses in relation to IT, but we have to also have that economy which relates to the people and how they understand it. So one of the quotes, or one of the comments from the report caught my eye on page 11, and it's the views of some stakeholders. And I quote, careers advice is offered in schools, but often not by dedicated expert from the department's career service, leading to recommendations that may suit the needs of the school rather than those of the pupil. So advice is given that suits the needs of the school rather than the individual pupil. There, right away, is something that has to be changed in terms of cultural change. And it comes back to the point I was making. If we do not value certain career pathways, then young people and their parents will be dissuaded from taking them, even though those pathways can provide a high quality of living, a good salary, and a good lifestyle for the person who chooses them. But yet, it's often seen the case that if you don't attend university, then somehow you haven't achieved. That's a huge mistake, and will be detrimental to our economy. Some of the earlier commentators said that the skills barometer shows that we have areas where our skills are lacking, particularly in vocational courses. And Minister, I want to just raise the point with you. I think it was a huge mistake, and this separates universities and further education colleges not to provide the £500 funding to full-time students at colleges.
Member brings remarks to close.
It almost suggests that it's a lesser course or a lesser career pathway. So I think if we want to change the mindsets, we have to value all of those students moving forward. So thank you.
I would now ask that Claire Sugden would be brought onto our screens. And I would now invite Claire Sugden to address the Chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon, members. It's my pleasure to be able to contribute to this debate, both as an independent member for East London Derry, but also as a member of the Committee for the Economy. I also wish to associate myself with many of the comments made by other members, in particular my colleagues on the Economy Committee. The micro-inquiry is an important piece of work which sought the views of many stakeholders, and they do have a valuable input in developing a new skills strategy for Northern Ireland, and I do hope their input will be considered. I suppose I want to talk about the skills strategy in general, and the first comment I would make would be around building on the previous successes. I speak to many businesses across Northern Ireland, and I ask them, why Northern Ireland? Why do you want to come here to your business when there are other regions open to you? And they say skills. They want to come to Northern Ireland because they believe that we have a very good skills offer in Northern Ireland, and I think that's something that we need to continue to build on. So, for example, some of the great policies that have been taken forward by the Department for the Economy were the Assured Skills Programme, and I understand the Minister is continually announcing new opportunities in that respect. And what's great about those particular policies is that it's looking at industry, it's looking at the skills that are required, and then it's enabling those individuals through that on-the-job experience, and then hopefully they will get a job at the end of it. It's also investing in the individuals themselves, insofar as that they will take an interest and they will decide if that's for them. So I think that's really important. I think the same could be said for apprenticeships, because as other members have said up until this point, that not everybody needs to go to university, not everybody needs to have a full formal education to get to where they want to be. And, you know, I was on a call with the Minister prior to this debate where we talked about the value of all job and all skilled work, whether that's, you know, from an electrician to an architect or to other areas. And I think it's really important that we put the same value to that and ensure that we are working towards a strategy which also considers people's passions, because people will continue and will want to work if it's something they're interested in. And it's not just simply good enough to say that people should just get a job. It's about investing in them as individuals, which will then help invest within their own communities. Others have talked to the idea of cross-departmental working, which I think is really key and really important. We do need to look at our education. We need to look at our career pathways and the advice that's being given to young people whenever they get to that point in their lives when they decide what they want to do. And it isn't enough to say that that you should go down this pathway because of who you are and perhaps what background you come from. Like, again, I was hearing stories today that some young women were not being encouraged down the STEM route, for example, because simply because of their gender, or perhaps even that their school hadn't encouraged it previous and there was a legacy there. So I do think we need to look at those and how we develop that and ensure that it's in line with all other schools advice across Northern Ireland, because someone in rural East London Derry shouldn't have different opportunities to someone in Belfast or Derry. So I think that's really important that we look at that. Other departments that have an input here are the Department for the Communities. Others have said it. I remain disappointed that the Job Start scheme hasn't been progressed yet in Northern Ireland, despite assurances of getting that in November last year. There's jobs there, there's opportunities there. Northern Ireland is at a disadvantage because we're not progressing that, but it's these type of schemes within any future skills strategy that we need to ensure that we are cross-departmental working and ensuring that we can take the opportunities when we find them, because we will be left behind and that serves no one in Northern Ireland. I think we also have to look at it in a post-COVID era and what that means, working from home, but that will require improved infrastructure, and we are seeing a broadband rollout across Northern Ireland which will help with that. But maybe there are other things that we need to do as well. How do we support people working from home, particularly if they're living in a more rural area? Because it's not just enough to say that you get in front of your laptop behind your office, as I'm doing now. There's social interaction, there's important relationships that need to be built. So how do we feed that into a skills strategy that considers a new post-COVID world? I think we also have to look at it in the light of 2021. What does the economy now look at? It's International Women's Day. I organised a call with the Minister prior to this debate, talking about young women and the businesses that they're taking forward. Businesses that fit into their lives, that fit into their family lives, but give them the opportunities to be really successful. And they've utilised, 2021, they've utilised social media, they've utilised other opportunities to ensure that their business is a success. We can't look at the economy in the traditional way that we did before, particularly in a post-COVID area, which seems to have pushed us
the member to draw remarks to close.
I think there's a lot of opportunity here. I'm really pleased to see that the Minister is looking at this and trying to develop something new, and I think it's good for everyone in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for the Economy, Diane Dawes, to respond to the debate.
Can I thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and first of all may I apologise for being a little bit late to the Chair of the Committee in her opening remarks. I think that the debate moved along earlier much faster than we had anticipated, so my apologies. Mr Speaker, can I begin by thanking the Chair and members for their contributions today. I welcome the focus of the Executive Assembly and other stakeholders on skills. There has never been a more important time for us to focus on and invest in skills. Only last month I published my Economic Recovery Action Plan with a firm emphasis on the importance of investing in skills if we as an Assembly and an Executive are serious about economic recovery. I was pleased to see a wide range of business organisations and other stakeholders endorse my plan, and I trust that I can count on the support of the Committee and the Assembly in calling for the Executive to fund this comprehensive plan to reopen, recover and rebuild the local economy. In addition to my Economic Recovery Action Plan, officials in my department have also been working on a new skills strategy for Northern Ireland. Therefore, from my perspective, the Committee's report is both timely and helpful. The context, however, in which we are developing the strategy has changed considerably over the last 18 months. When we began developing the strategy, the biggest challenge for businesses across Northern Ireland was access to skills and talent. That position has changed dramatically, with unemployment figures at a record high and the potential for this to increase further when the furlough scheme comes to an end. We also have a range of long-standing issues within the labour market, with low levels of productivity, high incidence of economic inactivity, and a disproportionate number of people with low or no skills. I absolutely agree that the skills strategy has a key role to play in addressing both the short-term challenges arising as a consequence of COVID, but also in addressing the long-term systemic weaknesses within our economy that have bedevilled us for decades. That said, I believe that a strategy on its own cannot bring about the societal and cultural changes that are necessary to address these deep-seated issues. We will need everyone to play their part: government, business, education and communities. Funding is undoubtedly a key component of the changes that are necessary. There is no doubt that we are losing ground to our competitors. There has been a disinvestment in skills over the last decade across the public and private sectors, and this is a trend we must reverse. And I look forward to those participating in the debate today supporting my bids to the Finance Minister to do just that. I also agree that there is an opportunity to consider if there are more efficient ways to deliver training and development, particularly given the move to online delivery as a consequence of the pandemic. I also believe that we need to change attitudes to learning and upskilling. Our economy is changing very quickly, with automation and digitisation transforming the workplace. My colleague Mr Stalford noted the number of jobs created in the tech sector during the pandemic. He quite rightly acknowledges the importance of matching skills with future jobs markets. It is essential that employers and individuals recognise the need to invest time and money in skills development. We no longer have the luxury of a job for life. We all have a responsibility to prepare ourselves for the changes that are happening now and in the future. I think increasingly we need to make it clear that lifelong learning is a key to earning. This point is very clearly articulated in the first theme within the report, supporting our people to greater employability. I am committed to supporting companies and individuals through this transition and ultimately to deliver the outcome of more people in better jobs. We already have some superb programmes such as Skill Focus and Innovate Us that are delivered through our colleges and aimed at supporting SMEs to upskill employees. We want to build on this success and provide further opportunity to help these companies grow. I also intend to launch a suite of skills interventions that will assist individuals gain the skills they need in areas such as digital technologies, employability skills, as well as leadership and management. This will be a £15 million investment over the next 3 years that will make a positive contribution to our economy. The second theme deals with academic institutions and community learning. There is no doubt that we can and must have a more joined-up skills ecosystem in Northern Ireland. This was a key issue raised by the OECD report published last year, and something that will be a focus for me and the Education Minister. Part of creating a more joined-up system will be ensuring that individuals have all the relevant information about career pathways to make informed choices about their futures. And I do note the comments from Mr Stalford, Mr Stewart and Mr O'Dowd in respect of careers advice. We need careers advice to be valuable, to be flexible, and also to indicate to young people that all pathways are equally valid and equally valued. And again, in reference to Claire Sugden's intervention, I had a really uplifting call with her and some members of the North Coast business community just to celebrate achievements of women in International Women's Day. And indeed, we must ensure that more young people, like some of those on the call, are able to engage in the STEM pathways with the success that they are already proving. I also wholeheartedly agree with the points made around community-based learning. I am a passionate supporter of community education, I have seen at first hand the positive impact that community learning can have on people's lives. Not everyone will want or can attend university or college, and we have to find a pathway that meets the needs of everyone in our society and ensures that no one is left behind. And I note the member from Fermanagh indicating the importance of online learning and access to better broadband. And I am excited to inform the House that this week we will announce the first live connection with Project Stratum, that £165 million intervention to provide first-generation broadband to rural parts of Northern Ireland from the DUP's confidence and supply deal with the government. The third theme usefully sets out some key points in relation to how skills can assist the COVID response. As I've said, this resonates very strongly on a number of different levels, and I repeat my call for the committee to support the funding for the Recovery Action Plan. Investment is key, and I have made a number of bids to the Executive for funding in the next financial year, including £50 million for a suite of skills interventions. A key part of this investment will be to grow and expand our apprenticeship offering. We have made great progress in growing the apprenticeship system into new areas and at higher levels. We now have nearly 1,000 higher level apprentices working and studying at foundation and degree level. This is in addition to the 9,000 apprenticeships at levels 2 and 3. It is one of my priorities that we supported this system during the pandemic, and that is why we introduced the support for employers to retain their apprentices and recruit new ones. And as we look forward, we need to expand that initiative. We also need to expand apprenticeships by removing the current age restrictions so that everyone, irrespective of their age, is able to retrain and gain skills, and to also ensure that the public sector becomes a much larger player in the apprenticeship system, offering a range of public sector apprenticeships. This will be key to our economic recovery. I also want to increase the scale of the Assured Skills programmes and short-term courses to assist individuals back into employment. I think that, as was pointed out in the debate, the Assured Skills programmes is one of the huge successes of this particular policy area. And firms like KPMG announced their Centre of Excellence for Northern Ireland, creating 200 new jobs in Northern Ireland because they had access to that Assured Skills programme. And we need to keep on investing in the programme and lauding the flexibility that it offers to employers as they seek to grow or even establish here in Northern Ireland. The report also identifies inclusive learning in the workplace as a key theme. I have already referenced my intention to expand the apprenticeship programme and the policy work we are doing to replace the existing ASF projects. I do recognise that individuals face a range of barriers to employment, including childcare and access to benefits. These are issues that span multiple departments and I know are actively being considered by the respective ministers. And if I could also say to the House, I had last week a very productive conversation with the Communities Minister in respect of both the intention to launch new skills programmes, but also that really complementary programme that Jobs Start will also act, so that the two can work together on skills and on the employability issues that will be needed for the economic recovery pathway. The committee report highlights lifelong learning as a theme, and I have already stressed the importance I place on this, and it will be a key priority for the new strategy. For a range of reasons, we do not participate in Northern Ireland in learning beyond formal education. We languish at the bottom of the league table when compared to other European countries. This may be cultural, but we need a step change. We need to understand that that love of learning goes beyond the early years, goes beyond school and those university years, and that it is available to all of us at any stage in our lives. As I've said before, we need to ensure there is a pathway for everyone, whether that's into a job, training, or staying in education. We've already restarted our work on the 14 to 19-year-old project, and I think the synergies that we will need there between education and further education are very, very important. I would also like to see us enable young people to make those pathways and choices earlier than the prescriptive 16-year-old that it currently is at. As the Chair said in her opening comments, collaboration and cooperation across government is key if we are to deliver on the ambition contained in any new skills strategy. Success requires a whole government approach. It isn't just for the Department of the Economy, and I am pleased to say that every department is represented on the project board, which is leading the strategy. And I hope I have demonstrated that to you today in talking about the conversations I have had across government, both about skills, about employability, and about economic recovery. I am actively considering the establishment of a Northern Ireland Skills Council, an advisory body which will include representatives of business, employee representatives, education, and individuals with expert knowledge on the emerging demands in the skills system in an ever-changing economic environment. An early priority for such a body would be to ensure gender diversity and equality of opportunity at the top of the education and skills and employability agenda. As I said earlier, Mr Speaker, the development of a new skills system in Northern Ireland is a major undertaking, but I believe that it is an imperative if Northern Ireland is to flourish over the next decade. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I now call on Sinead McLaughlin, the Vice Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you've up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to rise on behalf of the Economic Committee to wind on today's extremely important debate. As the committee chair and other members of the committee have indicated, we are very keen to engage with the Minister to ensure that members and stakeholders' views on the shape of the new skills strategy are acted on. I'd like to thank the Minister and all of those members who contributed for their participation today. I'd also like to thank the many stakeholders who contributed their views to the committee's special report, as well as the committee team for their work. Deputy Speaker, may I take a brief moment to make a personal reflection on this International Women's Day. Can I observe that access to skills and education is a life-enhancing right? But for many women in the world today, it is not a privilege which they deserve. There are over 132 million women in the world that are excluded from education, and we must challenge and encourage change. Today's debate is important too, as members of this Assembly must ensure that we collectively do all that we can to support and develop a world-leading education and skills strategy, ensuring gender equality and barrier-free access to all. I will now reflect on the contributions made by members in this debate. The Chair of the Economic Committee, Keith Archibald, gave context to the motion before the House, stating that the skills would be a key driver for both economic growth and recovery. The importance of skills for all, as well as the benefit of lifelong learning, were highlighted. The Chair raised the urgency of closing the skills gaps and deficits in order to promote entrepreneurship, increase productivity and reduce unemployment. Chris Stalford from South Belfast highlighted that the development of a skills strategy required a cross-departmental approach. The member also raised the issue and the need to fund bids coming from the Department for Economy in order to fulfil many areas outlined in the motion as we move towards economic recovery. John Stewart emphasised the need for the skills strategy to remain a live document that is enacted upon, and the importance of a skills for all approach remains a central focus. I would concur with the member's concern about the lack of a Northern Ireland-based Job Start programme. The member indicated that employers and young people were ready to engage with the Job Start programme, and he made an ask of the Economy Minister to engage with the Minister for Communities to find a solution. Stewart Dickson concentrated his comments on matching the skills with the needs for the economy. He also raised the important issue of delivering a first-class careers advice and guidance within our schools and within our communities. Gary Middleton concentrated his comments around the skills being an important COVID exit strategy. He also highlighted the need to finance the economy recovery plan. Gemma Dolan raised the issue of brain drain, particularly in the rural areas. Gemma chose to highlight access for women for skills, and she included affordable childcare, and she also discussed caring support. John O'Dowd stated that the relationship with the economy is something that is complex and is changing. He cited 3 key changes that will impact our economy imminently. Obviously, COVID, Brexit, and he talked about the green economy. He said there was a real need to value all skill pathways, not just academic pathways. Claire Sugden indicated the skills are the main reason cited for investors choosing to locate here in Northern Ireland. Therefore, we must continue to develop and evolve our skill base in Northern Ireland. She indicated that not everyone needs to go to university, and it's important that we put full value on all career pathways. And finally, Minister Dodds came to the House today and gave a very warm welcome to the micro-inquiry and to the report, which she indicated was timely and necessary. The Economic Action Plan has a strong emphasis on skills, but of course one of the highlight areas that she wanted to bring to the House today was the key need for investment. And she discussed the long-standing problems with our economy and the need for a skills ecosystem. And she indicated that it needs to have an all-government support. She indicated that everybody must be involved, government, business and education. The Minister encouraged change in delivery. She also encouraged change in attitudes. And she linked learning and earning as it was very important outcome for people. It was very important the outcome was that people were in better and well-paid jobs. The Minister went on to say that she was given great consideration for a Northern Ireland Skills Council and hoped that she will be setting up something to support the skills development in the near future. I would like to thank everybody, as I say, for participating in this debate today, and I commend the motion to this Assembly.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the next item of business. Order, members. The next item in order paper is a motion promoting gender-sensitive assembly. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly, on International Women's Day, notes Recommendation 12 of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee report entitled Women in Politics in the Northern Ireland Assembly, which proposed that the Assembly should consider adopting measures to create a gender-sensitive Assembly, and endorses the recommendations in the Gender Sensitive Assembly Action Plan as put forward by the Northern Ireland Assembly Women's Caucus.
I call Claire Bailey to move the motion.
I beg to move, Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and a further 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. And I invite you to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and happy International Women's Day to everyone in the Chamber. First time it's ever been predominantly female in the Chamber, so that's good to see. Thanks, Trevor and Mike as well. Yes, you get a special mention. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to move this motion as the current chair of the Northern Ireland Assembly's Women's Caucus. And members will be aware that of the Women in Politics 2015 report, which sets out to analyse the key challenges and barriers facing women when entering politics in Northern Ireland and into this Assembly. It also made recommendations to enhance the role of women already active in the political arena. One of those recommendations was the creation of the Women's Caucus. Another was the establishment of a gender-sensitive Northern Ireland Assembly. We have come a long way with representation of women in political life in Northern Ireland, but we have not come far enough. The Good Friday Belfast Agreement committed to increasing women's participation, but women remain underrepresented. Time and time again, Northern Ireland has been called out for this. The Assembly's own Executive Review Committee report on women in politics said this is a serious matter to be addressed urgently. But where is that urgency? Only 35% of our MLAs are women. It is time to get a little bit more urgent. To say this is overdue would be a gross understatement, structurally and institutionally. Our narrative in Northern Ireland for the past 20 or so years has been underpinned by parity of esteem, but this has not been extended to all people that this Assembly aims to represent. Where is the parity of esteem for women? Where is the parity of esteem for those with multi-sectionalities? Representation is not true nor effective unless there is adequate representation for all the people that we are here to legislate for. There is no shortage of potential leadership outside this chamber, and it is up to this Assembly to endorse actions to counter the marginalisation that stops those potential leaders from stepping forward. It is up to us. The Women's Caucus see this as imperative, but we cannot effect this change unless we are supported by this Assembly. We know that women's meaningful participation in politics helps advance gender equality for society as a whole. We know it affects both the scope of policy issues that are debated for legislation, for the types of solutions that are brought forward, and we know it allows for greater responsiveness to people's needs. And we also know it increases cooperation among political parties towards a more sustainable future. We know having more women in positions of leadership and decision-making will reflect the lived reality of women's lives and will directly influence legislation and policy making so that they actually meet the needs of women. Our own Women's Caucus is an example of that. Today we bring forward this motion, united across party lines. The potential here is transformative for this Assembly and for Northern Ireland. The engagement of women is crucial, but women are not a homogenous group. Women lead intersectional lives with different lived experiences that inform different priorities and needs. Political representation must reflect that. A gender-blind or gender-neutral approach does not work because society is not gender-blind, nor is it gender-neutral. Systemic, institutional and structural inequalities have seen to that. We know the barriers. They are very well understood by most, and they permeate across all sectors of women's lives. Many women have overcome these obstacles, and this should be recognised and celebrated. But that's not enough. The playing field needs to be levelled for all women. Equal access to opportunities needs to be universal. This equality needs to be substantive. Every woman MLA does an exceptional job because they carry extra burdens. 35% representation is where we are, and 50% is where we need to be. A gender-sensitive approach is paramount if we are to meaningfully achieve this. The aims of the Women's Caucus are set at that. At 35%, we are on the way out of marginalisation, but considerable steps need to be taken to get this Assembly to where it needs to be. Only as the number of women MLAs increase will we be able to work more effectively together to promote substantive, gender-sensitive institutional change, and to do that is crucial, and that everyone is brought along on that journey. The root causes of marginalisation within the political sphere are well known, both universally and specifically here in Northern Ireland. Everyone must be involved in the solution to this problem. We must shift the focus of responsibility for advancing gender equality away from women MLAs and onto this Assembly as a whole. To all of its members, to its institutional culture, its processes and its mechanisms. Our Gender-Sensitive Assembly Action Plan looks at the Assembly carefully. It acknowledges the unseen but undeniable felt barriers that deter the presence of women and limit their participation and their retention, and brings forward strong, actionable solutions. A gender-sensitive assembly is one that meets the requirements of all people within its structures, one that does not enforce direct or indirect discriminatory practices, one that is family-friendly, one where women and men's needs to live and work are enabled, and one where sexist language and behaviour is not tolerated. This directly results in legislation making processes that are gender sensitive and more effective. It results in parliaments that deliver better to constituents. It results in parliaments that fulfil their democratic mandate, and in parliaments which are more legitimate overall. All member states of the Interparliamentary Union, of which the UK is one, adopted a plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments in 2012. Westminster have taken significant steps to work toward this, but our devolved Assembly is lagging far behind. The Women's Caucus Action Plan lays out a clear guide for how we can fulfil our end of the bargain. This is so that we can improve the overall quality and legitimacy of this institution, so that we can be recognised on the world stage as an example of best practice. This is an unparalleled opportunity to be outward-looking rather than insular, to keep pace with international standards, so that we do not continue to procrastinate, to stagnate, or to roll back on our hard-won gains around gender equality. This gender-sensitive Assembly Action Plan addresses how to do this by setting out priorities and strategy, well-targeted interventions which are both achievable and essential. It focuses on the needs and interests of current and future women MLAs around the Assembly structures, operations and methods, and it aims to address the problems of discrimination and recrimination. It focuses on processes that facilitate participation for everyone, like a formal mechanism to enable the Women's Caucus to bring forward issues of concern, and reviewing the Assembly's voting mechanisms. It focuses on actions that promote equality and participation, like initiatives related to encouraging women to enter politics and targeted engagement with the media. It focuses on an environment that is accessible to both women and men, where there is zero tolerance for discriminatory and sexist language, and where all MLAs are encouraged to engage in the gender mainstreaming processes. and it focuses on gender-sensitive political parties and politicians, an essential element to drive forward this change. The Women's Caucus want to encourage women into politics, to support them once they are elected, to enable them to remain in those positions and to champion their progression. The Assembly's own Executive Review Committee recommended these measures, so now we bring them forward in this action plan as a roadmap for how to implement them. We recognise the problem and we present here an effective, robust and sustainable solution. So I call on this Assembly to endorse the action plan so that we may finally take these steps to create a gender-sensitive Assembly. I commend this motion to the House. But, Mr Speaker, I would also like to add a very short contribution of my own in my capacity as an MLA and Green Party member. And I want to give thanks to the previous chairs, some of whom are in the chamber today, but particularly to Katrina Ruan, who, when I was first elected in 2016, was the chair of the caucus and came and gave me a special invite to join the caucus, because at that time the rules of the caucus didn't allow me to be an automatic member. And there's so much that I would like to say today on International Women's Day to mark the achievements and hard-won rights of women, but also to acknowledge the long road that lies ahead. But in my last few seconds, I would like to pay tribute to the women from the North West Migrants Forum with the launch of their new project and finding not just their voice but their power of themselves in challenging the barriers and institutions that keep them marginalised, and pledge to do all I can to support them and look forward to seeing some of them elected in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on Paula Bradley, and all members have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And it just reminded me there at the end of the Chair of the Caucus's speech when Mitchell McLaughlin was in the chair at one of our International Women's Days, where I was speaking and went well over time. And when I sat down, he said, "I daren't have interrupted you there." So I absolutely get that, and I thank you on Claire's behalf for allowing her to do that. Can I also
Mitchell
join...
was always a soft touch, you know what I mean?
Can I also join Claire in wishing everyone in this House and in this chamber today a very happy International Women's Day? And can I begin then by thanking all of those wonderful women who have supported me and given me the strength through this journey, which at times has been horrendous and at other times has been an absolutely wonderful experience. So can I just say a big thank you to all of them. And also want to thank all of those many women who over this last year during COVID have stepped up to the mark, have been at the front and centre of their community, front and centre of our health service, and front and centre of our retail service as well. So a big thank you to them. Mr Speaker, when I was looking through the pack prepared for us today, I read through some of the various speeches, and it was extremely thought-provoking to see the names of so many strong women that have stood up in this chamber in my time that I have been here in the last 10 years to deliver speeches on International Day. We had Karen McDevitt, Megan Fearon, Joanne Dobson, Sandra O'Brien, and of course I have to mention the great defender of rights for women, Katrina Ruan, and someone who I'm proud to say by the end of that term was also a very good friend of mine. I have very fond memories of the ball, and reading their contributions, it took me back to that period of 2015 when I sat on the AER committee, and I know that Trevor sat on that committee also, and Pat too, and it was a really motivational time. It was a time of hope. It was a time that we felt that we were going to bring about great change. And we have brought about change. This is a very different chamber now to the chamber that I remember back in 2011 whenever I first came here. There's a different dynamic in this chamber. No more do we ever hear heckling in this chamber when a woman gets up to speak. And that is something I experienced when I first came here. And I have to say, by the end of that 2015 mandate, every one of the members that sat on this bench knew that that was not acceptable, because I didn't accept it, and I didn't like it, and I didn't want it. And I didn't want to see any female in this chamber being treated in that way. Of course, as I said, we do have hope, and there has been many good things, but as the Chair of the Caucus has said, we have so much more to do. And I know we had the 3 years where we didn't have the Assembly, and we've been in the middle of a COVID pandemic for the last year, but I am so glad to see this come back on the agenda in this chamber again, and look at what change we can effect to encourage those many women Those many women that are going to come, some of you will be here for many more years after I'm long gone, and there's a whole new generation of women that should feel part of politics in Northern Ireland. So I absolutely support that. There are various issues, and the Chair touched on some of them, that prohibit women entering into politics. And I have to say, any given day you ask me, would you recommend being an elected member? It changes, it fluctuates. Some day I say, absolutely, it's one of the greatest things you could do. And other days I will say, stay away from it. It is awful, it is toxic, it is horrible. But that's not within here, that's outside. And I think that I read in one of the briefing paper, or maybe somewhere else, about the Beltel report. I know I certainly took part in it, where a quarter of female MLAs were sexually harassed and 3/4 experienced sexism, and that was on social media, and that influence that has on our lives. And it has a deep influence on our lives and how we behave, and that shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't have to face that as women who are elected and who are standing up for what they believe in. They shouldn't have to face that tyranny of abuse. I also was heartened to see the Westminster report around pregnancy. I think it was with ministers. I think that's something we need to look at here, definitely in the Assembly going forward, especially for all you wonderful young women out there, not so much myself, but when it comes to pregnancy and it comes to proxy voting and it comes to leave to have your children. I remember the time here with Michelle Gildernew and of course then with Nichola Mallon as well, and just what they had to face in those first few months of having a baby. So I think that is something that we need to take forward positively out of this debate today, that we need to look at that. And we also need to look at paternal leave. I mean, the gender-sensitive parliament is not just about women, it's about equality across the board for women and men. Can I just, in finishing, I just want to say a big thank you to Mike Nesbitt and to Trevor Lunn. Trevor Lunn has been a great supporter of this issue from our time, way back in AERC all those years ago. And also to Mike Nesbitt, who's my Vice Chair on UNSCR 1325 APG and has shown real commitment to affecting change in women's lives as well. And to all those many men out there who are our supporters, who are feminists in their own right, can I say a big thank you? And we need more of you. We need you to step up to the mark, and we need you to actually put it out there on the record that you support women. Thank you.
Thank you. Nichola Mallon.
Corlia, that's not anything difficult to follow there at all. Thanks, Paula. I'm delighted to support this motion as a member of the Women's Caucus and also in my capacity as Sinn Féin's Equality spokesperson. The theme of this year's International Women's Day is Choose to Challenge, and I think the creation of a gender-sensitive assembly is key in challenging many of the obstacles that women and girls across the North face on a daily basis. And this just isn't about having diversity for the sake of it. It's not about gesture politics, which only ever have a place, in my opinion, when they're backed up by action. If you can't see, you can't be, but more importantly, you'll not be thought about. For women across the globe, it takes an average time of between 8 and 10 years to get a diagnosis of endometriosis or PCOS, both of which have chronic pain as a symptom and require surgery to manage. If no one around the table has ever asked their doctor about their PMS, or had to explain to a teacher that they couldn't do PE that day, or realised that they've came to work without period products and stood in a public toilet for 10 minutes with the sweat lashing off them, trying to make a pound coin fit into a slot that was made for a 50p piece, how can we ever expect to improve services for menstrual health? If knowledge and learning on these topics aren't improved and GPs are still going to prescribe the contraceptive pill to 13-year-olds with extreme PMS instead of trying to identify what the cause is and treating them accordingly, how can anyone be expected to know what's healthy and what isn't? Research tells us that women have been disproportionately impacted by crises such as austerity, Brexit and COVID-19, with the latter, and Paula alluded to this as well, the most recent of the three really exposing some deficits in our public services. We know that the unpaid care economy is dominated by women, and that it's to women that the majority of domestic and caring duties within the home falls. Additionally, research tells us that the majority of public sector workers are women, and women are more likely to have been laid off or furloughed during COVID-19. When we look at this through an intersectional lens, we can see that women who also qualify within minority groupings have been impacted even harder, again alluded to by the Chair, Claire. 63% of disabled women have struggled to access basic necessities during lockdown. 43% of BAME women believe that they would be in more debt after this crisis, compared to 37% of white women. Leaving the EU is likely to result in a rollback of workers' rights, including parental leave, equal treatment and rights for part-time workers, on which women rely. These are many examples of how gender equality can be mainstreamed within policy. My party colleague, Minister Deirdre Hargey, has just published her expert advisory panel report on the gender equality strategy, which includes a commitment to implementing international human rights legislation to tackle gender neutrality in policy making. In terms of the aims of this motion and encouraging more women to get involved in public life, there's a number of practical steps that we should consider. I know that in my own experience as a rural female representative, I've received support and help from both men and women within our party, and obviously Sinn Féin have more female MLAs than other at the minute. One of the key policies that we've adopted internally is the use of gender quotas for elections, something that means our councillors, TDs, MLAs, Shanadori and MP are representative of our membership. The mainstreaming of affirmative action really does lead to positive results. Mandatory childcare for politicians is one of the key tenets of a gender-sensitive parliament, recognising that parenting whilst in public office is incredibly difficult and demanding, and that this is something that disproportionately impacts upon women. CEDAW's concluding observations in 2019 noted that the committee remained concerned about the lack of uniform protection of women and girls from all forms of gender-based violence across the jurisdiction of the state party, noting with particular concern the inadequacy of laws and policies to protect women. This Assembly should implement a violence against women and girls strategy to tackle gender-based violence, particularly as much of this originates in misogyny and sexist prejudices. The same discriminatory prejudices often manifest themselves in the form of online abuse from keyboard warriors and negative comments about our appearances that we as women have to contend with every time we put ourselves out there. This motion calls for the implementation of the UNSCR 1325, which identified intimidation by paramilitary groups as an obstacle to female participation in public life, and we've seen in recent weeks how this does not have to be exaggerated. To be a politician is a public servant and a community activist, and I know that I got involved in politics because of my desire for a better and fairer Ireland, and as such my feminism is interlinked with my republicanism. Improving our Assembly to encourage more female participation can only be a positive thing for us all, and thank you all.
Thank you, and I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and happy International Women's Day to everybody here. I also want to take a chance to thank St Mary's High School in Uri, who I had the privilege of joining this morning to celebrate International Women's Day with, and that was a very enjoyable experience. And I know many of us were recalling at the start of this debate how this time last year this Assembly chamber was filled with young women who were shall I say, very enthusiastic and very inspiring, and it is noted today their absence. I think those people being around us and those young women definitely added to this place, and no doubt will in the years ahead. And I think it's particularly during these COVID times, it's events like that do put a little bit of a dampener on what it is we're trying to achieve. But that said, I think it is very timely that we bring forward this motion, and I want to thank the officials who are predominantly women on the caucus and the clerks who assist and support us in putting forward the proposals that are here today. The action plan is not just about getting women into politics, and I think in a way we started to become good at that. I think we have tried to understand the barriers and open the doors. And perhaps what we're less good at, or there is room for improvement on, is retaining women in politics. Because I think once women arrive into the political forum, it may be that they're at an age and a time in their life where their choices are their own and they're easier made. But once caring responsibilities become part of their life, there definitely is a different playing field. And I think, you know, Ms Bradley referred to the list of names there, and I think of a number of women who have come through this House and have left perhaps too early, and that wasn't always due to the expression of the electorate. It may be that just the facilities and the opportunities in politics isn't always there. So I do think we do need to get better and improve on opening the door to women in political life. This place does stand as an example to other places and workplaces on how we manage women in the workplace and offer facilities to them. And there was rightly a reference to childcare not just in public life, but in all walks of life. Childcare can be an absolute barrier to employment. It can be the deal breaker that doesn't make it worth your while going out to work because you're surrendering so much and there's little in the way of any financial reward or career prospects beyond it, and that's not good enough. Women should have that choice, and it should be based on what they choose and want to do. I also want to give thanks to my colleague and friend Pat Catney, who I know is doing a lot of work on the period poverty piece. And it is individuals going off and taking up the mantra and the task of doing small pieces. All these little pieces of the jigsaw add up to making just life a better place for women. And in the theme of Choose to Challenge, which is the theme for this year's International Women's Day, I have chosen to challenge the lack of understanding that exists for women around the issue of the menopause. I think it's still quite taboo in a lot of circles. It isn't openly talked about. It's not a comfortable conversation, and a lot of people just find it easier to park it. And I don't think we should, because here is, we have Parliament buildings, we have an example that we can set to all. Some of the solutions to assisting a woman through the menopause are not rocket science. It's about allowing simple things of making sure that there is an air conditioning or a window nearby, that there is an understanding that there's fresh, cool drinking water, that a woman leaving a meeting may not be an insult, it might be for a few moments. There are simple things, and I understand that for a lot of women, thankfully, they go through menopause without any great effect, but for some it can be quite problematic. And some of the, I suppose, the jokes and jibes can be quite hurtful that are associated with menopause and have been brushed aside as light-hearted banter, and they're not at times. It can be a time in a woman's life where it could be a knock to her confidence, and it's on other women to build that woman up, not knock her down. And I think we all in here need to, I suppose, be strong in our vocal support of those women, but also supporting not just the women and men who are line managers who are charged with supporting those women. We need to understand that they're comfortable. Let's open up the conversation, make the language one that everybody's comfortable with, and that we reach a time where it becomes a policy like all others, where we just understand it's about making life better for women in their career or their workplace. And on that note, I will end it, Mr Speaker, and I want to again thank and wish everybody a happy International Women's Day.
And I'm going to draw my fire on Meg Nesbitt, so remember 5 minutes to speak. Meg Nesbitt.
I will not dare go 1 millisecond over my time, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of my party to support this motion, to thank the movers of the motion, or the sponsors of the motion, and to wish everybody a happy International Women's Day. I speak partly as Vice Chair of the All-Party Group on UNSCR 1325, Women, Peace and Security, and I thank the Chair for her kind words. Behind the catchy title of that APG, there's great work going on. I think of the Northern Ireland Women's European Platform, Jonna Monaghan and Liz Law, who do great work with us. I think also of Rachel Powell of the Women's Policy Group, who has brought forward the COVID-19 Feminist Recovery Plan, focusing on the gender pay gap and also on the disproportionate impact of the COVID pandemic on women in our society. I also speak with a little bit of international experience. I've been to Africa twice as an associate trainer with the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. I've been in Sudan and Ethiopia working with aspiring female politicians. And it seems to me there's a commonality in what's holding them back that holds back people coming into this chamber. It's largely a fear of the unknown. It's to some extent a fear of misogyny, of bullying and intimidation by men, and also a fear of the impact on their work-life balance, and practical things like the absence of a creche and working late nights when there are late-night debates are all factors that need to be considered. I have to, at this point, address the imbalance within the MLA group of the Ulster Unionist Party. We don't even get over 30%, as you will all know. And it is one of my deepest regrets on the day I gave up the leadership of the party, the day of the results of the 2017 election, that we were saying goodbye to Joanne Dobson and to Sandra Overend. And Sandra was the person who did most to encourage female membership of the Ulster Unionist Party at that time, and encouraged females to think about standing for election. And it was through a programme called the Dame Deirdre Parker programme, and I'm sure some of you will know. I will give way, yes.
Mrs Dobson very well. There was an allegation that had the constituency been properly divided evenly, Mrs Dobson would have had a reasonably even pool of votes to canvass. And as a result of the configuration of the constituency, she feels that she wasn't given a fair crack of the whip. Hardly an indication of promoting one of the best women we've ever had in this building.
Member has an extra minute.
I acknowledge the member's intervention. I'm not sure how relevant it is to this debate, but I will say this to the member. In 2017, Ms Dobson had a larger share of the constituency than she had in 2016. Larger, more votes, first preference votes, to go for. She got elected in 2016. The fact she didn't get elected in 2017 does not reflect that she had votes taken away from her. She had a larger share of the constituency. Dame Parker, as I say, was the first to be elected in 1921, and she also had the distinction of becoming the first female to hold a cabinet position when she was made Minister for Health and Local Government in 1949. I now want to pay tribute to three councillor colleagues who have given a kind of modern twist to the Parker programme. Three councillors from Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon Council, Julie Flaherty, Louise McKinstry and Jill Macaulay, who have run a social media campaign called We Need You Girl. And last week they had a major Zoom conference with a significant number of females engaging and expressing an interest in finding out more about becoming an elected representative. I found during my 5 years as leader of this party that when I was trying to encourage people in, that the easiest thing to do was to just identify who I wanted. You know, people like Steve Aitken and Doug Beattie, and to go and speak to them directly and encourage them. I have to say, when I went to potentially female candidates, not one of them came back positively. It might be because of me, but I wonder to what extent it's about the reputation and how they feel about this House. Because some really capable females said, when they'd thought about it, and they didn't think about it that long, they did not want to do it. And I think we all need to reflect on that. Briefly, if I may go on a tangent, but a slightly important one, another person I brought in, co-opted, was Andy Allen. And I think we should focus on the fact that in terms of representation, we need to be more representative of people with disabilities. When Andy first came here, he was in a wheelchair. He couldn't vote without somebody helping him because there were steps and there wasn't an appropriate ramp in the division lobby. So I would love to see us thinking about these issues as well. The final thought, Mr. Speaker, is the COVID Feminist Recovery Plan. It was mid-November when I mentioned this House the plan to the First and the Deputy First Minister. I'm still awaiting their response. I hope it is a positive one, because that would be a fitting mark for this International Women's Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you and happy International Women's Day. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing this debate to take place today. Today's debate has been co-signed by all parties and the independent member, and the motion calls on the Northern Ireland Assembly to adopt measures to create a gender-sensitive assembly. As the former Deputy Chair and current Alliance Party representative on the Women's Caucus, I'm very proud to hold that position, and I fully support our call for the Assembly to take forward a gender-sensitive action plan. I hope this time it will finally be heard. AERC committee report, as has been mentioned by others, in their report entitled Women in Politics in the Northern Ireland Assembly, which was published on the 17th of February 2015, confirmed that the committee recommended that the Assembly should establish a working group on gender-sensitive Parliament. The working group should have equal membership of male and female MLAs. That group didn't happen, but it doesn't mean it still couldn't. In 2016, this Assembly acknowledged the work of the then Speaker's Reference Group. I was actually part of that group, not as an MLA. I hadn't been elected at that stage, but I came along here on a voluntary basis to the basement, to the Visitors' Cafe, and then there was other rooms. We discussed ways forward. I know at that time there was a discussion that having quotas could improve the gender balance in this place. Getting there, but here we are still in 2021 asking for a gender-sensitive Parliament to be introduced. The Women's Caucus, in having its first ever debate today, used the mechanism of cross-party signatures to get the motion on the agenda. I hope in future the Women's Caucus could be recognised for its work and being able to bring forward motions in its own right, as has been mentioned by our Chair, rather than having to adapt procedures to help us have our voices heard. As the Women's Caucus request states, a gender-sensitive Parliament is one that responds to the needs and interests of both men and women in its structures, operations, methods and its work. A gender-sensitive Parliament is founded on the principle of gender equality, that is, both men and women have equal right to participate on its structures and processes without discrimination and recrimination. A gender equality policy provides direction for the setting of priorities and strategic, well-targeted interventions to achieve them. And there are three elements that are essential to us achieving a gender-sensitive Parliament, and that is that it's an environment that's accessible to both men and women, processes that facilitate the partition of both women and men, and actions that promote equality and participation. As others have stated, there are specific actions that will enable this Assembly to take forward the elements, but we need to create the environment that recognises that this Assembly is comprised of people elected to serve everyone in Northern Ireland and to find ways to enable that to happen. For example, why don't we take the opportunity now to update standing orders to enable proxy voting outside of COVID arrangements to allow members to have maternity, paternity and adoption leave, or even sick leave? That would help to encourage younger women and men to be politicians. Why is it that my colleague Judith Cochrane was the only female MLA to have ever had a private member's bill reach royal assent? Why is it the case, and why doesn't the House do something to talk to all the women MLAs and say, what's stopping you? What's the barrier? Not just at the moment. Eileen Bell was our only female speaker. There's an opportunity. You'll have your moment in a moment, Mr Wells, thank you. In this place, we use words like madam and Mr. Why don't we just use the terms that people are given, the jobs that they have? As our report calls for, there needs to be an audit of language in this place to make sure that it's inclusive. The House may congratulate itself on the provision of free sanitary ware, but it does ignore menopause, and I have to welcome the member from the SDLP bringing that forward. There are some of us who struggle in this place with the heat blowing out of those fans or the freezing cold air. It's not easy. But I have to say, the problem isn't in this room, it's getting to it. Social media, aggression, violence, attacks on offices, and how the media treat us has a lot to do with that. At a previous International Women's Day, there was a female participation event, lots of young women here. That night on the media, the one man in the room appeared on the television. They ignored all of the rest, see they're nodding, all of the rest of us who had done interviews. They ignored us completely. What I would like to say, just finally, is I would like to thank Mr Wells. I'll give way.
Record, there was an accuracy there. Patricia Loosley, the SDLP MLA for Lagan Valley, way back 20 years ago, successfully promoted and got through a private member's bill in this House.
Thank you.
Member has an extra minute.
Thank you. I'll maybe have to update the Bills office who provided me with the information, but there we go. Finally, I'd just like to say, I would like to thank the women, the grandmothers, the mummies, some of us don't have them anymore, on whose shoulders I stand. And to all those girls, including my daughter, who I embarrassed in this chamber, and all those young women who are looking for inspiration. I'd like to thank them for their time, and I'd like to thank every one of you We may all come from different political places, but together we as women respect each other in this place. We work together and we are trying our best for everyone across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Pat Sheehan.
I want to thank the Women's Caucus for bringing this very important motion forward on this International and the Man International Women's Day. And I mean, you just have to take a look around at the membership of this Assembly, and it's still badly underrepresented. And the issue of female underrepresentation can't be seen in isolation from the way society in general is organised and the gender inequality that exists in day-to-day life for women. Even today, a report in the media suggests that, on average, a young woman starting out on her working life today will end up with £100,000 less than a man in her pension pot when she reaches retirement age. And that's not right. And it's just one small example of how women are disadvantaged in our society, but there are many, many more. And we in this Assembly have a responsibility to try and ensure that gender equality is a priority. It rests with us as political leaders to set an example. And while there have been improvements in here over the years, there's still a long, long way to go before we have a genuinely fair and gender-sensitive institution here. There are, of course, many barriers that must be overcome before we reach that holy grail, not least the fact that this institution is not family-friendly. And I'm constantly amazed at the ability of my female colleagues, and not just in my own party, but right across the parties, to carry out their role as elected representatives. That includes late-night sittings, meetings in the evenings after we finish here. I mean, this is no 9-to-5 job with 37.5 hours a week. And we're constantly on call, and there's no doubt that it impinges on and intrudes in family life. However, we on our own here are not going to resolve what is a deep-rooted societal problem of inequality. The education clearly has a role to play in encouraging girls to pursue what could be seen as non-traditional subjects such as science, technology, engineering and maths. There should also be mandatory subjects in schools relating to gender relations and the empowerment of girls and women. And the issue of childcare, as has been highlighted here today, is an obstacle for many women. Data from NISRA shows that the most common reason for economic inactivity among men has been identified as sickness or disability. For women, however, the most common reason is unpaid caring responsibilities. And it is a fact that it is women in the main who take on caring responsibilities, and especially for children. And how can we attract women into politics if we don't make the effort to provide childcare? This Assembly needs to set an example by establishing childcare facilities for members. Another area where women suffer more than men in politics is in terms of harassment and abuse, both within politics and on social media. And I note the comments from Paula earlier on when she pointed out that the heckling that used to be common in this chamber has ended. I remember the Women's Coalition in particular complaining about male members mooing when they got up to speak, and I'm glad to say that that is a thing of the past. But there have also been many instances of misogynistic, hate-filled, sexist abuse towards female politicians from all parties on social media, and there needs to be greater deterrence to end this type of behaviour. There also needs to be awareness training to get women into politics, and Assembly staff also need training so that they can anticipate policies or procedures that may have an adverse impact on women fulfilling their role as elected representatives on an equal footing with their male colleagues. And just to conclude, Cion Corlett, can I just send my solidarity to all female colleagues from all parties on this International Women's Day.
Thank you. And I call Gemma Dolan.
Garmioga Concordia, and happy International Women's Day to everybody. Women should be respected and appreciated every day, but their impact and contribution to our lives should be particularly celebrated today. I want to commend the Women's Caucus staff for keeping us in check and for putting this motion together today. It's internationally recognised that society's needs are better served where there is a diverse political representation, and whilst the recent increases in the 2016 and 2017 Assembly elections is welcome, women are still underrepresented within this Assembly at only 33%, despite constituting 53% of the population. This is the lowest female representation when compared with other devolved legislatures. The North of Ireland also has the lowest percentage of female councillors, with only 26%. Currently in the Dáil, general election guidelines require candidate quotas of 30% women. The introduction of gender quotas before the 2016 general election to the Dáil increased the proportion of female candidates by 6.5%. In Sinn Féin, we have been working to increase our female representation, and are example of the benefit of this, as our Assembly team now has more female MLAs than males, and our two-party leaders are women. A political career path is deemed as being not family-friendly due to long plenary sittings and the varying demands placed on members' time. It remains true that women are the main carers in our society, and as such, we need to explore strategies to improve the work-life balance and consider childcare issues and other caring responsibilities that have already been touched on today. If we are serious about getting more young women into political life here, we need to make some serious but very doable changes. As far as I'm aware, and I stand to be corrected, the Permanent Secretary of the Department for Finance was looking into allocating space on the estate for a childcare centre and/or family room for MLAs and Assembly staff to avail of, which will be a positive step and something that I think should be pursued. The low percentage of women in elected roles here is a microcosm of underrepresentation of women in sectors across society. NISRA statistics show that in 2020, women constituted 79% of those in part-time employment in the North, and a third of working-age women are economically inactive. This compares unfavourably with the wider average across these islands, where women constitute 74% of part-time employees and 25.6% of those deemed economically inactive. Structural inequality disadvantages women through the persistence of the gender pay gap in the North. Research by ARC and Ulster University shows that the gross median weekly female earnings are £127 less per week than men's. All employers must work to end the gender pay gap in order to advance women's rights and workers' rights. In Britain, gender disaggregated data shows how many women are claiming universal credit and how many redundancies have been females. This is crucial data needed here to determine the extent of gender inequality. But our NISR data is not disaggregated by gender. Publishing gender disaggregated data is one of many measures which can be taken by the Assembly to make the labour market more equal. Women are more likely to be engaged in informal, temporary or precarious forms of employment, including employment with zero-hour contracts. To tackle this, I am taking forward a bill that will end zero-hour contracts and replace them with banded-hour contracts. This will provide stable employment for women. Many women in poverty in the North are also working women. This is connected to reduced working hours for women. Women are more likely to work part-time and struggle to increase their hours of work due to caring responsibilities. Caring for young children limits both the number of hours a person can work and the distance they can travel for work. This leaves many women locked in poverty, especially when jobs are low paid. The campaign theme for International Women's Day 2021 is Choose to Challenge, and therefore we should be challenging ourselves to implement the necessary changes it takes to become a gender-sensitive Assembly and a gender-sensitive society.
Thank you, and I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and happy International Women's Day, everyone. This is my first in the Assembly, so I'm delighted to speak today. So historically, we know women in Northern Ireland have played a huge role in paving the path to peace. And if we look at our history, we draw inspiration from the likes of Breach Rogers, Mullan, Monica McWilliams, and so many more. If we shine a light on today, the SDLP wholeheartedly support this motion on creating a gender-sensitive Assembly, and I'd like to thank Claire and other members involved for bringing this forward. It's fantastic to see more women involved in politics, but it's eye-opening also at the realities of just how far we have left to go. I continue to be inspired when I see women across all political affiliations leading from the front. Looking at other parties, it's evident despite our political differences, many across this House are undeniably passionate and wholeheartedly devoted to the betterment of their community, so I respect you all for that. Whether it's council, MLA or MP, especially in grassroots activism, it's most welcome to see so many women becoming politically involved. And I also welcome Queen's University Student Union is now an all-female lineup. So a very capable bunch indeed, and I wholeheartedly welcome this. With female politicians, I still think there are many evident barriers, but also there are many that are not so visible. They happen behind closed doors, and oftentimes, sadly, when not challenged, can happen in council chambers. The dismissive attitudes, the overlooking of intellect, not attributing ideas to the woman who created them, the "you're new here, watch how we've always done it." However, now I am an optimist when it comes to change. I believe we are in a real transitional and transformative part of our history here. Women are single-handedly challenging the more traditional ideas of what a decision maker, a policy maker and a peace builder really looks like. I think at my age too, it's been a very interesting experience, and I think other female MLAs and councillors around my age would probably agree. At the best of times, it's not always easy or straightforward, and the path isn't really carved out just yet. But there's often an assumption that young people in politics lack, life experience to lead, and I think that that's not true. I have often found as well, if you're not seen as tenacious and dogmatic in your approach, you're doing it wrong, and to almost fulfil the job role, you have to be inherently more masculine. So that's just something I've noted. But my vision for the future is that within our political structures here in Northern Ireland, that we start to see more diverse representatives reflective of our changing populations here and our changing demographics in our society. And I must say, on the topic of making the Assembly more inclusive, we must urgently address protocol around shame for women in political roles and public life taking maternity leave. I know representatives in the South as well have also voiced their concern around this. And it shouldn't be something that is negotiated. Maternity leave is a fundamental right for women, and I know our SDLP Minister Nichola Mallon and Claire Hanna have raised this and seek change on this matter. But looking to our past, at our political landscape, women have had to fight really just to be at the table, and they have done incredible work, especially looking at the Women's Coalition in the 1990s, really inspiring, and seeing women coming together to rise above the kind of religious, sectarian, and tensions around that time to do best by their families and their communities. And I know, being a member of the ceasefire generation, I feel a sense of obligation to maintain the peace and stability that women then fought so hard for and continue to do so, as we've seen in this chamber. But more women in politics is a very positive thing, and we've seen in Scotland, for example, around the free provision of period products in 2019, and I'm inspired by the work of my colleague Pat Catney in seeking to eradicate period poverty. It's a subject we all know is traditionally taboo, but I love that it's being brought forward by a man with 2 daughters who speaks so without shame on the matter. But to conclude, Mr Speaker, there are many challenges left to be addressed, and it's important that we all keep the doors open and we don't pull the ladder up behind us to encourage more women of all ages and backgrounds to become involved in politics. Female leaders shouldn't be limited or defined by what they wear, what they look like, if they choose to have children or not. And I think women collectively coming together, having discussions like we have today, politicians, activists on the ground, to those working in the community and voluntary sector, speaking up on the barriers and the sexism, and we should continue to challenge the current barriers and strive for change. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Women's Caucus for bringing forward this motion, and especially today on International Women's Day. It's timely and significant that we should be debating this. The motion talks of the Assembly adopting measures to create a gender-sensitive Assembly, and I totally agree. We want to put a question to you all listening here today. What national parliaments across the world have the highest percentage of women elected? Just think about it, and I'll tell you at the end, and no cheating, don't be looking up on Google. I'll give you a clue. The UK ranks 39th. So We only have to look around the Assembly to see the imbalance that we have in terms of women's representation as MLAs, the 32 of us, and indeed this is a similar position in Westminster with around 33%, and also at our local council level. And we'll have to ask ourselves why that is and what are we going to do about it? What are the barriers to women becoming elected here? Could it be the toxic masculinity of some areas of politics and the constant misogyny? Is it acceptable for female politicians to be told that they, as the only woman present in a room full of men, are there to make up the gender balance, or there just to make the cups of tea? Of course not. It's totally wrong and things need to change. Paula's already mentioned this, but I was one of the female MLAs that was recently interviewed by Suzanne Breen about our experiences as female politicians, and we all must have said similar things. 70% of us have had sexist remarks made to their face by men, and 3/4 have experienced sexism on social media. And there are vile comments that are made about women in the political arena, especially in party leadership, what they wear, what shoes they are wearing, what they look like, their hair, their makeup, their personal life and their relationship status, why they're not married, why they don't have children, what age they are. That has to stop. Personal attacks, abuse and harassment disproportionately affect women in public life, and not enough is being done to give a positive platform and credit to women that lead in our society, and this is why debates and days like this are so important. But just to touch on what's already been mentioned, where is our childcare strategy? Juggling the demands of work and family is so difficult and renders many women unable to seek meaningful employment, and too often is the only option available is poorly paid or a zero-hour contract. Having to spend the little money that they have on childcare pushes women back into a vicious cycle of struggling to balance work and looking after family. And it is women that bore and still do bear the brunt of so-called welfare reform. And it is women who are disproportionately affected by climate breakdown, and it is women who are there to pick up the pieces. To ensure not only women are represented in standing for as representatives, but in position of leadership, as well as looking at other groups that are traditionally sidelined, like Mike has mentioned, those who are disabled, but those women who identify as LGBTQ+, and the BME women, where are they? How do we get to 50-50 representation? And these are all questions that political parties and government departments must address sooner rather than later. But Mr Speaker, to a wider point, there is a worrying trend in many policies to neutralise gender and the realities of what we actually live in. And if this trend continues, it will be to our detriment. If we fail to recognise the gendered nature of specific societal issues, then we will fail to deal with them. It is my firm belief that the blind pursuit of policies that neutralise gendered issues is a failure of government. Gender is not neutral. Societal problems like domestic abuse and sexual violence are gendered issues, and if we fail to recognise this in government, then we fail to effectively tackle such issues, and we cannot bury our heads in the sand. Much more work needs to be done to recognise the unique circumstances and experience of women in the criminal justice system, for instance, the prison system. That was built by men for men. It is recognised. And we need to look at those who find themselves homeless, say as a result of being trafficked, exploited and abused. So, Mr Speaker, to finish, as I could go on all day, and to give an answer to the question I posed at the start, the national parliaments with the highest percentage of females elected are Rwanda, Cuba and UAE. I thank the members of the caucus for bringing forward this motion, and I choose to challenge each and every one of us in the Assembly to celebrate women's achievement, raise awareness against bias and take action for equality. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I didn't intend to speak at all, Mr Speaker, but I think it's important that these debates are led by women, and they were and have been very strongly today. But being a sole MLA, obviously, I think I have to speak to offer my party's support to all the women here and everybody on International Women's Day today. Kelly Armstrong, I'm paraphrasing, sort of mentioned that the problem isn't in this room. I think we saw previously an MLA signify the problem exactly when women are speaking. They should be listened to, even if there's disagreement. And talking about men's equality or alluding to that is very, very offensive at any level, but especially today. I think that was worth saying. I just wanted to offer my solidarity to everybody in our communities, all the women who have been working throughout this pandemic as healthcare workers, as nurses, people in ICU, but also, as people have alluded to, in current responsibilities as they fall overwhelmingly on the shoulders of women. Women have always been at the forefront, you don't need me to tell you, of struggle to change the world and fighting for a better world. And even the origins of International Women's Day comes from radical women, socialist women, feminists, radical feminist women fighting to change the world, and that's the origins of International Women's Day, and I think it's worth just remembering that today. So just want to offer my support for the motion and solidarity to everybody here and beyond on International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Trevor Lunn.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I welcome this motion today. I notice it's proposed by 6 female members. It could have been more gender balanced than that, actually, if you'd asked, you know. But there we are. I don't blame you for that. Women's Caucus, yeah. Well, the other members mentioned the genesis of the Women's Caucus, and it came through the Speaker's reference group, which Stephen and I were on. But we've kind of faded out of the process after that. Look, that's all by the way. I want to wish everybody, as everybody else has, a very happy International Women's Day. And that includes the men as well, Mr Speaker, because we're just as entitled to have a happy day as the women are. So, and if our women are happy, we probably will be too. I was a member of the AERC when this motion came up. Paula referred to it earlier on, and you know, modesty, my natural modesty prevents me from saying which member it was who actually proposed that we discuss this topic at the committee. But let's just say it was me. And I was actually prompted at that time by a member who has been mentioned several times here today, and that's a very good friend of mine who became a friend through this assembly, and that's Katrina Ruan. Katrina dropped a hint to me at that time that she'd like to do this investigation, inquiry, whatever the word is. But I think her feeling was, in the atmosphere of the time, that probably if she proposed it, it wouldn't be accepted by the committee. But if somebody like me proposed it, possibly it would. And the committee, and to their credit, accepted it quite readily. But at that time, there definitely was a need for this sort of discussion to take place. I mean, this place, the transformation of this place in my time here, was started in 2007, has been quite dramatic. That doesn't mean we've got there yet, but the changes are there for all to see. At that time, we had very poor female representation. It was a male-dominated environment in spades. People have mentioned unsocial hours, it wasn't family-friendly, childcare was non-existent, still isn't. Evidence, yeah, we took evidence from a number of people, mostly experts in their particular field, but one of them, the one that impressed me at the time was actually Jane Morris, who was previously a Deputy Speaker of this Assembly, and one of the 2 Women's Coalition members at the time, along with Monica McWilliams. And her words stuck with me. I just looked them up there today. She referred to incessant attempts to demean, humiliate, and treat with disdain. And that was the attitude of men towards women. And that, you know, that was actually true. She wasn't exaggerating. The treatment that the Women's Coalition members got in this place just before my time was disgraceful. But we've learned from that. We've moved on. As far as the various recommendations are concerned, most people have referred to them. I wonder if any of the recommendations, there was about 30 of them coming from that committee, had any of them been fully activated? I don't think so. There's been a bit of lip service paid to some of them, but the ones that would have mattered and made a big difference haven't happened yet. I'll not go through the list, but the need to balance caring responsibilities with a political career, that's a big one. It hasn't been addressed. I want to touch on the representation situation here, because it makes sad reading, frankly, for some. I'm not trying to be unkind to anybody here. It may sound like I don't really want to. But it is a fact. There's 38 unionist MLAs on this side of the House. 7 of them are women. 7 out of 38. Rosemary, you're the 1 out of 10. jurisdiction of the UK. This is, the other parties can give themselves a bit of a pat on the back here because you've done well, but we're not there. We're not there yet. We still have a long way to go, Mr. Speaker, but progress has been made. It's a glass 1/3 full rather than 2/3 empty, I think. And I would urge the Women's Caucus to continue, keep the pressure on, make the men listen, make this Assembly listen to the message you have, because it's very valid. And you will find, in my experience, there's plenty of men about this place who would agree with you and want to see change. We're not all misogynist pigs. It's a fact. Plenty. The majority of the men in this place now, I wouldn't have said that 10 years ago, but now they would support you. So I want you to keep at it. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm just slightly over my time, but let me just say that I'll be retiring here next May. And then my contribution to this process, I think, will be to be replaced by a much younger female representation. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. Good luck to all of you.
And thank the member for that. And I call Claire Stogan is not in the room. We had her down as in Starleaf, but she's not on the audience. So I move then to Rosemary Barton to wind and conclude this debate. And Rosemary has 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And also, can I wish you all a very happy International Women's Day. Thank you. And I'd like to thank everybody here today for taking part in this, participating in this debate. It has been a very interesting and a wide-ranging debate with very many comments that I wish to consider. And I'd like to make a start and look at what Ms Bailey said. She talked about the purpose of the Women's Caucus and spoke of the parity of esteem for women. And we must have adequate actions taken to prevent the marginalisation of women, particularly in politics. Political representation, she said, must reflect the population, and there needs to be representation here. It needs to be up to 50%. It is about approximately 33% at the moment. So, a gender-sensitive assembly results in legislation that is being put into legislation needs to be outward-looking. That's I think, the most important part of your speech today. It needs to be outward-looking. Paula Bradley, Ms Bradley referred to strong women who had stood in this chamber. She referred to women in the past that stood in this chamber. She also referred to the importance of women in society, and she spoke about what we have been all through recently, working through COVID and keeping our homes together, and it hasn't been easy for those that have maybe lost their employment, families off school, so the women have played a crucial role there. Women MLAs she also then spoke about the abuse that women MLAs take, and women should not have to have this to deal with. She spoke about looking at about the issues regarding pregnancy and being an MLA, in the fact that there's no such thing as maternity leave. Ms Sheeran, she spoke about the importance of the period products and also women that were affected by COVID, and the majority of women that were affected by COVID in relation to being furloughed as a result of COVID, these were women, not men. Majority of people furloughed were women, and many of the unpaid economy, the women that are affected, unpaid people in our economy are women. They're the ones that stay at home. They're the ones that look after the house. And she also suggested perhaps that we should use gender quotas and perhaps have mandatory childcare for politicians. And again, we need to tackle gender-based violence. That's very, very important. Sinead, Ms Bradley, reminded us of last year and the number of young people that were in this chamber this day last year, and I actually was thinking of the same when I came into it today. And she spoke about the difficulties of retaining women in politics. And I think we'll have seen through the years the difficulties many parties have had in keeping women once they perhaps have families and caring responsibilities. She referred to the cost of childcare for women and how it prevents women going out to work. And she challenged the lack of understanding for assisting women around the menopause. Mike Nesbitt and gentlemen, can I just say, you three gentlemen are very welcome debating with us today too. Mr Nesbitt, he spoke of his international experience of working with international politicians, and surprise, surprise, we all have the same issues. And he also spoke in relation to the Dame Dara Parker programme that the Ulster Unionist Party had, and indeed it was a success. May not seem, as I'm the only Ulster Unionist here today, but it was a success a couple of years ago because we had Joanne Dobson, Sandra Over and Jenny Palmer, and I know a number of them came up through that Dame Dara Parker programme, as I did myself. I attended it also, so it was a success. Then Mr Nesbitt also spoke about the representation of people with disabilities, and I think that's something as an Assembly we need to look at, particularly women with disabilities. Miss Armstrong, she spoke about the Women's Caucus and bringing a motion that the Women's Caucus should perhaps look at bringing more motions in their own right. She spoke about the gender-sensitive Parliament. It needs to have an environment where both men and women are equally valued, and there is equality for both. She asked for standing orders to be updated, particularly for paternity and maternity leave. And Ms Armstrong also referred to inclusive language. She was concerned about the language sometimes used, so she talked about inclusive language, and she spoke about the issues with social media for women. Mr Sheeran, he spoke about female underrepresentation in the Assembly and young women starting work today, that they will be much less well off at the end of their career than men will be over their lifetime. And he praised the females in the chamber who participate, and indeed he praised them for the late night sittings, for staying late into the night for the sittings, and how it impinged on their family life. And he talked about, again, issues of childcare and caring responsibilities. And of course he referred to the misogynistic abuse that women have had. Ms Dolan, she also said that women needed to be respected and appreciated, not on one day of the year, but every day. And she referred again to quotas for increasing women's representation and exploring the work-life balances and strategies that we need. And she talked about a third of the women are economically inactive. Ms Hunter referred to women she also referred to we still need more women in politics. She talked about the Queen's University Students' Union now being all female, and she was optimistic that perhaps this was the start of these ladies moving up and perhaps into the political life and into other lives. Women should not be defined by what they wear and what they look like. She referred to that also. Ms Woods, she spoke about sexist remarks that were made to ladies, and again you also referred to what women looked like, what they wore, and the comments that were often made. You spoke about the difficulties of struggling childcare and work. And Mr Carroll, he offered his solidarity to the women today speaking, and to the women that have particularly been affected over the past year or so in relation to COVID. And Mr Lunn, he referred again to 2007, when there were very, very poor female representation here in Stormont, and he talked about a number of 30 recommendations that were put forward by a review that took place, and still a number of these have not been implemented. Okay, and I'd like to move on and just make a few few comments, if I can. There is no doubt underrepresentation of women in political life in Northern Ireland is a problem. Comments to address these have fallen short, and we know that repeated scrutiny of this failure has come up with the same conclusion, that this is a serious matter and must be addressed with urgency. We have the Belfast Agreement to look at and all its implementation arguments, which make commitments to increase women's representation in public and political life in Northern Ireland. We must make good on these commitments. We cannot continue to deprioritise or to move slowly on these commitments. The time is now, the time is today to make this endorsement and champion those targeted and strategic inventions set out in the action plan. This motion calls for the Assembly's endorsement of the Women's Caucus Action Plan to implement measures to create a gender-sensitive Assembly. This action plan is grounded in research around gender equality here in Northern Ireland. The Assembly Executive Review Committee made these recommendations after its comprehensive audit and resulting in-depth report, Women in Politics in Northern Ireland. This Assembly has been scrutinised and has been deemed not good enough, an institution that is a place which facilitates and promotes participation and inclusion for women. We know that if you don't have adequate representation of women in positions of decision-making and leadership, then you do not have an Assembly that legislates at the level of gender sensitivity that it should be legislating at. An Assembly that is less effective than it could be, one that is less democratic than it could be. We know that women's equal participation in political processes result in tangible gains for everyone, for the legitimacy of Parliament, for the quality of the analysis and solutions that are brought forward to create legislative change. The Women's Caucus recognises this, and today we have brought it to the Assembly to reiterate the considerable amount of work that remains to be undertaken. This action plan serves to create a gender-sensitive Northern Ireland Assembly, one that is founded on the principle of gender equality, so that both men and women can access their equal right to participate without discrimination. I call on this Assembly to endorse the recommendations in the Gender-Sensitive Assembly Action Plan put forward today by the Northern Ireland Women's Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Pat Shagan's whispering over to me there. You have broke me today in terms of the time. But anyway, the question is, the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary? No. The ayes have it. Could I thank everybody for their contributions in this debate this afternoon? I think it's a very worthwhile and important debate, and I think the contributions are really significant quality and content. Could I also thank those members who have taken part in the initiative from the Speaker's Office, which included a number of videos which are broadcast today on the Assembly website. As many of you will know, the women here who have participated in that, I'd like to thank the Assembly, the Speaker's Office staff and the comms team for putting together the videos. I think we'll have something like 17 videos in total published today, or broadcast today, I should say, on the website. And those range from obviously a number of MLAs, people from public office, including our own Leslie Hogg here as Clerk, Chief Executive, Brenda King, Attorney General. We've also a range of sportswomen on the videos. We have disability campaigners and academics. So I would commend people to also try and log in to the website and to look and listen to some of the very, very inspiring stories from some very remarkable people out in our community, which is only really a drop in the ocean of the talent and the ability that we have out there and across our society, but particularly on this day of International Women's Day. So I'd also like to have my own solidarity to all those women who are stalwarts in our communities, our families, our friends, our loved ones, people who we can look up to with admiration, to say the least. So I want to thank everybody for their contribution today. And the next item on the agenda is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. Thank you.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.